Good afternoon, and welcome to the Town of Surf City Council meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask Pastor Nathan Swartz to come up and lead us in prayer. If you would, please stand.
Let's pray together. God, we're so very grateful for the opportunity that you give us this evening. As Christians, we know we have a responsibility and a bold, courage duty to live out your will today. So whether it's gratitude or grievances or whatever lies before us, help us to do your will on this earth as it is in heaven. Give us a great opportunity to make much of Jesus and to be proud of what we do. We pray for the town council and the mayor that you give them good wisdom to help them to know what your will is and to follow the steps through it, as well as everyone else in this room and watching online. Lord, it's so awesome to be a part of what you're doing in your will, and even more so to be able to just gather here and use this for our town. So, Lord, we just pray for your wisdom, for your compassion, your understanding, for your will to be done. Thanks, Lord, for being able to do something that matters. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. At this time, Mr. Ellis says that he's going to come up and say a junior prayer. Yes? You can just pull that down. Yes.
Dear Lord, thank you for this wonderful day, Lord, for everybody being safe as we've gone through this day, Lord, that you just, thank you for everyone traveling here safe, Lord, that you just bless us with this day. In your son's name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And remain standing as Maverick Louder comes up and leads us in the pledge. Yes, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, if Miss Sandy Monroe would come up. She is our Beautification and Enhancement Director, and she's got some committee awards to hand out.
And, promoted to director. That's pretty
That
cool.
sounded really nice, Sandy.
Go with it.
Okay, so every month, the Beautification and Enhancement Committee awards 2 awards to our community. One is for the Beautification Award for the Home of the Month, and one is for the Business of the Month. So what we're looking for, in case you want to nominate your neighbors and your favorite business in town, is just looking out for the community, doing the best with their landscaping and the exterior of their buildings, or giving back to the community in some significant way. We just want to recognize those that help make our community a beautiful place to live. So first, we have our homeowner, and this is the Dr. J.J. Lawrence family. I don't think that they're here, but their house is the cutest house you ever saw. It's 312 North Topsail Drive. I believe they have a big double lot, and they have this magnificent fig tree that when I walk my dogs by there, sometimes I might accidentally walk up there and have a little taste test and let you know when they're ripe. And all of these beautiful flowers. So I'm so thrilled that they won this month, and will be putting their sign in their yard tomorrow afternoon. So let's give them a big hand. And for our Business of the Month this month, we have the Topsail Island Trading Company, which is owned and operated by John and Claire Noto. And I thought maybe they were, oh, they are here. Wonderful. Come on up. And you probably know they own many businesses in town, and maybe you would like to talk a little bit about the trading company and other things.
Sure. Hey, everybody. My name is John Noto. Claire and I own the Topsail Island Trading Company. We've been involved in that store since 2007. We are honored to be here. It's been a great year for us. The town has really looked at holding us up with the Business of the Year Award, and now this is just pretty awesome. We just want to say thank you to Surf City. Thank you to everybody that pops in, and make sure you get in and get some fudge.
You're welcome. Thank you. And not only is their business beautiful on the outside, but they're so generous with the many charitable organizations that come through town and need help. They're always offering up little gift baskets and fudge and all the wonderful things. So we love having businesses like that here in town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay.
Yes. The Surfing City?
So we have one surfboard to celebrate this month, and let's see. I think he's getting ready to put it on the screen. There we go. All right, so this month we have Jody Crumpler, and she is here in the audience. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. Come on up. And her business is Live Where You Love Realty, and she selected a location right in front of Max's Pizza for her board, and you can see it up here. And this is Jody, and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself, her business, and anything about your board.
Okay. So it turns out speaking in front of adults is very different than speaking in front of elementary and high school kids, so bear with me. This was such way too much of an exciting project for me. I think you probably realize how excited I was. You know when you walk around all the time and you think they should do this and they should do that? We think of that all the time. I think that all the time. You're walking around town about government or parents or whatever, and I'm always saying, we should do this in this town and we should do that in this town. And of course, busy, never get involved. This project came and I said, I got to do it. And the reason is because this city means the world to me. I also wear my heart on my sleeve, so I apologize. Cricket, the artist, couldn't be here tonight, and we called this nostalgia. As soon as I heard about it, I thought, I want people to know what I feel about Surf City. And so the front here is my daughter and her best friend walking across the swing bridge. Back in 2017, we just happened to be going under the bridge that day, the same time. And so I told Cricket my idea for that, and she just did it perfectly. And when I told her nostalgia on this side, we decided on postcards and Polaroids, because Polaroids back in the day, y'all. And every postcard has a date on it, and that date means something special in my life. It might be my prom weekend, because it was spent right up there on the north side of Scotch Bonnet Pier. Every weekend of my high school was spent there. My graduation weekend was there. There's a mixtape that if you played it from my mama's house in Beulahville, it hit AC/DC just as soon as you came across that swing bridge, and it was that same song every time. She had it planned perfectly. The red flowers, the blanket flowers, you see them all over the island. They are very special to me. My husband and I had talked about them the weekend that I met his mother and his brother, and he told me he loved me that day. So it's embedded in one of those flowers, the little date and stuff. So that's what I'm saying. I want everybody here that are new and the people that are coming here to understand what this place means to us. And so that's why I chose it. I chose Max's Pizza because it was one of our favorite places. Found out later when my husband and I got together it was one of his favorite places, and my daughter and her husband got their first date there. So everything means something. So take the time to enjoy where we live and live where you love and enjoy where it is, because we have a lot going on here that we should be thankful for. And I appreciate the town for coming up and doing this project, because it really has meant a lot. So, business, live where you love realty. I'm a boutique real estate agent. It's just me. So I kind of am very selective on what I do, and we have some other businesses, so we're busy, but I concentrate on one client at a time. And so if you're interested, I'm here. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. So we still have a couple of surfboards left. We're running low, so if you're a business out there that was interested in sponsorship, you can go right to the town website. There's a tab up at the top under special projects, and you can send in an email, and I will reach out to you, and we'll get you all set up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on our list is a Coastal Resilience Partnership Day, and there's a proclamation that states that whereas the signing of the partnership agreement represent a historic milestone of cooperation and shared vision between the town of Surf City and the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and whereas this agreement formally advances the Surf City Coastal Storm Risk Management Project, which reflects years of dedication, advocacy, and shared vision in building a resilient future. Whereas this vital project will protect 6 miles of our shoreline, widen our beaches, and rebuild our critical dune system, providing essential protection against future coastal storms. And whereas this partnership will safeguard critical local infrastructure, protect private property, preserve vital natural habitats, and ensure the Surf City remains a safe, beautiful, and wholesome family-oriented community for generations and residents and visitors to enjoy. And whereas the town of Surf City is profoundly grateful for the dedication and hard work of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Wilmington District, and all of our federal, state, and local partnerships. Now, therefore, I, Teresa B. Batts, the mayor of town of Surf City, I do hereby proclaim August 17th, 2026 as a Coastal Resilience Partnership Day. On August 17th at 10 a.m. at the Roland Beach Access, we will be having a historical PPA signing agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I invite you all to come out and join us on that day. We are expecting Washington, D.C. to show up. We are expecting Raleigh to show up, and our county and other local municipalities in our area to show up to engage in this historic signing of a partnership agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. And I have requested a flyover for the town of Surf City, so hopefully it will happen. Hopefully the weather will be good and we can have a very good morning on August 17th at 10 a.m. So please come out and join us. So, moving forward, as we were sitting here a few minutes ago and we were doing the surfboard, and Miss Jody got a little emotional. I'm going to probably get a little emotional when I do this. If Chief Voorhees will please come forward.
Yeah.
No, he did not.
Good chance.
I know you're going to call me up, I would have put a tie on.
Well, I know you didn't want this, but we could not let you leave without giving you something. So, in recognition of 19 years for serving the town of Surf City, we want to thank you for leading our community with courage and integrity. And you would not imagine the amount of work that this man has done in our community. The speech that he did just a few weeks ago when he was doing his last swearing in was amazing. I told him he had to do it again. I don't know if he will or not, but it was amazing. Hopefully he will. But we have this plaque for you. It's not a lot, but because you do mean a lot to the town of Surf City, and we appreciate your service. And if you want to redo that speech.
That was a one and done speech. I don't think I could ever reproduce it, but it's been a long road. And when I first got here back in 2007, it was my goal, even from being a young police officer here, to make the Surf City Police Department and the town of Surf City a better place than I left it. So I think I've accomplished my mission. I'm leaving it in good hands. Our new chief is here. He's in the back of the room. If you get a chance, please introduce yourself to him. But I'm proud of the work that we've done here in the community, and I'm very thankful for the support of the community, because we couldn't have done it without you, and we couldn't have done it with our council and our mayor that sit up here today, and our town manager, Kyle. Thank you for all your support over the years, and I appreciate it. A couple more days and I'll be riding off into the sunset. 25 years as a police officer. I'm tired, and so I need a rest, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are going to move forward here with our meeting. And do I have a motion to adopt our agenda?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries to adopt the agenda. At this time, we have public comments, and Carla has a list that people have signed up. You will have 3 minutes to come up to the podium and state your name and address and speak to the public.
Don Davis.
Again, my name is John Davis, 208 Edgewater Way here in Surf City, over in Waterside. Know there's a lot of rezoning and special permits, so I'm going to make a general statement to kind of play out across the board here. I moved to Surf City in 2020 due to it being such a small beach community. It was an ideal beach community that it was, and now it has all changed, and it's still changing in the last 4 years for sure, and not for the good. Growth seems to be the only to be done for improving tourism and business owners at the expense of the year-round permanent residents, such as tax increases, traffic issue, and property value changes. The only winners for all the growth seems to be I'm not a speaker. The only winners for all the growth seem to be the business owners, real estate developers, and real estate businesses themselves around here. They seem to profit while the residents don't really get anywhere near the same benefit, but still have to carry the tax burdens that was evident this past year and similar years to come. The added services that are being told are happening, such as utilities, sewer, water, police, and fire, are only mostly needed by the increase in tourism, business, and tourists coming here now. Again, to benefit business owners and real estate businesses. The infrastructure such as the roads, traffic control, water, sewer, and other utilities are not ready or prepared for the continued expansion or growth. Issues are not being addressed and handled before the growth is happening. New hotels are coming, and they're not wanted by the residents. Another example of Surf City seemingly ignoring residents' wants and putting the potential profits of business and real estate ahead of the residents. We have many issues with traffic, walking and bike traffic on the bridge, these electric bikes, kids on these electric bikes everywhere, tourist traffic flying through neighborhoods and presenting serious, dangerous situations for many. I live in Waterside, and the number of issues with the restaurant businesses, cars parking on our streets, vacationers flying through the neighborhood to avoid the Highway 50 and 210 traffic, cars not obeying traffic sign, and other issues that have been brought forth on many occasions but seem to go unheard or just not cared enough to try to help. Our neighborhood has about 700 to 800 voters at this time, and it's time to be given this proper attention. During the past council election, there was a total of 1,347 votes even cast. During the 2023 mayor election, it was won with just 607 out of 918 votes. It's time you realize that Waterside community can and will make an impact going forward. Be advised, we're going to be looking closely, and we as a neighborhood and community, as well as myself, will be running for the offices you currently hold. Enough is enough. It's time to let Surf City go back to being the small, sweet, family-first beach community that we all love, and that's why we made it our homes. Thank you.
Doug Taryn.
Doug Taryn and Desiree Taryn. We live at 105B Anchor Drive in Surf City. Two things. First, the Surf City Firefighters Auxiliary has our biggest fundraiser every year is the Boaters Poker Run. It's coming up the end of September. So just wanted to make everybody aware of that. Great time, great day on the water. You basically go to multiple stops on the water. You get poker hands. You get a chance to win $2,500. A lot of good prizes. It's a good time and a great fundraiser.
We're also looking for sponsorships.
Yeah. Any businesses want to sponsor? Yeah, we'll take them. And then second, I know that you're supposed to address like the committee as a whole and not like one specific person, so I'm going to address all of you, but I think you'll probably know if it pertains to you. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. That's all I had, thank
Happy birthday. Yes.
I know that.
That's all. Okay. All right, we will move forward to approving the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I will gladly approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Point of order, though, I just have a clarifying question for Mr. Brewer. Item 9, did we fix section 410F2? In the packet, it still has the old language in it.
Okay, I can go back and take a look at it. If the council wants to delay the vote, then that would be appropriate. I don't have it pulled up, and if it's incorrect, then it needs to be corrected, so.
Okay, we had talked about, I think, at the workshop,
Yes,
so.
sir. Yeah, I know exactly the 2 points.
Maybe, Madam Mayor, we just remove that and put it, it's a simple fix,
Do I
but
have a motion to remove item 9
I'll make a motion.
from the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to remove item 9.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All approve? Or,
Yeah.
same way? So do I have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the amended agenda, Mayor.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same? Okay, motion approves. We will remove item 9 until the next meeting. Next up is a public hearing. At this time, it is the special use modification of 412 Roland Avenue, 4235-80-4097-0000. At this time, I am going to ask this board for a motion to recuse myself from this vote due to a potential financial conflict.
Do you need one of us to
I
make
do.
I'll make
I
the
will make a
motion
motion.
to allow
And I'll
Mayor
second
Betts
it.
to recuse herself.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to move forward with this special use permit. Tonight, we'll be considering whether to issue an applicant a special use permit on the application before the board, which pertains to 412 Roland Avenue. This hearing is a quasi-judicial, which is very similar to a court hearing. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. As such, anyone who wishes to speak on this matter must be sworn in. Testimony of witnesses should be based on facts and not opinions. Testimony should also be focused on the criteria the board will have to consider when voting on this matter, which will be explained in detail shortly. Everyone who wishes to speak tonight will have the opportunity to do so, but only individuals with standing will be permitted to participate fully in the hearing. In other words, only those with standing will be allowed to call witnesses, cross-examine witnesses, and make legal arguments. Standing is a legal term. Those who have standing are the applicant, the town, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. Again, just because you don't have standing does not mean you will not be able to speak tonight and have the board consider your comments. Anyone who wishes to speak tonight will be afforded that opportunity. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to allow the applicant to make a short presentation of what this proposal is going to be, just to get an overview of what we're looking at, and it may answer some of your questions ahead of time.
Mr. Nichols is going to give the presentation.
I didn't know his name. I apologize. Mr. Nichols, if you'll step forward, thank you.
We're going to do that in a minute as well. He's just going to give a quick overview to help answer some of the questions people in the town may have before we get to the evidentiary portion.
Are you good with that now? Because this isn't your presentation. This is just a...
Yes, sir. However the board pleases, we appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. And thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro-Tem, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thank you. We do have a full presentation, and very much appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Matt Nichols. I'm an attorney in Wilmington, and I am representing the applicant on this special use permit request. And we look forward to presenting to you this evening a very high-quality mixed-use project proposal in the Island Town Center and Central Business District on what is a very important part of the town. As part of that project, or as part of the overall project, we're asking for a special use permit to allow for the dry stack storage component, which would be the storage of 200 boats, which is very similar in size to the adjacent Topsail Island Yacht Club, that portion of the project. We would respectfully contend that the project will bring neighborhood scale commercial to the Central Business District. You know, one of the things, and I know council has seen a proposal for this in 2024, December, and had a hearing in 2024, and that hearing was continued to April 1st of 2025, and that proposal was withdrawn. And then even after that application was withdrawn, there was a community meeting that was held at the community center over on the beach. I think that was on April 7th. And then we've had our community meeting. And the takeaway from that is that we heard was the town wants to see more commercial, wants to see a better design, something that would be a sense of place. Surf City is a very unique place, and something that would add to the Central Business District, things that residents would enjoy. I know there were some comments earlier about the town and the various restaurants and things like that. And all these things are meaningful to the residents, and we wanted to accomplish that with the redesign. And I think I could sum it up in a couple words. Is what I heard was do better, have a better plan, do a better project. And we would like to think that we have done that. And if I could go through a few slides, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I could point out some of the differences.
I feel like that would be more for your presentation.
Okay, yes,
This
sir.
is just a more broader
Yes, sir.
overview, if you don't
Yes,
mind.
sir. I would note that the project that we're proposing, and we'll show this in our presentation, is, we think, entirely in line with your strategic plans and your comprehensive plan. And we've added some conditions, proposed conditions to the approval, or to the proposed approval, which would be the dredging, a one-time maintenance dredge of the channel. And we think this is very significant, and we have folks that are qualified to speak to this. But it would be dredging of that channelway at the applicant, my client's expense. We think that would be a huge improvement. Secondly, we look forward to working with the town on a multi-use path along New River that would help pedestrian transition from business to business and also business to the beach. And we want to be part of that. There's so many things I could say. I won't, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, just because I want to respect the format of the hearing. We would contend there's a number of benefits to the town and to the public, and it's a different project than before. And we look forward to presenting what is a significantly reduced dry stack storage component than before. Added commercial, the restaurant that's proposed, and the overall design is just much better. We respect everything that everyone's going to say here tonight. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good neighbors with the town. We want to be good neighbors with our neighbors. And we again appreciate the opportunity to make the presentation when the time's appropriate. Thank you.
All right, moving forward, we will move forward with the determination of standing. If you are the applicant, you have standing. If you are not the applicant but believe you will suffer damages that are distinct from those damages to the public at large, please raise your hand. Okay. If you will, please stand. If you had your hand raised, please stand. I'm going to issue a oath.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
I'm an attorney representing Topsail Island Yacht Club,
Yes,
so
sir.
I don't believe the oath is for me. I just want to make you aware of that.
Understood.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, just for the audience's understanding, what we're getting at right now is whether you want to be able to have the ability to cross-examine witnesses, whether you want to have the ability to call witnesses, the ability to appeal a decision. We're not talking about the ability to speak. Everybody's going to be given that opportunity. If you want to have a part in the hearing, which means coming up here and questioning each witness, kind of like an attorney would in the courtroom, that's what you're standing for now. If you're more in line of you just want to say your piece when that time's appropriate, you can sit down now. You will be given that opportunity later. I just want to make sure we have the right people standing up for this.
I apologize for being ambiguous on that.
I'm sorry. Just to understand the procedure, that those folks who will speak later will be evidence that this council can consider at that time.
That's correct. As long as it's material, competent evidence, they'll be able, that your comments will be considered by the council. So if you're still standing, that means you're going to want to participate like a lawyer would in the matter. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need to swear those people in.
If you want to participate, you need to remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we also have an engineer expert here who is not appearing as a person with standing, but who will be providing
That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
And I just want to make that aware that he's not been sworn in yet, so we will need to do that.
Well, now would be the time, wouldn't it?
We'll do that after we determine who has standing. Yes, sir.
All right, so now we need the motion.
So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would suggest that Mr. Dale be given the opportunity to call up those individuals in his camp that he believes establishes standing, and then we'll make a motion after that time. So we'll have to hear from those individuals, and they'll have to establish why they actually have standing. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Dale could come up and call whoever he would like to call.
Sir.
Good evening. Again, Alex Dale and Sarah Wallace.
Can I stop for just a moment? Do I need to open this public hearing, or does that come after this?
We're already in it. We haven't actually started the evidentiary hearing yet.
Do we need to have a motion or anything to open the hearing?
Nope, I think we're good to go. Yep.
Again, Alex Dale and Sarah Wallace Strickland here on behalf of Topsail Island Yacht Club. This is a condominium association. We obviously appear through its members, and so you'll be hearing from some of its members and employees. So at this time, I would like to call Hunter Taylor to please come provide testimony. Mr. Taylor, could you just state your name and discuss your background and role at Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Hunter Taylor. I'm the manager of the Topsail Island Yacht Club. I've been there since the original developer redid the whole marina property. Also shifted over to the association manager once the developer got out.
And how many slips are in the Topsail Island Yacht Club dry stacks?
195.
And that's 192 in the stacks and 3 on the ground, is that correct? Okay. And in your role, are you observing traffic conditions in what I'll refer to as the channel, which is the body of water that runs by the yacht club up through past the mobile homes and into the intercoastal waterway?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen any incidences occur in that channel?
Yes.
Okay. What have you seen in that channel in terms of congestion or danger in that area?
Usually the worst parts are during thunderstorms. We have a lot of boats come back in. Some will go right to JM's and try to raft up there. Other ones try to get back to our docks or back to the Freedom Boat Club docks. Most of the concerning things are people disregarding the no-wake zones. We've had several of those lately. One where a guy was going by the docks and I was standing on the docks, and where we are, it's not far to the other side. Two people yelled at him to slow down, and he sped up as he went around the corner and just disregarded anything we said. So I've seen a lot of that. A lot of people who, even one of our boaters came in on plane, running fast in a thunderstorm, came all the way up to our dock, and I mentioned to him that's not what you need to do because it's endangering other people, and he wasn't pleasant about it. So he was scared and didn't want to mess up his boat or whatever. So yeah, I've seen a lot of the no wake zone disregarding.
Have you seen some near misses in the channel?
Yeah, and people backing out of JMs, people coming in, people coming off the fuel dock, and there's a big basin there by the fuel dock, and there's a lot of boats that kind of hover around there, and when the boats are trying to get out from other docks, they have to dodge each other, and sometimes somebody's backing up and the other guy's going forward, and it gets close.
Is there shoaling in that channel?
Just at the end, yeah, towards the waterway.
And how does the tide affect the channel?
It makes it smaller, narrower, because the shallow water on the sides, where we are, the docks, across from the marsh across from the docks, it gets real shallow on that side, so it limits movement in that part of it.
And is this channel the sole navigable channel for ingress and egress for vessels at Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Yes, it is.
It's the only way to get to the Intercoastal Waterway from the yacht club?
Yes.
And just to sort of help the council understand sort of the different slips that are there and different areas of congestion, can you just walk through starting at the most northern point where there may be some slips and sort of walk all the way through the channel?
Yeah, where Marina Joe's restaurant is, it's very tight there, and they have to come past the docks in front of the townhouses. And then where we are, it's a lot shorter distance from our docks to the marsh, but it widens up where the fuel dock is, and then it narrows back down, and it gets probably the most choked where the mobile homes are, where they have their docks there, and there's a shallow spot on the other side, which we just talked about.
Back in 2016, was there were there fewer boat slips in that area, in that channel?
There were fewer docks for boats when they added the ones at JM's. I think it was after that. Yeah, I think that was about the only one.
And Marina Joe's came after that as well?
Yes, yeah.
And what about the jet ski rentals? Did that come after?
No,
2016, they were there. Okay. Did the town apply for a no-wake zone in that channel in 2016?
Yes.
And at that time, is the town manager quoted as discussing the congestion in that channel?
Yes, there was a newspaper article that he was quoted in, I was quoted in, and also the no-wake zone coordinator.
And in fact, the no-wake zone coordinator works for the North Carolina Wildlife Commission, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of that role of considering the no-wake zone matrix, they received information from this town about whether that channel was a hazard back in 2016.
Correct.
And did the town represent to the North Carolina Wildlife Commission back in 2016 that the channel was a hazard?
Yes.
What are typical launches that you see coming out of the yacht club?
For the time between January 1st this year and July 31st, we had 2,860 launches, which varied by the day. But if you do an average on that, that's 13 a day. Some were a lot more, some were a lot less. This past Saturday, we had 43 launches. I had 7 boats in the water, so there was 50 boats in the water that we had. And we were able to get them all out by about 7 p.m., which is an hour after our closing. We just had to wait for people to come back so we have enough space for the people that are still out.
You see boats going to the Marina Joe's restaurant?
Yes.
And based on your experience, how many have you seen on average going by per day to Marina Joe's?
Per day, 10 to 12 per day. One day we had about 25 go by. I don't know that all of them are going there. They're going to look, and then they turn around and come back. But it's a market increase from what we had before. We have to make sure that we hold on to the boats of our owners so that when they go out, they're not going to go out in front of somebody coming out the other way.
What about the fuel dock? What do you usually see on average coming out of the fuel dock?
It's probably, it depends on the day. I mean, it's a variable number. It's probably, I'd say, an average of 20 to 25 a day that come in and out of there. Last Saturday, there was quite a few more.
And you mentioned you began working at the yacht club. I believe you testified to this in 25 years ago. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So back in 2001, and I think you said you were working with the original developer. Is that correct? Did you and the developer do some training with an organization back when you first started?
Yes, we went to the International Marina Management Association's classes down in Fort Lauderdale, and basically got the designation of intermediate marina managers, and did not go to complete it to be a certified marina manager.
And after that, did you go train at some other marinas to get
Yes.
experience?
Yeah.
And then did you run the fuel dock from 2021 to 2001 to 2010?
It was probably not to 22. It was from the beginning to whenever the bank shut down the property over there. So it was probably about 2010 or 11, maybe 2012.
So you've been observing the traffic in the channel for the past 25 years, is that right?
Yes.
And have you seen it increase in the past 25
absolutely,
years?
Yeah.
What would you say are the peak hours of traffic congestion in the channel?
It varies, but like early in the morning is lighter, say 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, it's heavy. And then from, say, 2 to 4, it's heavy again.
And you're aware that the applicant wants to add 200 boat slips to put more boats into that channel?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your knowledge and experience, would this create a traffic hazard in the channel?
Yes.
And can the channel safely accommodate the combined vessel traffic from the existing 195 slip facility of the yacht club, all the other slips for the restaurants, and this proposed 200 slip facility?
I don't think so.
Did the prior developer who you worked with consider adding more slips?
Yes, the original design was our two buildings and having a mirror image of that, which would add roughly the amount of boats we're talking about here. So we'd have roughly 400 boats in that one facility. And while the original developer did say that building those buildings would be more lucrative, and I quote, he said, we don't have the water for that. We don't have the dock space. We don't have the water for that, because on peak days we'd be too many boats. So he went to a condo building instead.
When the town was working with you and others about the no-wake zone, did you communicate with Betsy Haygood at the North Carolina Wildlife Commission?
Yes.
Okay. And what is her role there?
He's the no-wake zone coordinator for North Carolina Wildlife.
Okay. And did you discuss the applicant's proposed project here with Ms. Haygood recently?
I had called her to see if I could get the matrix based on the matrix they used to get the no-wake zone in the first place back in 2016. And during the conversation, she said, "Are you planning on expanding?" And I said, "No, we're talking about a 200 slip facility next to us." And she was like, "What? That's not, the channel's not big enough for that." And I asked her to write that down, but she declined. So, but yeah, it was a eye-opening thing reading that matrix.
If the boat slips are added, would it be detrimental to public safety due to congestion in the channel?
I believe so, yes.
Would it impact the owners and members of Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Yes.
And would they be damaged by the fact that there would be this increased traffic in the channel?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you also own a boat slip at Topsail Island Yacht Club, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is that through a LLC?
Yes.
Okay, what's the name of that LLC?
Taylor King LLC.
Okay. And as a boat slip owner, that also means you own a unit in the condominium, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as an owner of a unit in the condominium, does this also mean you own an undivided interest in the common area?
Yes.
Okay. And the common area of the condominium includes the property next to the applicant's land, is that correct?
Yes.
And that common area also includes the pool and the clubhouse, is that right?
Yes.
Now, the land over which this proposed project is intended to be built is mostly grassed at this point, right?
Yes.
And as you maintain the pool at Topsail Island Yacht Club, do you have to deal with grass clippings flowing into the pool?
Frequently, yes.
So if there is now going to be a dry stack and a forklift running right next to that pool, do you anticipate and have a concern that there will be dust and debris going into the pool at the Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Yes.
And are you also concerned about the noise that that forklift would make for people trying to enjoy the pool?
Yes, yes.
And are you also concerned about the odor of gasoline and other smells that come off of a forklift as it's being used?
Sure, yes.
And that would be a concern for every owner and member at Topsail Island Yacht Club, wouldn't it?
Right, yeah, anybody that would be there, yeah.
And that noise would also impact anybody using the clubhouse at Topsail Island Yacht Club, wouldn't it?
It's possible.
And that's a concern for you?
Sure.
And
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, and I'm trying to be respectful of the process, I do have objections to this. He's completely leading the witness. The witness isn't even testifying with his own words. We do have an objection based on his qualifications to make some of these opinions, but I want to be respectful of the process and not interrupt it, but I just want the board to know that we don't agree with the line of questioning or the answers being provided that he's qualified to speak to boating safety, but we will be heard on that at the appropriate time. Thank you.
And I'm ready to be heard on that, because if there's anyone who's qualified to do that, it's Hunter Taylor, who's been there for 25 years as a dock master at Topsail
I
Island
have a
Yacht
question
Club.
for Mr. DeSalm. And just so the public will know, if you can tell, those of you that come to meetings, this is not a normal meeting. We don't do a lot of special use permits, so there's going to be a little bit of, wading through. Are we still, it feels like we're testifying. It feels like we're making a presentation. Or are we determining standing?
At this point, it's standing only. And,
Okay.
and I know Mr. Dale believes that some of these questions go to standing. I know Mr. Nichols does not believe that they address standing.
If I may, we're the applicant. We would love the opportunity to present our case, and then if they have comments on the case, but we haven't even been able to have an opportunity to present the case yet. And I would contend that he's getting into the testimony of his opposition to the presentation, and respectfully, I think we'll be here all night, and we probably won't finish tonight if we go at this rate.
Let me see what I can, let me ask a question again of our attorney. Basically, what's happening is we're going to determine if Mr. Taylor is has stand, if he's a qualified witness by questions from and then he'll get to cross-examine, and then the board is going to vote on whether we.
That's
do we
correct.
vote on that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'm assuming when he's done, then
That's
we'll,
right.
we'll call.
Yes, sir.
If that's, but I do want to say if we spend an hour on everybody, man, I don't know that we'll finish.
And are we are doing cross-examination of the standing. I'm just trying to follow the procedure that's been put in front of me.
We are too. That's why I was trying to let everybody know. Hey, we don't do these a lot. I don't know that I've ever done one. So
We want everybody to be heard on the issues of special damages. So if we could, my suggestion would be to focus the testimony on the special damages involved and not the overall concept of the project, unless that impacts the special damages.
Well, it is, because, congestion and danger in that channel is part of the special damage. So, every bit of this, every bit of this is what is part of the special damage, but so is the odor, the noise, the debris, the dirt. Everything we've covered, I feel like, is proper in the question of standing. All right, Mr. Taylor, are you also a licensed real estate agent in North Carolina?
Yes.
And what is the name of the brokerage company you work with?
Island Real Estate.
And is that company located here in Surf City?
Yes.
And is your role as a realtor, have you worked with sellers to sell boat slips?
Yes.
And have you done that at Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Yes.
Ballpark, how many slips have you sold as a seller's agent at the yacht club?
The records I have back to 2022's maybe 50.
And have you ever represented any buyer in a transaction?
Yes.
And approximately ballpark, how many would you say that is?
15.
So as someone with extensive experience selling boat slips at the yacht club, are you familiar with what the market prices may be, generally speaking, at any given time?
Sure.
And are you also familiar with how boat slips rent and the rental rates at the yacht club?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also familiar with how long boat slips stay on the market?
Yes.
And have you analyzed and do you understand the current market for boat slip sales at the yacht club?
Yes.
And at this time, how would you describe the current market for boat slip sales at the yacht club?
Sporadic, not good. it's the two issues that I hear, and I hear it from renters and prospective buyers, that they are concerned about what's going to happen next door, number one, and then number two, the traffic, and not necessarily traffic generated by the project next door, but traffic in general that seems to be getting a lot worse on the weekends. And they say, well, you know, I got to think about me driving over that bridge on Saturday or Sunday if I want to use my boat. So there's numerous factors.
Would it be true that demand is slowed by virtue of the applicant's proposal here?
Objection.
He can testify to it. He's a licensed realtor. He's familiar with and this town has an obligation, or has a ordinance that says any expert can testify. He's a licensed realtor and broker. He can testify to the market.
But I don't know that he can give an opinion on value.
Why not?
Is he a licensed appraiser?
He's a licensed broker.
I'll wait for my question.
Mr. Taylor, have you seen any buyer back away due to the proposed project here?
Yes, one in particular. We was looking at multiple slips.
Can you describe that situation for the council?
We have a slip owner who has 2 slips, and he was looking to buy more for rental purposes. We were talking with the owner of those slips, and before we could get to the pricing and everything, he sent me a text and said he was just going to hold off because he was concerned about values and what was going to happen if they put a 200 slip dry stack next to us. And so he's just holding on. And I have had a couple of other people that said that, but it wasn't their primary reason.
Have you, are you listing a slip for Jennifer Sikora and her husband?
Yes.
And is that slip listed for less than what they paid for it? Okay. And has there been any activity on that slip?
None to speak of.
And in your opinion, is that a result of the applicant's proposal here?
I wouldn't say solely, but a major part of it, yeah.
All right. In your opinion, based on your experience, how would the applicant's proposed development impact the current market and prices for slips in the yacht club?
I've been asked that question a lot. I think that having anything next door to a facility like ours, you have 200 boats over there. If they're rentals, then we will have we have fewer rentals than owner-occupied slips. So we would have an issue with some renters, maybe not being able to fill a slip. And then the other issue would be, for me, the value is the experience you have when you come there. So you can come there, you got a parking lot, you got a pool and a clubhouse, and then you get in your boat, and if you've got to fight all that traffic in the channel going out on a Saturday or Sunday or whenever it is, that to me would diminish the value. And I have had a renter tell me that if that gets built, they're going to take their boat away because they came from Wrightsville Beach and it was getting too crowded there. So that there's a couple of issues with that. I just think the experience would be the most damage on the value. If they're renting, it's not going to hurt I don't think it'll hurt our actual sales value. I think it'll hurt, the experience. So we won't have any sales. So it'll be much less than it is now, which is not good.
What about occupancy of slips for rentals if there is a rental facility next door?
It would depend on the pricing. I mean, our prices for rentals are lower than most any facility near us, definitely from here south. So it would be something where the owners of the slips would have to reevaluate their rental prices based on what's going on next door.
vehicular traffic been backed up to the point that you've not been able to turn into Topsail Island Yacht Club at times?
Many times, yeah.
That's probably that's the most obvious question I'll probably ask tonight. Are you aware that the applicant's proposal, their traffic engineer suggests it would be 20 additional car links if their project was approved?
I wasn't aware of 20.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but we're getting into the merits of the case. He's talking about whether we're renting and owning slips. We plan to cover all this in our presentation.
I can't say that I disagree. I think, like I said, it feels like we're testifying and we've not made presentation. I feel like we're trying to determine, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, that if Mr. Taylor is an expert witness, and I feel like we've gotten there, but I don't want to do anything that's out of bounds here.
I think what I hear you saying is you've got a lot of testimony on it. We're going to have to speed this up as it relates to establishing standing.
I mean, if something comes up, if we determine that, unless I'm misunderstanding, that Mr. Taylor is an expert witness, we would be able to come back to rebuke or offer new testimony, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
But as I understand it, this is my opportunity to prove standing, and I run the risk that you will say he doesn't have standing and that my client doesn't have standing. And if he can't get to his place of employment, that is special damage. And so you see, that's why I'm going where I'm going, because
right, carry on.
I'm concerned about that. All right, and so you drive to work, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have experienced traffic congestion on North New River Drive as it's heading to the roundabout, correct?
Correct.
And now that you're a slip owner, has that congestion also affected your ability to reach your slip?
It's longer than usual. The trips are longer. When the traffic's backed up in front of the yacht club, people have to let you in. And then to get home, I live right across the bridge, and sometimes it takes 30 minutes to get across the bridge due to the large amount of traffic going on off the island.
Does the subject property of the applicant's proposal for this development routinely flood?
Yes.
And does North New River Drive in front of the subject property and the yacht club frequently flood?
Sure, yeah.
And if the subject property is developed as proposed, does it risk water runoff onto the yacht club common property?
I would say it's possible, but it would be something that they could contain with their stormwater system. That would be the key to it, and that's what's required.
Have you seen a stormwater study presented by the applicant to show that water would not come onto the yacht club property?
I have not.
So is it a concern for you that the water could run off onto the yacht club common property?
I'm going to have to object again, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We have our civil engineer here who's going to speak to stormwater. We have our traffic engineer here who's going to speak to traffic impacts. I know he's asking questions that assume things that we would contend are not accurate. We have our appraiser here. We have our team here to make our presentation. But again, I feel like the questions being asked are assuming facts that are clearly not in evidence, and we would contend are not accurate based on our project.
You'll have a chance to cross-examine that with your witnesses.
And the case, all right. All right, that concludes my questions for Mr. Taylor at this time.
I want to make sure you didn't feel like I cut you off.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
As to standing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think Mr. Nichols may have some questions for you.
Mr. Nichols.
You want to see here, man?
I would say at the outset, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board, special damages are damages that are distinct and unique from the rest of the community. So is that channel that we're speaking of, it's open to the public?
Correct.
Okay, you can't exclude people from that channel.
No.
It's owned by the state for the benefit of everyone in this room.
Yes.
All citizens.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any special rights to the channel or excluding anyone from the channel.
Correct.
Okay, same with the roadways. We're not going over a private driveway of yours to use our property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and these are public roadways.
Yes.
So if you're affected by the traffic, you're affected in this.
Objection. There's a case called Mangum right out of the Supreme Court that said if you're concerned about increased traffic, it's special damage. You're entitled to have standing. And I got the case with me. We can look at it.
If I can finish my question, if you're affected by the traffic getting to work, isn't everybody else affected by the traffic getting to work?
Yes.
Yes. So
If they work there,
okay,
yeah.
so that's not that what you've articulated is not something that's distinct to you.
No.
Okay. When you testified here in December of 2024, I believe it was on December 3rd, you said that the number of slips should be reduced.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, before, do you remember how many slips were being proposed?
324,
Okay, and how many are being proposed now?
200.
And would you classify that as a significant reduction?
Objection.
I would say small reduction.
You're saying that's a small reduction?
Yeah.
Okay. The fuel dock, do you understand that the fuel dock being open to the public, is that a benefit, or would you prefer the fuel dock be closed?
The benefit.
Okay. Do you understand that our proposal will ensure that the fuel dock will be open to the public?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's a benefit to you?
Well, yeah, not to me directly, but yes.
And do you think that would add to the value of your slips, having a publicly available fuel dock in very close proximity to your facility?
I'd say minimal.
It's minimal?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did without it for 2 years, and everybody got gas elsewhere. It was not a big issue.
Okay, so if you're concerned with the boating traffic, if we close the fuel dock in order to reduce a significant amount of traffic, boat traffic, would that be acceptable to you?
Would not be acceptable, no.
Okay, so you want the fuel dock open,
Right.
but the traffic generated from the fuel dock is something that you're okay with?
Yes, right now, sure.
Okay. And you understand we're proposing to rent the 200 slips.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
And the 200 slips is roughly the same size as what you have on the Topsail and Yacht Club.
Correct.
And the project that we're about here tonight has significantly more land, correct?
I wouldn't say significant.
Well, over an acre more land?
Possibly an acre.
Okay. So we're proposing to put essentially the same number of slips on, I would say, significantly more land.
Well, we have 2.5 acres. The actual land on that property is 3.1 or 3.2 acres.
Right.
And so it's not a real big difference.
And in order to get to the subject property by boat, this doesn't put any boats in front of your marina.
If they go straight into the docks, no. If they have to wait or float, they're going to come down where we are. We had that happen with the fuel dock.
Well, how many wet slips do you have?
If you count just slips, we have 15.
Okay. Do you understand we're going to have more than double that? We're going to have the same number of dry slips and more than double the wet slips?
So you're going to have more than 30?
I believe we're going to have 37 or 38, and we'll show that in our presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would make for a more efficient marina operation.
Correct.
Well,
If you can get 37 boats in there at one time and be able to get them out of the water.
well, what I'm saying is some of your testimonies, you're working on the assumption of how your marina operates.
Correct.
Okay, and this marina will operate differently.
Okay.
More wet slips? Yes?
Objection. This is speculation.
He's been offering speculation on a number of questions.
And you object?
Well, I would just close by saying I don't think there's been any articulated special damages here. What he's testified to is the impacts upon a public navigable water body and public streets. And that's not special damages. That could be the impact of any project, but that's not unique to him. And we would contend that he doesn't have standing.
And I'd like to be heard on that since he's got to present an argument. First of all, well, I'll let you get up. First of all, him getting to his place of employment is different than everybody else on the island because the roundabout backs up from where he works. And it backs up and stops him. So 20 additional cars would cause an impact. Additionally, he's testified to concerns about odor, concerns about noise, concerns about dust and debris, which has also been found to be adequate for special damage. He's testified to the safety hazards, which he's competent to testify to because of his experience. He's also testified to diminished value, all of which are special damage. And I submit to you that there's adequate evidence that Mr. Taylor and the other members of the yacht club would have standing because of the special damage shown to them.
At this time, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it'd be appropriate for someone to make a motion as to whether he has standing or not.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion
What's the motion?
that he is standing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Witness has standing.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I represent an association which only speaks through its people. So I would ask the board to entertain a motion to the Topsail Island Yacht Club has standing in addition to just Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think that'd be appropriate. If one of the members of the association has standing, then the association would have standing as well.
I'll make that motion then. I'll make the motion that the yacht club has standing.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, sir, you can be seated.
Thanks.
At this time, if there's someone that's not going to be represented by the yacht club and that believes they have damages as well that are special to them that would like to have standing, Mr. Dale, do you have anybody else?
I just want to be clear that where we sit right now, Mr. Taylor and other members of the association are deemed to have standing, or do we need a separate motion for other members? Because I do have other members who plan to testify.
I thought that's what we did, but
Let's go ahead and
I'll make a third motion that the other members that own slips have standing.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The members, the yacht club and Mr. Taylor have standing.
Is there anybody else who stood earlier that wishes to come up here and get questioned for the next hour? Nope. All right.
All right, now I ask about those that don't have standing.
Does anybody who wants to testify at this point, if they'll stand?
If you don't, I think you have standing but still want to speak, this is your opportunity.
So anybody who's going to give testimony, whether it's by witness, engineers, appraisers, friends, community members, if you're going to speak and testify today, then we're asking that you stand up so that you can all be sworn in.
Is that for people who want to make public comments?
Yes, sir. Anybody who wants to speak on this matter? Yes. Anybody who wants to speak on this matter?
Already sworn?
Yeah, just.
Well, we swore into people.
Double swear.
Well, sir, we swore into people that thought they had standing. Now we're swearing into people that just want to comment. So, it's easier if you just swear in again.
Yeah. Cover all the bases.
Everybody standing, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. How do we allow them to come up now? How do we determine what that is?
We're going to disclose our ex parte communications next.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Disclose ex parte communications. Is this where we talk about all the emails we've been getting?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume those will be introduced in the record?
That's correct.
Okay. Who introduces those?
So Jeremy has all the emails that have been sent. So just for the public's knowledge, a lot of you or your friends sent emails to the board. Those have been provided to the applicant as well as provided to Mr. Dale with the Yacht Club. They're going to be introduced into evidence during his presentation. You're welcome to view those emails, but since the board has received those, everybody, if you would like, you can review those as well.
Before we move forward with that, I've been requested that we take a short
2-minute
recess.
There you go.
How do we do that?
We're in recess.
Motion or just call it in recess?
Just say you're in recess.
All right, we're in recess, bathroom break.
How long you been waiting to do that?
You did it good.
Oh, my whole life. Don't break the hammer.
Someone's getting more coffee.
Snacks.
We're back in session. Before we begin, Jeremy, give me just a second, if you would. Look, this is going to be a long night. Like I said, it's not something we're familiar with as far as something we do all the time. But I would ask to help prolong, refrain from clapping, refrain from laughing, refrain from under the breath. It is what it is. It's basically just as a judicial hearing. Treat it like you would if you were in a courtroom in a court of law. Though I'm not a judge, let's try to keep the demeanor where it needs to be, okay? And with that, thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Jeremy, emails?
I think we left off where if any individual commissioners had ex parte communications or they have any other fact that would otherwise make them impartial, that this would be the time to disclose those just so that the public's aware of it.
Any council person have ex parte communications?
I got an email from a resident that was just sent to me. It isn't in the packet. And I responded to that email saying that they should come to the meeting and if they have any information to bring that with them. And then as part of our traffic valuation study, I've been working with AJ Hemphill and Kyle Brewer. So we have some traffic data for the roundabout that, so I don't know if that's ex parte or not.
Understood. Anyone else? Next,
I'll just add to that any conversation that Councilman Pleil and I or Mr. Hemphill have had has been absolutely irrelevant to any specific application or land use.
Understood.
Just
Thank
general traffic numbers. And this started several months ago.
Yes, sir. Any commission, anyone on board offered opportunity to reveal any other facts that would make them impartial? I don't think this makes me impartial, but I do want to disclose that I lease a slip at the yacht club and have for years. I do not own, I have no financial interest in anything with the yacht club. I don't pay dues, no ownership, no deeds, but I do lease a slip there. Anyone else? Criteria to be considered. The applicant is to present sufficient evidence that all the following standards are met. If the applicant presents sufficient evidence, then the burden shifts to any opponents to produce contrary evidence sufficient to show that the standards have not been met. If opponents present substantial evidence that the standards have not been met, the board must decide which of the conflicting evidence is correct. The elements that will be presented for our determination is A, the proposed special use conforms to the character of the neighborhood considering the location, type, and height of buildings or structures, and the type and extent of the landscaping on site. B, the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. C, adequate utilities, water, sewer, drainage, electricity, etc., are available for the proposed use. D, the proposed use shall not be noxious or offensive by reason of vibration, noise, odor, dust, smoke, or gas. E, the establishment of the proposed use shall not impede the orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property. F, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. G, the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or in the alternative, the use is a public necessity. H, the proposed use is consistent with the officially adopted plans and policies of the town, including any specific use standards, specifications, and other requirements of this code or the town code of ordinance. All right, those are the criteria that have to be met. With that being said, I'd like to move forward to the staff introduction and Mr. Jeremy Smith.
Mr. Smith, you were sworn in earlier? Yeah, okay, perfect.
I'll wait for Mr. Wright to get the presentation up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. The item before you, specifically item P-26-8, is a special use permit modification request for the Surf City Marina at 412 Roland Avenue. Property is currently operating as the Topsail Island Marina. This applicant requesting the modification is Zach LLC, represented by Mr. Mr. Tucker. His name is suddenly jumps out of my mouth.
Mr. Nichols.
He is also represented by his attorney, Mr. Matt Nichols. This request is to add 2 dry stack boat storages, each a maximum of 48 feet tall, housing 100 boat slips for a total of 200 storage units, along with marina enhancements. The site is located at 412 Roland Avenue. Before you on the screen is the vicinity map. It is 4.74 acres and is currently zoned C1 Central Business District. Project history, the marina holds an existing SUP that has been modified over the years from 8 motorized watercraft rentals in 2017 to 15 in 2022, and following a camera approval and council authorized 25 rental units in December of 2023. As discussed earlier tonight, council may recall a similar dry stack request was submitted in October of 2024. That proposal was for 324 units in 3 buildings and was withdrawn in April 2025. Again, tonight's request is smaller in scale, 200 units in 2 buildings. The commercial and office buildings shown on the concept plan as part of your packet are by right uses in the C1 zoning district. They are not part of the special use permit request wholeheartedly, but they are part via condition that I will go over later in this presentation. As mentioned before, the property is currently zoned C1, as are all adjacent properties except the Yao tract to the northeast. It is zoned R5, primarily coastal wetlands. The ordinance, the zoning ordinance, Appendix A, sets 3 additional standards for marine activities that are limited to storage, service, fueling, accessory sales, parking, and launches. Dry stack storage may not exceed 48 feet in height, which the proposal meets as its maximum, and setbacks follow the district requirements. The adjacent property already provides both wet and dry storage. Traffic and access. On recommendation of staff, the applicant has prepared a preliminary traffic impact analysis. I would like to go on record that this analysis was not reviewed by NCDOT or in-depth by staff, as it is not required for a special use permit, but is submitted as exhibit and evidence for this project. This preliminary traffic impact analysis prepared by DRMP recommends 3 unsignalized stop-controlled site drives, included a gated driveway on North New River Drive, restricted exclusively to dry stack access. Additionally, with traffic and pedestrian access with this project, the applicant is proposing to construct a 10-foot multi-use path along the street frontage. Utilities, stormwater, and park is identified as Island Town Center. With that said, staff has proposed or shown within your staff report all the relevant policies from the comprehensive land use plan that we believe are relevant to this proposal for your consideration as you go through the findings of fact. Proposed conditions as part of this project are 2 applicant identified and 2 working with staff in applicant concurrence. One is maintenance dredge. The applicant shall, upon final and vested approval of the special use permit, apply for necessary permits and approvals to perform a one-time maintenance dredge based on the original dredge permit previously issued. The applicant shall use best efforts to work with the town during the site plan approval process to provide an easement which will encompass a 10-foot multi-use path along the frontage of the property adjacent to North New River Drive. That is required as part of the site plan review. Development of the dry stack facility is conditioned on construction of by right commercial buildings prior or concurrently with the dry stack. Prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall either construct a multi-use path along the frontage of the adjacent 3 parcels identified as the Pender County pins in your staff report and those on the screen before you in accordance with Town of Surf City construction standards, or pay a fee in lieu of construction in an amount equal to or not to exceed $65,000. And just briefly before you is the special use process pulled from the zoning ordinance. I would like to carry on that if approved, the applicant will proceed into site planning and permitting, including CAMA, NCDOQ, and NCDOT approvals, with review by the town staff, planning board, and council due to the requirement of a traffic impact analysis and size. It would qualify as a major site plan and would be back in front of the planning board and council. As with any quasi-judicial decision, staff is not offering a recommendation. We are presenting facts and information about the submittal. Mr. Matt Nichols and his client are in attendance and will be making a separate presentation. I am happy to take any questions that the council may have.
I have 2 quick questions. I just wanted to confirm, utilities are available,
Yes, sir.
and certificate of occupancy runs together. We've had in the past where a dry stack got built and the other side didn't get finished. So what we're saying is if this were to pass, the dry stack, the retail and the buildings and everything has to be built at one time.
Right at the same time, or the retail would have to be built first and then dry stacks, but not dry stacks and then.
Thank you.
And built also means they would get a CO for those retail space.
We would hold them, the COs for the restaurants and what retail office would have to come first or at the exact same time, that they would have to pass together.
Questions for Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I do have a question for you. There is, in the documentation, we're going to lose some town parking spaces along Roland Avenue. Do you know the number?
I do not. I would have to look at the concept plan before the applicant may be able to speak towards that.
Okay, well, you don't have to answer now.
There is a number of it. There is. Yes, there is an impact to public parking.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Jeremy.
I would also add, and that is potential, that is DOT's right of way. They have the ultimate say-so. So depending on if this project were to be approved and it went further down the road, it could not be impacted. That is not a definite per se.
Now we will move forward with the applicant's case. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you for taking the recess. It allowed me to hit the reset button. If I came across argumentative in the first part, that was not my intent, and I apologize to council if I came across that way. So we're looking forward to making a very positive presentation that we hope the town council views as a very beneficial and positive project for the town. So with that said, we do appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation. But before I move on, I think I'd like to ask Adam Tucker with Zimmer Development to come up and say a few words. Zimmer Development Company, my client, will be the ones doing the project, and I don't think you could ask for a better company to be involved in a project like this. So thank you.
Good evening.
Mayor and council members, thank you again for having us. My name's Adam Tucker, and I'm here with Lowell Zimmer from Zimmer Development Company. We're a family-owned developer out of Wilmington, North Carolina, most notably known for Mayfair, where our office is currently located. We've done a number of waterfront properties, redevelopments, both in Wrightsville Beach and Norfolk, Virginia. So this isn't our first rodeo. We've been around the block and understand how to make things successful. One thing I wanted to address that came from the neighborhood meeting and actually was approached before the meeting tonight is about us being out of town. And, you know, I grew up in Clinton, but I've been coming here for 40 years. And I've had a lot of firsts here. I've had my first wave, my first kids catching fish. Unfortunately, my first ticket on 40 coming back from here. But while I don't live here, I've been coming here for years. And I've watched this lot and watched it and watched it. And no one's been able to make it work because no one wanted to put in the time and effort and the cost to make certain that what we present tonight is what you're going to get. And we don't leave any questions unanswered. We've got a slew of experts here that you know their faces. The town's hired them. You trust them. You know them. You know they're not going to tell you any or mislead you. You know, we're doing something that is going to be respectful of the community. It's not going to change the community, and it's going to keep people coming back here for 40 years like I have. So I just wanted to reiterate, we're here for the long haul, and we hope that we can gain your support tonight. Thank you.
We do have a presentation. I don't know if it's possible to pull that up.
You've not met our IT guy.
While that's being pulled up, I'll introduce the team that's here. You met Adam Tucker. Lowell Zimmer, who's managing partner with the Zimmer Development Company, is here. Spencer Peterson, development manager with Zimmer Development. Marina operator Jason Rug. Our civil engineer is Jimmy Fentress with Stroud Engineering. Jimmy is here. Our architect, Blair Goodrich, with Goodrich Oaks Architecture, is here. We hope that you'll hear from each of these folks, and we'll try to keep this as concise as we can. For environmental and coastal permitting, we have Jason Dale, who has, I think, more experience than anyone I know as far as CAMA permitting. Our appraiser, Cal Morgan's here to speak to some of the ordinance criteria. I may have left somebody out, but in any event, we have the folks here to answer council's questions. I'll go through the first few things here, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, quickly, and I wanted to pick back up with one of the comments I made in the opening statement. Here's the team. And I know council's very, very familiar with the project and the surrounding area, but the tract is about 4.74 acres. And I know it's very important to the town and the residents of the town and particularly this central business district from a planning standpoint, visibility, availability of goods and services to residents. I mentioned about enhancing a sense of place there, and I know that's what the Zimmers want to do with this. Increasing and diversifying the tax base is also an important consideration. But essentially, it's very much underutilized. It's essentially vacant. I think there's some structure on there now, but for the most part, we're hoping that this will help the central business district enhance it and help it reach its full potential. The site is, we all know it's centrally located. It's surrounded almost entirely by existing commercial uses and commercial zoning. We're not proposing any residential this evening, and I don't think that would be supported by your strategic plans and your comprehensive plan. It has significant road frontage on two main roads in the town, so it has excellent access. And what we're asking for the special use permit tonight is really for the dry stack storage only. The rest of the uses, they're allowed by right. But we've added as a condition a proposed condition that this is all going to get done. So the dry stack is tied to the rest of the development because it's all one project. And we think that's beneficial to assure the town that sort of what you see tonight is what will get built. The dry stack that we're proposing, we also think will be a great transition from the existing dry stack at the Topsail Island Yacht Club to the commercial uses, because my client would be developing the entire site, and it would be a good transition from the existing dry stack. We'd have additional dry stack, but my client would own that and be able to sort of design that into the project, as you'll see, to provide for a cohesive design. But as far as compatibility with surrounding uses, I don't think it can be any more compatible. As far as what we're proposing is exactly what's next door as far as the main uses. And then we're proposing a restaurant, and you've got restaurants in the area, and you've got commercial and retail in the area. So this is not our site plan. This was the previous submittal, or one of the previous submittals, and I think this was the concept plan that was in October 2024. And if I'm not mistaken, this is what was before the council in December of 2024. And as I mentioned before, in light of the comments that council made in December and in April, and then the community meeting held at the community center on, I think, in April 7th of 25, and then the community meeting we had, the changes that we've made are pretty significant. The previous proposal was 3 buildings and 324 dry slips. Roughly 94 parking spaces, and the parking lot, it was basically like a parking lot. It was less sort of integrated into the project. Sorry, there's a slight delay here. Here we go. Okay. The previous proposal was no public fuel dock, and what we heard from the community meetings is people want that public fuel dock to be there. I don't know what the next closest public fuel dock is, but I don't know that there's another one in Surf City. And we understand that's a benefit to the existing yacht club next door, and it will certainly be a benefit to the area and to the commercial development, and as far as residents and also visiting boaters to the area. So our proposal is to keep the fuel dock, but we certainly would love to hear the council's comments on that, because it's been a point of back and forth of whether to keep it or not. But what we heard from the residents was they would like to have the fuel dock kept. The previous plan had all the, I would say, sort of non-commercial, the dry stack loading and that sort of thing. The commercial traffic was just one access there on Roland Avenue. And please don't misunderstand, I'm not being critical of the previous plan or the previous, I think the process is done what it's supposed to do, is make a better plan. And as I said, and refine this and make a better plan based on council comments and neighbor comments. And let's see, I again apologize for the delay in this. We've got a few more comments here. The previous plan was roughly 5,500 square feet of restaurant with no retail or office space. And the plan that's before you is approximately 19,000 square feet, including the restaurant, of office and retail. And that, to me, was one of the main takeaways from the community meeting, is folks wanted a place where they would, have some place to go for goods and services, have a restaurant. This is things that the public would enjoy and would help enhance the central business district there. So we've, say, more than tripled the commercial office retail space. And I think it's a lot more meaningful the way it's designed now with the buildings and the layout. While this is pulling up, you'll too note in the bottom right-hand corner, at one point when it was coming back in April, I think there was this idea of putting a mural there, and I don't know, it seemed like that had some sort of mixed reactions as what it would look like and that sort of thing. But I hope you'll see what the plan we're proposing is, instead of having a picture of that, I mean, we want to put actually something real there that people are going to enjoy, and not just a mural as you look at it. And the landscaping's better. I think it's much better, and we'll show that through some of the later slides. So apologize for the delay on these slides, but we can go to the current plan. And like I said, current plan is 200 slips and two buildings enclosed on all sort of visible sides, or at least the 3 visible sides. And that equates to about a 38% reduction in slips. And that was another of the main things that we heard from everyone was, listen, I think you just have too much going on there. There's too many slips. So rather than come back with, 300 or 275 or 250, I mean, they took it all the way down to 200. And I do think that that's a significant reduction. And also, and limiting it to 2 buildings. So try to advance these. As I mentioned, a big increase in the office, retail, and restaurant space, and it's broken up and it just looks a lot better. It's going to function a lot better with the way the parking goes through the project rather than having just sort of a centralized parking lot. There's more parking than before. We're retaining the public fuel dock. And we'll mention in a minute here some of the reconfigurations to the water-dependent structures where the fuel dock is. And I think having the 2 entrances is a big help. And then just enhanced open space and landscaping. As a result of the community meeting, we did move I know there was comments made earlier about the pool, and we did move that over. And we're going to put landscaping in there. If there's something that the folks at the yacht club want us to do there, fencing, additional landscaping, we're completely open to that. We have offered to meet with them, and we're glad to continue to talk with them, and we want to be good neighbors with them. And then the multimodal path along New River is something that we've worked with the town on as a condition, and we think that'll be a big benefit. It'll be a benefit to the yacht club. It'll be a benefit to the residents in the area that are walking through the central business district, and then this will help you if you're trying to get to the beach by foot. So, and I think the town may have made that suggestion. I think it's a great suggestion. Okay, so as far as the technical review, just to keep things efficient, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll have Jimmy Fentress, our civil engineer, come up for just a second just to talk briefly on this. But essentially, we contend it meets all of the requirements. It has gone through a preliminary type TRC review. Of course, it has to go back through with the full engineer plans and things, but we're not here seeking any variances as setbacks, and we meet the height. The height's consistent with the neighboring facility, and parking and all the technical requirements, my understanding, have been met. And Jimmy's here to answer questions, but Jimmy, if you don't mind coming up for 1 minute and just speaking to your qualifications, you prepared the plan, and does it meet the criteria in the ordinance?
Good evening, Council. Jimmy Fentress with Stroud Engineering. I've been engineering in this area for roughly 30 years. I wanted to speak primarily to the stormwater aspect of the plan. It's certainly preliminary. However, all of the stormwater that is captured on this site will have to stay on this site. So it will stay and be treated, detained and treated on this site prior to discharge to the adjacent waters. The Roland Avenue parking that's existing, we're not affecting that with the driveway. The driveway has been shifted to not affect any of the parking spaces on Roland Avenue. Those are 2 things that have come up that were noted and needed some clarity. I've been a part of this plan since its inception. I'm familiar with every aspect of it and eager to answer any questions that you may have in the process of its review. And with that, I would Defer back to Matt.
What do you anticipate the elevation of the site to be before you could construct? As far as
Probably
elevating from
7.
what it is now?
Probably 7. 7.
Bring 7 feet of dirt in there.
No. Probably about 2 in the worst spots, or in the deepest spots. And it's not necessarily dirt. There's going to be some structure involved, subsurface
Maybe
structure.
asking the question wrong, I apologize. I'm thinking in my head, I kind of know what it looks like because we drive by it all the time. Compared to the road, as the road sits now, how much higher do you think you had to build that lot to do what you want to do?
At least 1 foot, and in some places 2 foot.
Okay.
Lower spots, 2 foot.
Excuse my ignorance. I know certain things exist, but I don't necessarily know how they operate. And I don't want to get in too much detail, but how would you contain that water on that piece?
In subsurface containment under the parking lot.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else have a question?
I'm assuming you're going to follow the CFOD rules with pervious, non-pervious?
Yes, absolutely.
So you'll have a pervious parking lot?
That is a point of consideration that we'll determine in the process of permitting it.
Do I need to speak to that? Would you like me to?
I'd like an answer to that,
Yeah.
C5 does not apply to commercial development in C1. It allows impervious construction 100%.
Non-pervious construction.
Yeah, non-pervious, I'm sorry. Impervious construction is allowed in C1 commercial. The pervious construction is regulated to residential.
And could council make that a condition?
If the developer agrees to that in writing.
Thank you. Oh, and in terms of the parking, that's shared space between the dry stacks and the retail, or is it separated?
They're shared.
And you say you have how many boat slips?
200.
But, I mean, not stacks.
I think it's 38.
And how does that differ from the current plan? Is there additions and such that's being changed? What's being changed?
The CAMA representative in that regard.
I believe we have some slides that show that, but we'll definitely have an answer for that when we get to the slides, and I'll have Jason Dale come up and explain the water-dependent component.
Okay.
Mr. Dale, if there's no other questions from the council, Mr. Dale may have some cross-examination for this witness.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. I apologize.
That's
I was
okay.
focused on this side of the room.
Good evening, Mr. Fentress. You indicated the stormwater is going to be captured underneath the property, but there's not been any form of study done on that yet. Is that correct?
Not for the purposes of infiltration. And we're not, at this point, proposing infiltration, but that's certainly a possibility.
So at this point, there's just a plan, but there's not been a study or anything developed on how it would be done. Is that a fair assessment?
There's an existing permit on the property. We would like to examine the possibility of modifying that permit, but the likelihood is we'll have to permit it anew, and that will likely be a high-density permit where the water is captured and detained under the parking lot and then treated and discharged overboard.
Is there a reason why that wasn't done before coming here for the special use permit modification?
This is a discretionary hearing, and that is a detailed study. And, we would reserve to do that in the processes that would follow an approval here this evening.
So it's a cost calculation is what you're saying?
And a time constraint, yeah.
Underneath the dry stacks, is that going to be gravel or pervious concrete? What would that be underneath the dry stacks?
That would probably be pervious.
It would be a pervious concrete?
Pervious surface of some sort. Yeah.
Okay. So either it could be gravel, could be pervious concrete, could be something else. You're not sure what it would be at this point?
I'm not, no. There may be somebody else on our team here that has an opinion of that, but I'm not aware of it.
Where Where's the parking? Go ahead, if I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just have a question. We live on an island. Do you know, or does anybody know how deep you have to go before you hit groundwater? I live on a street where if you dig down 6-8 inches, you're hitting water. I just don't know what effect the water would have if you're racing into the ground. How much ground is it going to, how much water is it going to take? Is there somebody that knows what that is in that particular area? That's been like that for 20 years. I know when we get a torrential rain, that field floods out pretty fast.
New Hand sand is a typical beach sand with a high infiltration rate and a high flexibility of the groundwater. Certainly comes up a lot, but can also recede a lot. It's going to recede but so much with so much tide around you. So the suspicion would be that there's 2 foot between the ground surface and the existing groundwater.
And you're adding a foot of soil on top of that.
Or structure, There's going to need to be some type of structure to contain the water. And
I just would like to know how, I don't know if anybody else would, but to how much water can you put down there where it's not going to go down there?
Well, we don't know that we're proposing infiltration yet. That would be a process in the lead up to permitting.
Okay.
We do have to contain it, but whether or not we propose to infiltrate it in the footprint of the project, that would be determined through some further research.
What would be another alternative then? I thought that's what we were doing. And the reason I'm saying is, please don't take offense. Stormwater is a very touchy subject in Surf City.
I understand. But we have to detain it, and then we have to release it at a slow rate.
Yes, sir.
So, and in the release, we have to polish that water before it's discharged overboard.
What would be another alternative other than the infiltration?
Containment and then treatment
pond?
Like I say, subsurface containment would be either tankage or there is numerous products that are basically milk cartons, for lack of a better way of putting it, that offer a large void space that the stormwater can reside in.
Essentially, there is a potential of having, and please, I'm trying to dumb this down for myself, a retention pond that's underground. As far as just a
shallow and
it's not
oddly shaped, but yes,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask, David, would you step up and have an opinion on this?
If I may, I think we need to let these folks go, and then if we have questions for staff afterwards, we can answer those questions.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
I have another couple questions. Where's the parking for the fuel dock going to be?
Parking for the fuel dock would be at closest to the fuel dock in the parking that's there. I mean, there's no designated parking for any one use on the site.
But is it correct when you did the site plan that you were envisioning the parking being up channel of that extended pier that's I'm going to do a terrible job describing this, moving from the left to right of the page? Do you see what I'm talking about?
I don't fully understand why there would be parking for the fuel dock. I mean, maybe a little for an attendee, but would not the vast majority of the fueling be done?
Well, the boat,
the boat parking.
Please.
Where it's at now.
Yeah. Where the docking would be where it's at now?
Yeah. Now, I'm not the expert on the waterward stuff. We need to defer to our marine consultant for that.
That's your drawing, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, so you drew an area which appears to be near the fuel dock, which has an extended area sticking out into the channel. Is that not intended to be for the docking or parking of boats to obtain fuel?
I would say yes, it is for that purpose.
Okay. Have you heard that the restaurant next door, Coconut Cove, has applied for slips to be outside of their property in that area?
I'm not aware of that.
Or adjacent to that area? You're not aware of that? Mr. French, I see there's parking in the area that the forklift is going to run between the dry stacks. Do you see what I'm talking about there? The parking spaces that are
It's
there?
out of the drive aisle.
I'm sorry, what?
The parking is out of the drive aisle. They don't conflict, and that parking is for the folks that would be using the equipment associated with putting the boats in.
So
It's not for the,
Is that in the calculation of parking spaces for this property?
it is.
So there's at least, what, 10 parking spaces that would be just for employees in that area?
I think it's less than that, but it's in that area, yes.
Okay, including a handicap spot? Okay, and so as I see it, the forklift's going to have to go and drop boats into the water and then swing back either in the direction of the yacht club's pool or over those parking spaces. Is that not correct?
And the parking spaces would not be planned for the forklift traffic. They would back up to the wider drive aisle back towards the dry stacks.
But you do have parking spaces right there near where the forklift drops, don't you?
Yes.
And so it's your testimony that nobody would park there when the forklift is operational? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I would say that the forklift would not use that area to turn around in.
So how would it turn around in that space?
I don't know that it necessarily needs to turn around immediately. It can certainly back out of its position over the course of 40 or 50 foot. I mean, no different than a tractor.
Do you know what the length of boats that is intended to be in this dry stack is?
I would guess less than 35 foot, probably less than 32 foot, something of that nature.
Likely something in the range of 18 to 35 feet. Is that what you understand?
Yeah.
I heard earlier from Mr. Smith that the traffic study has not been submitted to NCDOT. Do you know why that was?
It's not necessary at this point.
Any other reason that you're aware of why it wasn't submitted to NCDOT?
No, but I would defer to the traffic consultant in that regard.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, sir, Mr. DeSantis.
And I'll just open it up, if anyone else that has standing, if they want to have any questions for this individual, now would be your time. You come to the microphone.
Come over here.
So, Mr. Patrizzi, you're owner in the yacht club?
I am.
Okay.
Just a quick question. My understanding is that part of that parcel of land is contaminated with, I'm not sure, fuel or something. How do you plan to address that contamination?
I believe there's been a recent report that clears it of that has been mitigated, but I would want to defer that to the attorney. I think is more familiar with that.
I think that was a little bit further in the presentation, but I think we have the letter. Yeah, we have the letter. Can hand up.
So, Mr. Patrizzi, they'll get to that later on.
Okay, that's fine. I just assume the town engineer would know that that was already cleared. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah, we'll make sure we get to that point as we go through.
I'm Drew Mugford. I'm a owner in the at the boat club. Can you explain how there are 37 slips, wet slips on that plan? Just how the boats are going to fit there.
Can I get to Jason?
Yeah, we definitely want to answer the questions. I know the presentation sort of is in sequence, and we're going to get to the water-dependent structures if we could come to that. And then certainly we're going to have the coastal, the permitting specialist up here to answer the questions about that.
Thank you.
Do you mind holding that question until that
Yes,
comes
sir.
up? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
So I know everyone's familiar with the view from the bridge, and I'm going to have the architect come up here in just one minute to talk about the vision for the architectural style and theme of the project. But we hope that you view the proposed project as an enhancement to this area. And this is, again, conceptual rendering, but that's what is designed and intended to be built. I know Blair Goodrich, I'll maybe have Blair come on up now for purposes of time, but Blair, if you could state your qualifications and just your vision for how we got here and your experience and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not good at this, so please bear with me. Good to see council members, Mayor Pro-Tem.
You can advance those, Blair, with that button.
Yeah, good luck with this.
Okay.
I've been here for 34 years in this area. Beach vernacular is one of my specialties. I have designed in beach towns up and down the coast of North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina. It's one of my favorite things to do because as a kid I grew up on the beach. It doesn't look like it, but I grew up on the beach. Talked to my dermatologist, I'll tell you. But my biggest thing is scale and proportion. I always look at scale and proportion, how it fits in, what I'm designing for. When you come over the bridge, I wanted to make a statement, but I also want to make a statement that it fits into the community. It's designed with shingles, and to me, growing up on the beach, I remember as a kid, all the old buildings that had the shingles, and then they turned gray, and got the feel of being at the old buildings at the beach was always a good thing to me. It was always special to me. So that was kind of the approach I took on this. And I wanted to make sure that, when you came over the bridge and you saw this, it was inviting, and you see this, and it brings you into the central business district. And it has, things that you can relate to. The scale is not overbearing. It's something that you want to gravitate toward. And so I kind of put a lot of thought into, what you would see as you came over that bridge. And that was the whole reason for going with the three-sided boat condominiums, making sure that it kind of blended in with the vernacular of the building itself, or the buildings themselves. So that's how I approached it. And I just wanted to make it feel like it was something you can leisurely walk to, go to the restaurant there on the corner, and still not feel like you're looming over everybody, but you're part of what's going on around you. So that was my approach to this. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere. We also thought, too late. Which way did it go? Thought about lighting, how it was going to present itself at night. We're still doing some investigation on that, but this is sort of the kind of low muted lighting, but at the same time you're safe and you feel comfortable, but it's not blaring out at you, lack of a better word. That it was actually still inviting at night. Come on, you can do it. And again, this is what we, as you're going from the other side, not from the bridge, but if you're looking back toward the traffic circle. Oops, go back. This is kind of the view you would have. I mean, again, you're up high, you're looking down, you'll never have that view. But when you're walking along the water, we wanted to make sure you felt like it was, old beach. And as it ages and turns gray, it'll give that even more old beach feel. And this is looking across. And this is what you would see from the water. Landscaping is a big thing. We've been talking about that. We want to make sure that the landscaping, it looks mature and feels mature, and also adds to the feel of a park or something that you want to gather around. And this is looking toward the current bow stacks. This is what you would see. It would kind of kind of limit the sight line to the open boat stacks, but also makes you feel like you have cohesive design with the buildings that are around it in the development. And this is looking down where the entrance would be. Come on, you can do it. And we have two buildings that one's a larger building, one's a smaller building. Again, we wanted to bring it down in scale. I think.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to that last slide? Okay, so the building, I'm looking at the building on the right. What are these buildings designated for? Do you have any designated?
Retail office.
Yeah, and so the one on the right is retail and the one on the left?
No, they intermix. It's retail office. They can be offices in any one of them. It can be retail.
Restaurant, whatever.
Restaurant we have designated because of parking and things like that. You have one restaurant. We don't want to overpower anything, but due to, the zoning laws and zoning ordinances.
It's 115 parking spaces?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
On the marina part where the boats are, you have pretty extensive seawalls in there. Is that, how does that affect the neighboring existing,
those
or
are
is that
just-
just an aesthetic?
That's just an aesthetics. But right now, I don't think they'll be that high. This is just for, presentation purposes. This is what, before we knew what the elevation of the lot's going to be. We don't know that at that point when we did these. But, as we go along and we continue, then we'll know exactly where that'll fall.
It's like the boats are aesthetics, because I
Yeah.
was wondering how you
The
could get
sails
that,
are
I
up.
was wondering how you could get that sailboat in there.
Interesting, too.
Yeah, that was a concern of mine too when we were doing the 3D, and I was like, how do you get that out of there? And my girl goes, you can't.
So when you've got retail and office, about how many participants are you looking at those spaces? How many businesses? I mean, I know
I
some of them
think
can
it
take
is
up-
set out right now, and not the, including the restaurant. I believe there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6 in the larger building and 4 in the smaller building.
And what's the capacity for the restaurant? What's the thoughts on that?
At the moment, it's 3,000 square feet, give or take. The capacity was probably about, I would think, 80 people.
Are they all 3 stories?
No, the bottom story is in the floodplain, so no, you can't have anything in the floodplain. So it's just on the middle level, and the restaurant goes up another level.
What is the bottom level? Just
It's
open?
it's either open, or we were using it possibly as storage for people that are transient, can come in there, and instead of having trying to lock it up on their boat, they can just lock it into the storage. But it can't be anything permanent because it's in the floodplain.
Sure.
So looking at that, I'm hate to go back on this, all the way to the right, that would be the restaurant?
That would be the restaurant, correct.
The rest of it's just retail offices?
Correct.
Do you have any kind of idea of the distance or the amount of sidewalk surface?
I would have to defer to the plan.
Any other questions from the board?
Do you know if the applicant has an intention of trying to put a concrete seawall up?
I do not.
No one has studied the implications of a seawall for erosion
I-
with adjoining properties? Okay. What is on the far right bottom corner, it says Sloop Point? What is that?
The proposed operator of the marina, who's here this evening, and we've got a representative there, is the proposed operator of this marina. So, very experienced in running a dry stack marina operation, and could speak to, if you have questions about how it works. It's, to me, really pretty interesting how you sort of order ahead on your app, like you're making a reservation. And it's very efficient as far as the process of getting the boats in and out efficiently. So that's what that means. That's the marina operator. And we've got representatives here this evening if there's questions about the operations of the marina.
Actually, I have a question. I wish I'd asked it a while ago because I think you're going to want to defer it. The path that the forklift is going to take, what is it traveling on? Is that gravel? Or is that concrete? Concrete, thank you. I thought it would be, but something come up and it popped in my head. Dust, I think, is what I was thinking. Anyone in the audience with standing wish to ask an architectural question?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
May I proceed, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sir, please, thank you. I apologize for
No, thank you. We'll try to speed this up too, because I think we've covered quite a bit, but we want to make sure we're answering questions and things. Again, this is a little bit of an older photo. I think it's from Google Maps, but you can see the existing conditions there. And again, our proposed dry stack would be sort of next to that, but it would be sort of blending in architecturally with the project, and we hope it would enhance the aesthetics of the area. Here's another architectural rendering of the stacks. And again, they'll be enclosed on the three sides, 2 buildings, but it will be consistent, cohesive with the rest of the project. I think some of the big improvements will be along Roland Avenue with the streetscape there. Here's sort of the resulting view of that. I think Blair covered a lot of this with his comments on the architectural style and that sort of thing. So I won't elaborate anymore. And then as far as the specific criteria, we can go through those quickly, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, but we would respectfully contend that we do meet all of the criteria. And that's really what this is about, is the facts that are presented, the substantial material competent evidence that's presented, and then do we meet the criteria in the ordinance? And we're glad to go through each of those criteria, but again, we would respectfully contend that we do meet all the criteria in the ordinance. And we can talk about that a little bit later. But as far as walking through those, does it conform to the character of the neighborhood, considering the location, type, height of building structures, and type and extent of the landscaping on site? We would say absolutely. We've shown that with the renderings. Again, here's side-by-side comparison of the yacht club that's there. That's a more recent photo, and what's being proposed there. And again, I don't know how that's can be any more compatible. This is basically the same type of facility, same essential height, pretty close to the exact same number of slips. It's next to the public waterway. It's exactly where you would see a marina. And on top of that, the town has determined that dry stack storage is appropriate in the C1 district by special use permit. So, not sort of getting ahead of myself to more the end of the presentation, but that's the distinction between this and a rezoning or a text amendment or another legislative type hearing, where you put on your sort of quasi-judicial role, and you look at the requirements are that when a land use is permitted as a special use, the governing board has already made a legislative decision to allow the special use, provided the applicant shows that the standards for that approval set by the ordinance will be met. And I'm essentially reading that from a school of government printout because I can't say it any better. So again, yes, we think it's the definition of compatibility. I think Blair.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, as I understood the procedure, I thought this was the time they call their witnesses and then we were going to have closing arguments at the conclusion of everyone's evidence. Is that not how we're handling this?
I thought that's still what we were doing.
I think that's still what we're doing. I think this is still his presentation. He's calling up witnesses as they come.
Yeah.
Okay.
I won't make any more, I'll try not to make any more arguments if that's how that was perceived. I was just making a comment, and sorry if I got ahead of myself here, but it does tie into the criteria in the ordinance. And that's ultimately what this is about. But we talked about the proposed special use conforms with the character of the neighborhood. I won't read it again, but again, I think we respectfully contend that we meet that criteria. We've talked about well, I won't read it again. I think we've covered this. We'll go to the next criteria here shortly. I think there's just some more renderings here. I want to talk about landscaping because that was, I think, touched on, and the landscaping will meet or exceed the requirements. I know that was a big thing that my clients wanted to stress was the landscaping, and our landscape architect, Josh Mahaley, is not here, but I'll summarize some of the comments would be the project would include approximately 40 new trees, including southern live oaks and eastern red cedars, along with a variety of shrubs and ornamental grasses. The plan will incorporate mostly native plant species that are indigenous to the southeastern North Carolina, and we're going to screen the parking areas from the road frontage. But the ordinance certainly has landscape criteria that we have to meet, and we will meet those, but we plan to exceed those because I think it just helps with the project. And one thing I'll point out is this came up with like stormwater and some other things, so I'd be remiss if I didn't say that if you approve this tonight, and we certainly hope you do based on the evidence, that doesn't give us permission to go out and build anything. It's not authorization to construct. It's the very first sort of important step of us then going to try to get all the permits that we need, and I'll defer to Mr. Smith here, but we probably need 10 or a dozen permits with stormwater permits, erosion control permits, CAMA permit is a very big one. You've probably got landscaping, sign, lighting permits, or at least review, and then you ultimately get to a building permit. So TRC review, there's all these technical reviews. So if this is approved tonight, we doesn't mean we can go out and construct this. It's not an authorization to proceed with construction. It's an authorization to go through another various strenuous application processes with, I think we have to get a DOT permit, other permits. So this will all be reviewed too, and we have to meet the town ordinances as we go through that process. So on the transportation engineering, I will ask the transportation engineer, Reinhold Stevenson, to come up and talk about the study that he did. I know there'll be questions about traffic. Reinhold, if you could introduce yourself and your experience, qualifications, and what you looked at. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening. Ronald Stevenson with DRMP, and I did, and our firm did prepare a traffic study. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. I've been practicing traffic engineering and traffic studies very similar to this one for over 25 years. As mentioned, we did prepare a traffic study for this project. I think a question come up earlier about NCDOT. NCDOT did not require a traffic study at this point, in the process. We are talking about a special use permit, this evening, but our traffic study that we did prepare did consider development of the entire site, as you've seen with the retail restaurant uses as well as the dry stack marina. So what we do in this traffic study is we look at the existing conditions of the intersections surrounding the site. So we take traffic counts and then we project those traffic counts up to the future when this site is fully developed, and then we add in the traffic that could be generated by this site when it's fully developed. We assign those future trips out to the driveways and the intersections surrounding the site, and then we do a capacity analysis of the intersections to compare what are the differences or what are the operations of the intersections in the future when the site's fully built out, and how does that compare to if the site is not built? So we're looking for really that true impact of the development on the surrounding intersections. We know there's traffic there, so I'm not telling you there's no traffic. They're not doing that. We know there's traffic. I think the key point that our traffic study identifies is that this development adds relatively little traffic to the road network and does not materially change the operations of the intersections in and around this site. Again, the reason NCDOT is not requiring a traffic study at this point is it's a, relatively speaking, a relatively low traffic generator, use or development. So what we found when we went through this analysis in the traffic study is that there's no improvements are recommended in terms of additional road widenings and that kind of thing as part of this project to accommodate the site traffic. You have heard about the multiple driveways, so we do have a driveway on Roland and direct driveway on New River, and that allows for the traffic coming to and from the site to have multiple ways in and out, and that really helps to disperse the traffic and not load it all up at any one location. So the project's not expected to have a significant impact. One of the things we did look at in this, and I feel like is really worth pointing out, since we're talking about the dry stack boat storage tonight as part of special use permit, is that the traffic study, we used data for a marina boat slip from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is a national organization that maintains and publishes data regarding how many trip generation for all kinds of potential uses. So we did use that data in the traffic study, and what I do want to point out is we actually took traffic counts at a couple of different times of the year at the yacht club driveway, just to see how do we compare. As you've heard, we're proposing essentially the same number of slips or dry stack storage slips, and so we would expect a very similar operation in terms of vehicle traffic. And by the way, I do want to point out the traffic study really what I'm talking about is vehicle traffic, to and from the site. So it's not, I'm not talking about boat traffic. I'm talking about vehicle traffic. But so you can see in the table and at the top of the page here that we went out and took traffic counts at the yacht club. This is vehicle counts entering and exiting on a weekday, Thursday afternoon, and then a Saturday during the day. On April, and then again in June, and those are the traffic numbers you see there. Again, this is vehicle traffic entering and exiting the yacht club driveway. So you'll see kind of boxed down in red there that in June was a great weather day, a great boating day. We had 12 vehicles in the afternoon peak hour. So 7 came in, 5 exited during that time. In 1 hour, 12 vehicles per hour. And then again on a Saturday, the heaviest time we observed on a Saturday was 14 in 1 hour. This is 1 hour. 14 coming in, 16 leaving. So 30 vehicles in 1 hour. And that was the heaviest hour of the day and of the count. So just want to point that out and compare it to what we used in the traffic study. Again, just for comparison, traffic study is a little bit conservative, but the traffic study used 42 vehicle trips on a weekday and 44 vehicle trips on a Saturday. So the traffic study that we used was a little bit higher traffic. We used a little higher traffic. Again, we typically do that with the traffic studies to be a little bit conservative. We'd rather overestimate than underestimate that. So did want to point that out. So we have fully accounted for this use as part of the traffic study. And so I'll back up to that. But if there's any specific questions related to this. I think you heard Mr. Smith mention earlier that following the special use permit, the NCDOT and the town are going to just look at this maybe a little further. But again, we're talking about the special use permit this evening. And one other thing I want to point out that is that in the C1 zoning, it does allow these commercial uses. And if we looked at the area that these dry stack boat slips are occupying on this property, looked at that same amount of property that's occupying, and we looked at what that would be trip-wise, vehicle trip-wise, with retail, restaurant, hotel, some of the uses that are allowed, the trip generation will be higher. So if you compare what we're proposing here on this property with the dry stack boat slips, the vehicle traffic generated by this is far less than what would be generated if we built retail on that space. So from that standpoint, is a lower traffic generator on this property than what's allowed by right. So I did just want to point that out as well.
Now, you are planning to build retail on there.
We are. What I'm saying is for the special use permit, if you take the area where the dry stack boat slips are proposed on, we said if we traded that out for something, it would generate far more traffic than what the dry stack, vehicle traffic than that would. Yes, sir.
You ready for questions?
Yes, sir. Sure.
So I'm looking at the 420, right? The land use code 420, 200 berths, 168 daily traffic. You say that comes from the ITE 11 or 10?
Yes.
They use 2.96 per slip.
I'm sorry?
They use 2.96 per slip. That comes out to almost 600. Are dry stacks different than wet slip marinas?
Now the ITE data, there's, and you'll see if you go to the 12th edition, there's relatively limited data for it. So the data that ITE had did not carry over into the 12th edition. So the very newest edition, it didn't carry over. I think they have a very limited.
I understand why 11 was used. I'm just wondering why 2.96 wasn't used.
I think I don't recall exactly, but there may have been very limited. There may have been like one sample or something for that. Maybe why we used a.
It is their published number.
It is. So the ITE will publish some of the data that they have, even if it's one site, they'll publish it. What we do sometimes is look at what makes sense. That's kind of our job as the engineers to say if something doesn't make sense, or should we apply their statistical kind of methodology also with the data to figure out the best fit line or best fit curve to the data and which one's more appropriate. So that's the process that we have to go through, in doing this for years, go through and figure out what's the most appropriate way to use the data. So that's what we did there.
The published number is 2.96 used, about 0.8. That's a difference of a lot of daily trips.
Okay.
I'm saying that it's inconsistent, and I apologize if you have an answer to that. That would be great. The other thing is the pass-by trips and the internal capture trips.
Sure. What that is?
No, I know what they are.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to have you explain the numbers, because your daily traffic is reduced by 50%, assuming that you have all these pass-through and internal capture trips. That means people are going to be on the road anyway. Now, I'm not sure what your catchment area is for your dry slips, who are going to be renting them. I would imagine that those folks on the island that needed a dry slip or wanted a dry slip probably have already availed themselves of one. Many of us on the island don't need a dry slip because we have a backyard that's on the water. So I'm assuming catchment, Hampstead, Sneads Ferry, and places like that, meaning trips coming on. This pass-by trip and internal capture trip adjustment to me seems a little out of the ordinary.
Well, it's very common for a mix of uses on one property. Again, we looked at the site as a whole, so we've got restaurant space, retail space, as well as the the dry stack all on one development. So yeah, there is and will be some trips that will go kind of from one to the other, right? If you go, say for example, you go shopping there. I'm talking about other than the dry stack too now. It's all the uses, but if you go shopping, you may go grab food at a restaurant, go shopping. Probably most people will do that when they go there. So that's taken into account.
Slip, please.
Well, the trip generation that we looked at was not just the marina and the dry stack. We looked at the development as a whole there, because that generates, the other uses are going to generate more traffic than the dry stack will, in terms of trip generation, vehicle trips to and from the site.
With the whole plaza, we're only going to max at 30 trips in an hour?
That's
all the retail and the dry stacks, or just the dry stacks?
That's just the dry stacks. That's just the dry stacks, and that is on a Saturday afternoon that occurred.
Well, that's based on people going in the morning, parking their car, going out on their boat, and then whenever they come back, which could be 4 o'clock.
Sure.
All of them.
Yeah, we actually took on the June days, particularly that Saturday, we took the counts from morning to the afternoon, evening. Yeah, we took counts all day to see how we wanted to make sure that we understood how the traffic patterns behave. And I think there was testimony earlier about some of the peak times for when you see boats coming in and out. That was actually pretty consistent with our data as well. The times that the boat traffic is highest pretty closely corresponds to when the vehicle traffic was also higher.
These numbers, 12 vehicles per hour, 30 vehicles per hour at these different times, designates the dry stacks, not the retail as well. Now, I don't know. You said that this won't significantly add to the traffic. Well, let me tell you, the traffic here is significant. I mean, and if you add how many retail parking spaces in the lot?
There's 115 spaces.
115. So even half of those where people are stopping to get retail and they're going back is going to significantly have an impact on our traffic, as every Saturday does here. I mean, Saturday's here.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I mean, I'm not telling you there's no traffic. I'm not telling you this is gonna make traffic go away.
Oh no.
I think what I want to make sure that and again I had to kind of back up and think about this too, is that what's allowed and called for in this zoning is commercial retail uses. I mean, that's what's planned for, called for here.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you add 40 cars on a Saturday morning that's going to come out of this lot, it's going to significantly have an impact on the traffic that's already trying to get off this island.
The analysis and traffic study says that it would change very little when we add this traffic.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that assertion.
If you have a lot of something and you add a little bit to it, there's not much of a change. That's kind of the way you think about it. There is traffic. I'm not saying there's no traffic. I'm not saying it doesn't back up. What I'm saying, and what the traffic study and the analysis says, that when we do these traffic studies, is that is going to change very incrementally when this is built.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I've been only here 15 years, and it's considerably a lot more now than it was 15 years ago. And I just, their study might be fine for on paper.
But if the whole site was developed with retail or commercial instead of the dry stack, it's even more. Yes, sir.
Come on, people, work with me on this now.
Yeah.
Let the man, he's up here trying to do a job. We're trying to do the job. Let's keep the conversation and laughter down. Just please, please, please be respectful. Help me out here. Thank you. I apologize. Carry on.
That's okay.
So, just so you're aware, the town has been collecting May. Your assertion that small increases don't change very much has a known and documented fallacy. At a certain point in time, we have a gridlock phenomenon that occurs. That is at about 1,000 vehicles per hour through the roundabout. You are proximal to the roundabout. Small changes make big differences in time to get on and off the island. So we understand those data. So we need to be extremely cognizant and careful on how much traffic is tolerable and what types of commercial development is more appropriate in that respect. And that's my point. So your traffic study may be applicable to other areas. We have a very unique situation here in Surf City. We have a roundabout that is not the standard size. It has 3 ways in and out. We have 30,000 people a day on the weekends coming to the island for an island that has a population of less than 2,000 people. And we have a high bridge, which everybody thinks is the greatest invention after sliced bread. And we have found that it's only marginally beneficial over the old swing bridge. And John has been here forever, and I've been here for longer than John. And so
it shows. I would disagree about our bridge. We got the greatest bridge in North Carolina, and I believe it's way better.
We do. But the volume is the volume.
Bridge isn't the problem with the volume. That's the roundabouts and the causeway. I want to get my footprint in there on the bridge.
So I don't have a lot of confidence in your traffic study, and I realize that you aren't required to do it, and I accept that you're a qualified engineer when it comes to this. However, we've looked at these traffic data intensely since we discovered that we have a bigger problem than we ever imagined. We're trying to fix our traffic problem. Adding more development onto the island at this point in time is something that we have to seriously look at. And given that I see there's almost a 3-fold difference in the amount of traffic you think you'll generate than what the ITE suggests will generate out of the stacks, that it gives me pause. And I'm done.
Do you want to reply?
I can. I think I will point out that when we run analysis on this, when we run it through all the numbers and the models, we're looking at the peak hours. So we're looking at the peak hours of traffic. We're not analyzing that daily traffic number that I think you had a question about, or a concern with, which was a traffic over a day for the marina. The numbers that we plug into the models and conduct all of our analysis on is not that number. It is the peak hour number, the peak hour traffic. So we're looking at the highest hour, of traffic in a day, not the entire day. We're looking at the highest hour of traffic, in a day.
If you look at look only at 420, you have 168 divided then, and then you have peak hour. Your weekday and your Saturday peak hour differences are small or non-existent. You're suggesting that your weekday peak hour trip entering and exit is not substantively different than your Saturday. Our island on a Saturday is substantially different than on a Thursday.
Well, you're correct, but based on the data that's actually here next door, that's what's on the screen right there. This is the data, the actual data next door, which is almost exactly the number of slips that we're talking about here tonight. It's 30 cars on a Saturday. The heaviest hour, of the day is 30 cars. 14 in, 16 out. On a weekday, it was 12. So you're right, it's more than double the weekday. You are correct, it's more than double the weekday. We used ITE because it was higher. So the ITE numbers, you're right, they're about the same on weekday and Saturday. They were higher than the counts that we actually took. So we used the higher numbers, in our models.
So
again, we're just trying to be a little extra safe there.
We have a series of what are called synchro reports, and that measures roundabout traffic. what are those synchro reports? Where does the data come from? Are these modeled data based upon other roundabouts, or the observed data in our roundabout?
It is observed data in our roundabout. Yeah, we take the counts, kind of like you all were talking about earlier. You take the traffic counts here at the roundabout. We take traffic counts at Roland, at the driveway. So we're taking all
Dates
current
of those were the same dates, the April and the June dates?
Yes. Yep. Yes, sir.
I got a question regarding that.
Oh, they're inconsistent with what we observed, but
I'm sorry, Andy, you caught up?
well, yeah, it's the data don't match with the data that we have. So
Unless I'm reading this wrong, the intersections that you were talking about that were observed, the NC 210, NC 50 roundabout, Roland Avenue, New River, and at the site driveway, and Roland Avenue at the site driveway. And if I had a page number, I'd give you, man. They don't have page numbers.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm not trying to catch you under, but it says here peak hours 6 to 4, 11 to 8, but it says it was in April. It doesn't say anything about June.
Yes.
And then it talks about a seasonal adjustment.
Yes, sir.
Man, my eyeball test and personal knowledge says that the seasonal adjustment is more than 10% than it is April. It's probably more like 300%. Of what the traffic that's going to go through those intersections.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because when we first had
As quick as I can.
we first had discussions about the traffic study, the number of 10% adjustment was discussed. We actually went back and added a 30% factor to it and reran the numbers with a 30%. Just again, what we're looking for with this is we're trying to figure out, what does the development do to the intersections? What does it do to delay? What does it do to how these intersections operate? Yep, the roundabout backs up. We know that. We see that, in our models. When we add our traffic onto it, it gets incrementally worse. It's incrementally worse, not game-changing worse, not shutting down, gridlock worse. It does get a little bit worse, but not enough that causes us to look. This is having a huge impact. Out here, it incrementally changes the delay times or the queuing. How many cars are backed up? It incrementally changes that. We're talking about again. We did run it with 30% also, but the 30% number adjustment factor is applied to the counts we took. Again, if you're trying to determine the development's impact, the higher the existing traffic number is, then the traffic coming for our site is this. But if the traffic numbers are way up here, we're a smaller percentage of it. If the traffic numbers are here, we're a bigger percentage of that. So the higher we make those numbers, the higher we make the traffic numbers, our traffic is this. Then the lower percentage we are of the traffic, the lower impact it has. But we did run it with 30%. Again, it's very, very similar. Very similar outcomes. It very incrementally changes the traffic.
Mr. Stevenson, I'm going to respectfully disagree. The incremental is not linear. It's exponential at a certain point. So, and the data that we have is indicative of that. The inflection point is somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 cars per hour through the roundabout. After that, each additional car makes a much bigger difference than the first 1,000 cars. So it's not a linear relationship. We ran the analysis, and what actually happens is the roundabout becomes more inefficient the more cars you queue. So I agree, you have a traffic study. The traffic study data that I've seen, I don't have confidence that it accurately reflects our situation.
Any other questions from the board?
I have some questions.
Yes, sir. I want just one comment I was trying. Mr. Stevenson, thank you for, if you can't tell, the only thing we're more sensitive than stormwater is traffic. But I appreciate
Mayor Pro
you-
Tem, that's no
appreciate
different
your-
anywhere I
appreciate
go.
you
I
taking the
hear
hot
it
seat.
everywhere.
Yes,
so.
sir, Mr. Dale.
Sir, the NCDOT publishes traffic impact analysis guidelines, doesn't it?
Correct.
And you didn't follow them, did you?
Yes, we did.
You didn't do a turn lane warrant analysis as required by the guidelines, did you?
There's turn lane. There's a left turn lane already existing on New River Road.
And you're taking access off of the NCDOT roads. Why did you not do a turn lane warrant analysis?
Yeah, there's a left turn lane there.
So
on New River.
your position is those other turns are only going to be able to go one direction. Is that your intention?
Well, when you start looking at things like if you add right turn lanes, you start having impacts to pedestrian activity, sidewalks, those kind of things. And so the right turning traffic, again, the traffic coming to and from here is relatively low. Again, when this moves into NCDOT, we have to get, as you heard, we have to get a driveway permit. So if they feel differently about that, they can require a turn lane there.
Why didn't you submit this to NCDOT before you came here? I understand you don't have to, but why didn't you?
Well, we've talked to DOT about it. They want it. NCDOT was not requiring it at this point. And I don't want to speak for them, but one of the things they want to do is make sure that, like, if this goes, they've got an accurate, legitimate, kind of study to review at that point. If the site changes for some reason, so special use permit conditions change, that kind of thing, then the traffic studies be updated. And so that's one reason DOT is very busy, and they looked at it and said, we're going to review this. We'll look at it, work with the town on it at the appropriate time. But they deemed that special use permit was not the time that they deemed that they wanted to review it.
NCDOT would have trouble with your analysis, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
Let's go back to this ITE trip generation slide that you've presented. I believe you testified you used the 11th edition. Is that right?
The 11th edition was for the marina use.
Okay. And that's what this is, right? I mean, isn't that what you're telling us?
Right. That's what's on the screen.
Yeah, you're using the 11th edition's marina use in the IT codes. And the codes, you pick one, as I understand it, you pick one, and you pick one based on what you think is the most appropriate.
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that there's a 12th edition of the IT?
That's correct.
And they took out marinas, didn't they? And they did that because marinas are very specific to the sites where they are, correct?
Correct.
So a marina in Miami is not going to be a marina in Surf City, isn't that right?
Maybe, maybe not.
So
maybe not.
You can't rely on the ITE data from the 11th generation when ITE has said that data is unreliable. They took it out, didn't they?
Yeah, well, we didn't rely on it. We went and took counts at the existing site right next door, so you can't, again, same number of slips, same very similar use. So we used the ITE in our traffic study. Again, we did. It was higher than what we counted at the next door facility that is expected to be the same or nearly the same in terms of vehicle trips.
And I think your conclusion, I heard this in your comments earlier, is basically if there's already traffic problems, any additive here is not that big a deal, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I did not say that.
That
That's
was
not
the
what I said.
metrics you were trying to describe earlier.
What I said was it gets incrementally worse. Mm-hmm. I didn't say it was not a big deal. I know traffic's is bad. I know that, and I admitted that too.
And your report indicates that it would add through 380 feet of additional backup leading into the roundabout. Is that correct?
I don't think that was the number, no.
What was the number that you concluded would be the additional backup?
It was approximately one vehicle, if I remember correctly. So it would be around like 20 feet, 25 feet. It's about one car.
Your testimony is there'd be only about a one-car addition to traffic in the roundabout.
Correct.
You have a pass-by reduction in your report. I believe you testified to that already, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Explain, there was some conversation about that earlier, but just to make sure everybody understands, if you can explain what a pass-by reduction is.
A pass-by trip is a trip that would be kind of already on the road. So they may already be on like New River, going by the site. So they may decide to stop in, shop, dinner, lunch, and then they can kind of continue on their route. So they're already passing by anyway. They just stop into the site and then continue on their route.
And it's sort of a tool to reduce the picture of what kind of traffic would be flowing.
It doesn't change the number of cars turning at the driveways, but what it does is if the traffic's already passing by the site, it takes them out of the through, so they're not going through anymore. They're turning into the site and then back out of the site onto the street. So it just changes the movement they make.
And as you do your work, whether you get a pass-by reduction is dependent on what ITE code you use, right? Because some codes do not allow that.
It can vary. By use or by use.
So if you have the wrong ITE code, you may not have a pass-by reduction, right?
Potentially, yes.
Your study is using code 822 for strip retail plaza. Is that correct?
Yep.
That's actually the wrong code.
821.
It should have been 821, shouldn't it?
Yes, it's 821.
Okay, so you're using 821, but that does not have a pass-by reduction.
We typically use it's retail, but what ITE does, it breaks retail into different categories of sizes. Mm-hmm. So in previous editions, there was all retail, no matter how big or small, was one code that had a pass-by associated with it. This is pretty new to break it down into these into kind of smaller categories. So we do typically use the retail pass-by for code 821. Yeah, that's very, very typical, very common for us.
Okay, but ITE says 821 should not get a pass-by.
What it says is that there's data for 820. Is what it says. Mm-hmm. The 821's a relatively new subcategory. So, but we commonly use the pass-by, and it's typically acceptable to do so.
Even though ITE has not put it in its guidelines.
Yes.
Okay. I want to get to the seasonal adjustment. You added a 10% seasonal adjustment for traffic counts, isn't that right?
We did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and where did that adjustment factor come from?
The adjustment factor was a series, through some coordination and conversations with DOTs. Kind of early on, we talked to DOT, town, Jeremy about the project, and just kind of discussed what would be involved in a traffic study. So that's how we came up with the intersections to study and count times we would count, all those sorts of things. So the 10% was discussed as part of that at that time. As I said, we did actually run the numbers. Now, it's not in the letter. It's not in the letter that probably you have in front of you. We did run the numbers again with a 30% adjustment factor. Again, sort of to make sure that we're not, missing something there.
Did Jeremy Smith or somebody else with the town tell you that a 10% seasonal adjustment is the right factor to use?
I don't recall who said try 10%. I know it came up in that coordination effort very early on in the process. I don't recall off the top of my head who said maybe we go with this number.
Mm-hmm. So do you understand that Surf City has a year-round population of approximately 5,000 people?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you didn't bother to look at any of the minutes that show that goes up to 30,000 in the summer population in the town?
Yes, I'm aware that it increases significantly in the summer.
I believe this will be exhibit. If we're taking that, the PowerPoint is I, this will be exhibit J. Does that sound right? All right. Sir, I'd like to hand you what will be exhibit J.
Thank you.
Copies for the council. And I'll represent to you, these are the meeting minutes of the April 7, 2026 Surf City Town Council regular meeting. And if you could turn to new business, which is item 11. These are also not numbered pages, but there is item 11 in Roman numerals, new business. And let me know when you see the, when you're in section 11 and see section 5 below that.
Here, I'm there. I'm there.
Do you see the town manager's presentation where it reflects year-round population is around 4,976 as of
Yes.
July 2024?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any reason to doubt that number?
I do not.
Okay. And do you see, then it goes on to say, we average about 300 new residents per year. During peak season, population surges to about 30,000. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any reason to doubt that that
I
number
do
is
not.
correct?
I do not.
Okay, that would be a 500% increase for seasonal adjustment, wouldn't it?
If your math is correct.
So there's really no way to justify a 10% seasonal adjustment here, is there?
There's also no way to justify 500%. In terms of traffic studies, that is, I wouldn't say never, but we have never used a 500% adjustment factor. So even though the population increases, using the population increase to apply, same population increase to apply to a traffic growth factor is not, that is not typically done.
Okay. So NCDOT would give you factors to use for seasonal adjustment, wouldn't it?
It will be something that we will likely discuss a little further with them as we move a little closer towards driveway permit, traffic study review. We had initial discussions. I suspect we probably will land higher than that.
When you say we're going to land higher than that, in some future report?
As you heard Mr. Smith, testify earlier, we're expecting NCDOT they'll have to review driveways for driveway permits and that kind of thing. They probably will review this, as part of that, even closer. And I think probably given some of the comments and feedback we have, I would not be surprised if they wanted to see that number be higher, which again is why we ran it with a 30% increase.
Yeah. So DOT gives you peak average daily traffic factors, right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're
not familiar
asking.
with peak average daily traffic factors?
Peak average daily traffic factors. I'm not sure exactly what you're. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying.
All right. So a peak average daily traffic factor is not something you're familiar with?
It probably is. I'm not sure if it's worded that way.
Okay. But sitting here tonight, you don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to ask you questions about something you don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, if you continue, I'll probably know what you're talking about.
Do you know that certain roads have certain factors for peak average traffic use that DOT sets? And are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I think you mean in terms of what days of the week or what days of the year, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yes.
And North Carolina 210 has a peak average daily traffic factor, as I'm describing it to you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And that peak average daily traffic factor is between 1.7 and 2.96, isn't it?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
So that the proper factor here for seasonal adjustment should have been 2.5 or more, not 1.1, right?
Not going to say that it should be, that. Could it be higher than 1.1? We did it at 1.1 and 1.3. So
it'd be true that if there was a different seasonal adjustment, it would change your calculations.
It does change calculations. But as I testified earlier, when we ran it with a 30% factor instead of a 10% factor, the results of the study were the same.
You also assumed a annual growth rate of the town of 1%. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that number from?
That number, again, was discussed in early kind of coordination efforts with the traffic study. As I mentioned, it was ultimately determined they weren't going to review the traffic study, but that was discussed at that point.
Who told you to use a 1% growth rate for the town?
I don't recall off the top of my head again. Who may have said, let's use that number?
All right, I'm going to hand you what we'll mark as Exhibit K. Familiar, well, let me pass these down. Are you familiar with the U.S. Census Bureau's publication of census data?
I am aware of it.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't consult it to see what the growth rate for the town should be?
So commonly in traffic studies, again, talking about following NCDOT guidelines, commonly in traffic studies, what NCDOT has found is that if we use high growth rates in traffic studies, and it was kind of that concept I was saying earlier, if we use high growth rates in traffic studies, it dilutes the impact that the development has on the road network. Development has a fixed number of trips. If you use a high growth rate and we project out and the traffic's way up here this high, our development traffic's down is a small amount, and it dilutes the impact of the development on the road network. If we use a lower growth rate and traffic is here, then the development has a higher impact on the road network. That's the way the analysis, shows. So DOT, in many instances over the last many years, has opted to use a little lower growth rate. They may know that traffic could be higher, but if we use a lower growth rate, it makes the development's trips be a higher percentage of the traffic and a little higher impact on the road network. Again, DOT wants to be conservative. We're conservative with our study, by saying, look, the development trips are this. The future traffic, if it's way high, the development's not going to have much of an impact. It's going to sort of get lost in all the traffic. If the traffic we use is lower, then the development trips may not get lost anymore. They all of a sudden start showing up as a potential impact. So DOT's conservative in their guidelines and the way they approach future traffic volumes. So that's another reason I was saying earlier, we're trying to get at what's the development's impact, on the road network. So using higher seasonal factors, high growth rates, the development trips are going to be a smaller percentage of the traffic, and it's going to get sort of their impact sort of gets washed away. It just gets diluted in there. So if it's typically better for a town or DOT to have the site traffic, development traffic, account for a higher percentage of the traffic in the future, because their impacts show up more. And so that's kind of the whole premise of the way we do the traffic study, the way we do it.
I'm going to hand you what we're marked as Exhibit L, which is the town of Surf City's growth rate, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. So what I just heard you describe is that you just pick a number for seasonal adjustment and for growth rate to keep the numbers low to show the traffic impact, but it's not based on any objective understanding of what's actually on the ground. Is that not a fair understanding?
No, it's not exactly like that. We're aware, we know that traffic and population, population and even traffic in some cases grows at a higher rate than what we use in the study. We're very aware of that. But like I said, that's the reason why we just don't say, let's use a 30% growth factor for traffic. Because if we did that, traffic's way up here, our traffic gets added in, and it's very, very nominal. It's minuscule. So that's why we don't do that.
I want to ask you about a few other things in your report. There's a sentence in there that says, most trips generated by the proposed development are expected from the island area, which minimizes any impact on the roundabout. What is the basis for that statement?
Well, we know traffic is bad, going over the bridge on and off the island. So I think with retail, commercial uses, in the central traffic, it's going to be a little more convenient for people to get there from on the island and off the island. You know, if you're going to a restaurant or go to shopping, you know, if you had to come across the bridge and back across the bridge, it's less convenient than if you're on the island and you go here to shop or eat. So that's the premise behind it. We expect to draw more traffic from on the island and off.
And you also assume that only 15% of the traffic to and from the development will go through the roundabout. What do you base that 15% on? It
was actually not 15%. It was 15% that would use the roundabout to go on and off the island over the bridge. But there was actually 45% that would actually go through the roundabout.
You didn't do any study of how many folks own boat slips in Topsail Island Yacht Club and actually don't live on the island, did you?
Correct.
Okay. You understand?
It assumes that 55% of your renters live north of the bridge, up toward the canal area and up toward the Sneed's Ferry area.
Well, again,
everyone else has to go through the roundabout.
This is again, development as a whole, not specifically, the traffic study was prepared, these percentages that we use applies to the whole development as a whole, and not, so people on the island will come to eat or shop and,
from
back to where they're
my
staying.
house to Roland Avenue requires me to transit the roundabout.
Yeah,
Just saying.
No, you're right.
And I live on the island.
A number of people will have to go through the roundabout. Exactly. That's what. 45% go straight through. 15% go over the bridge. In our study, so it's 60%.
Your analysis also includes an appendix that talks about volume to capacity ratio. Correct.
Okay.
Can you tell the council what volume to capacity ratio is?
The simplest way to think about volume to capacity is how much traffic is there and how much can it sort of hold. So like 1.0 would mean it's at or approaching capacity,
okay.
Typically.
And NCDOT sets those standards, doesn't it?
That's DOT uses those standards typically, but it's usually the volume to capacity is a concept that's published in the highway capacity manual, which is more of a national guideline even.
Okay, so you didn't use the NCDOT's capacity analysis guideline, you used something else.
We followed NCDOT's typical guidelines for preparing traffic studies.
Okay. Well, the NCDOT congestion management guidelines recommend a volume to capacity ratio for roundabout approaches of 0.85 or less. Isn't that true?
It sounds right.
Okay. So the portion of North New River Drive running by the project site, that is the approach to the roundabout, already has a 1.062 volume to capacity ratio. Isn't that correct?
During some peak times, I'm sure, yeah.
That's in your report,
right.
isn't it?
Yep, sounds about right, yep.
So it already has a congestion ratio, a volume to capacity ratio that exceeds the NCDOT guidelines, right?
Exceeds 1.0, yep.
Yeah. And that's before the applicant's proposed development, right? And so really that approach is already considered to be in a failing condition, right?
It's over capacity condition, yep.
Okay. So despite that failing condition, under your analysis, the proposed development raises the volume to capacity ratio from 1.062 to 1.216, doesn't it?
I can't verify that, but I'm sure it goes up a little bit.
It's in your appendix,
I'm sure
isn't
it goes up a little bit.
Yeah. And so that nearly 0.2 difference is the exact amount that this roundabout's failing. Your client is proposing to increase the failure by that equal amount under the volume to capacity ratio, isn't it true?
That was a lot. I think, again, I am not going to stand here and say the roundabout works well. We know it doesn't. We see it. Our study shows that it doesn't work well. I think what I am saying is that when this development, which is adding a trip a minute or 2 trips a minute, to the road network, is not having a substantial or significant increase, or is not creating a traffic hazard on the road network. That's what I'm saying.
And you didn't recommend any mitigation to alleviate
Correct.
congestion?
correct.
Any other questions from the board? Anyone in the audience with standing questions for Mr. Stevenson?
Again, Drew Mugford again. You did a study at the looking at Topsail Yacht Club and how many cars were coming in and out of that just for the for the dry stack.
Yes, sir.
Correct, for this meeting. But did you do a study anywhere on the island of the retail of a retail facility? Because you're going to have dry stack in retail, to know how many cars that would add.
That's a good question, but actually what we talked about earlier was the marina use that ITE, which is a national standard for
The
trip
marina
data.
use, but did you do a retail study?
Well, we
That's a yes or no, retail study.
Give me a chance to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, let me answer.
Just try to make it quick.
I don't want to be clear. I do this every day, all day for 25 years. But the retail trip generation that ITE publishes is actually it's very accurate. They have a lot more data to go on. So the data and the statistical analysis that they use to predict trips for retail, restaurant, and even some other uses is a lot better than the marina use. The marina use, I think, only had a few data points. So that's why we had to go out and verify, and we wanted to verify that. But the retail and restaurant is actually a very good predictor of trips.
Okay, but you didn't do anything on
That's
the
correct.
island. You didn't-
That is correct.
That's all.
Correct.
I'm sorry to give you a hard time,
No,
but
that's okay.
the numbers all look a little, don't look correct to us. So that's what we're just curious. But I know you're using your methodology, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to check.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, sir, come right up. Were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, sir.
Are you a member of the yacht club?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just so that I understand these two tables real quick, the top one is the one you did the analysis on the yacht club.
Yes.
The bottom one is what you're projecting for your.
With the national standard data. Yeah, the national standard data, yes.
So would it be fair to say the difference between the top one and the bottom one? So 30 vehicles per hour versus, let's say, 42, the difference there is the retail?
No, so all of this, all the numbers on that screen is just the marina dry stack only. There's no retail, there's no retail or restaurant in there. That is just comparing. The lower table is the data that we sort of predicted based on the data that we have, national data that's available to us. The top table is the data we counted at the yacht club to know how many cars going in and out of the yacht club there. So that's just a kind of a comparison of both. But that's all the dry stack marina traffic, no restaurant retail in that.
Just to be clear, you'd add more to that 42, whatever retail would be added to that.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Gotcha.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Mhm.
Real super quick, man. Give me the short
You got
version.
it.
How do you collect the data that you say you collected from the marina that day? I mean, is it boots on the ground? Is it cameras? Is it?
It's cameras basically in the public right of way, and then it's processed by people. It's counted by people. But yeah, the cameras go up there to make sure we get all the data.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to clarify.
On the count that you did on the driveway,
Yes, sir.
was it a visual count that they did? They watched a video, or was it just a counter type?
It was I'm not sure. It was a camera to kind of get the video, and then it's processed.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking, I understand how that works, but if you count every car that went in there, we have 10 to 30 cars a day that just.
Yeah, we saw U-turns. Yeah, we had to pull the U-turns out. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. That's a good. I should have mentioned that earlier, but yeah, there were U-turns that we saw people turning around in there. But yeah, we had to pull that out.
Multiple.
Yeah, we did see that. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the audience? Personnel. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to clarify a couple things I heard. And these are questions, but Mr. Smith can correct me if I'm wrong on the question I'm going to ask Reinl, Mr. Stevenson. In the C1 district, you can do a hotel motel permitted with conditions. So if you were going to do a hotel or motel there, you would not be before council for a special use permit.
Not for a special use permit.
Okay.
Would it be conditional?
No, it would come through as a major.
So if you were going to do a second restaurant there instead of the dry stack, you could do that by right, so to speak, as long as you meet the conditions.
Correct.
So you would not be before council on a special use permit request.
Not a special use permit.
Okay. Same question with a grocery store, permitted by right.
Correct.
Same question with additional office space.
Yes.
And same question with retail.
I think he's having trouble hearing you. If you can stand up here,
Yes,
just near the mic.
I was just thinking we ought to get him on the microphone. I mean, if you want to come over here, Matt.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Smith, just so I'm clear on the table of uses, and it is going to get to a traffic question. Hotel and motel.
Nicholas, can I ask you a quick? Will you recap real quick, just since you weren't on the microphone
Yes, sir.
before, so
Yes, sir.
Jeremy's answers will be on recorded?
Mr. Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, and this is, I'm going to phrase this as a question. If you were to do a hotel or motel on that site, that is permitted under the current zoning without a special use permit?
Right.
Okay. Same question with an additional restaurant. We're proposing one restaurant on the site, but if we didn't want to do let's say we didn't want to do the dry stack. We're going to do a restaurant on this side, we're going to do the retail, we're going to do a restaurant over here. That second restaurant, or even a third restaurant, does that require a special use permit?
No.
Okay. A grocery store, permitted by right.
Correct.
Office is permitted by right.
Yes.
Retail,
Yes.
permitted by right, would not be here for a special use permit. And we're here tonight for a special use permit for the dry stack storage.
Correct.
Okay, then I'll ask Mr. Stevenson questions. Mr. Stevenson, does the dry stack that we're proposing here compare, how does that traffic compare to a sort of typical hotel motel you'd see on that?
The dry stack that we have before us tonight would generate less traffic than a hotel use or a restaurant use or a retail use. All those uses you mentioned would generate more traffic than the dry stack that we're talking about here tonight.
That's all I have.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Since we're doing hypotheticals, would your group consider another restaurant versus the dry stacks?
No, sir, that's not before the council this evening.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Sir, your answer to Mr. Nichols that the hotel option or some other option would generate more traffic than the dry stack is based on the calculations and data in your report, isn't it?
It's based on 25 years of experience of running trip generation and doing this.
So is it your testimony that a dry stack will always generate less traffic than a hotel?
Using absolutes, I don't like to use absolutes, but yeah, the typical hotel is going to generate more trips than the dry stack. Yes, would.
So it's not based on your data. It's based on just your experience of looking at hotels versus looking at dry stacks.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
I have a question. I don't know that it's yours to answer though. So, Mr. Nichols, if you could direct that. Is there anyone in your group that can tell us typically who uses the stack more? Someone that leases or someone that owns? Is there some type of statistical data for that?
I don't know that we have the data on that, and we just want to present accurate data.
I knew that was out there.
Does anyone?
I have a question.
No.
At this point, we're comparing the dry stacks to traffic, right? But we're not comparing the restaurant or the retail space. Okay, so now if the restaurant, how much traffic does the restaurant add? How much traffic how many retail spaces are you talking
I
about?
think we're doing that because the restaurant and offices are by right.
I'm just wanting to get a feel for the amount of traffic load that the restaurant plus the retail spaces will generate versus the dry stacks. Because, you know, you're saying the dry stack's not going to generate that much more space, but now you are going to put in a restaurant and you are going to put retail space. What kind of effect is that going to have on the traffic?
Well, let me go back up. The traffic study that was done did look at the all-encompassing, right? So we did have the traffic for the restaurant, the retail, and the dry stack, all in a traffic study. So we tried to get a comprehensive look at it in the traffic study.
So all these numbers reflect not only the dry stack, but the restaurant and the retail space.
Yeah, so the retail space, order of magnitude, the retail space we have is going to be more than double what we assume for the marina. The restaurant space is, according to the TIA, which has high numbers for the dry stack, the marina, it generates a little bit more than the numbers we use for the marina. In actuality, it's going to be a lot more because the numbers at the dry stack is going to be smaller than we use in the study, but it will generate more traffic. But all that was accounted for in the traffic study.
How many traffic studies have you done for a dry stack marina type situation?
Oh, that's a good question. I know there have been multiple over 25 plus years, but I would say probably under a dozen, though. I would say under a dozen.
And local to this area?
They try. I know that there was. Yeah, I hate to say for sure where it was. I know we've done them. I don't recall exact specific locations off the top of my head.
I think we've touched on it like a handful of times. Our traffic is very unique to our area in general. The big thing, and we'll probably talk about it later, is safety. And even on a good day with regular average traffic in and out on normal whatever hour, when we have a thunderstorm, not only does everybody bail out on the boat and hit high ground, they do it by car, by beach, whatever else. So I think that's where, not just from a traffic standpoint, from a safety standpoint, like that's where traffic becomes a concern as well, is your numbers on an hourly basis are maybe going to triple even on the low end. And all of that's funneling into the busiest part of our town when it comes to traffic on a weekend or whatever. So,
Yeah. Well, the traffic study now, currently 2026, 2025, will be much different than one that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
probably, yeah,
you know,
probably.
if you've been doing this for 25 years and you go back 10 years, you go back 15 years, the traffic study will be way different than what our unique situation is, or Wrightsville Beach or any other beach town in the last 4, 5, 10 years.
Yeah, I would say, I will say this, because I don't want anybody sort of misunderstand about, you know, the marina stuff. I do, and our company does, probably dozens and dozens within the last couple years of traffic studies in coastal communities. So we're not, you know, we do kind of understand how the traffic can behave, and we understand there are issues getting on and off the islands during up and down the coast during certain times. Yeah, that is it is a unique phenomenon for traffic, but I will point out that typically what's expected of developments to do, as I was kind of getting at earlier, is look at their impact on it and mitigate that impact, which the traffic studies aren't done typically for July 4th on coastal communities. We don't do, I mean, that's just a unique scenario, and just same thing in retail areas at malls or big shopping centers. We don't do traffic studies at Christmas, you know, season. You know, same thing. It's just but yeah, we're very familiar with coastal communities and how the traffic can behave. They're absolutely very familiar with that. So.
We will do our best to speed this up, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want you to feel like you're pressured to do
No,
that.
I appreciate.
We want to hear everything that needs to be from everybody.
I do appreciate that very much, and appreciate the council's patience this evening with us, and if we're not presenting this as efficiently as we can, I do apologize for that. We would like to get through this, all the different things, and more importantly, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from the experts. I'm not an expert in what we're talking about this evening, but we talked about traffic, and I wanted to touch on a few things here. This was in the packet that this has come from staff. We have a staff letter here about utilities, availability of utilities. That's from your director, Mr. Price. And then that's a recent letter, July 24th. And then in the packet, we just highlighted that the dry storage will not create additional demand for public utilities. Sewer and water capacity are available for the proposed commercial buildings. The engineer of record has provided proposed sewer and water flow calculations. So that's one thing that you would look at with the criteria. Okay, as far as again, this is a marina being situated next to a marina. But, and my understanding is that the Topsail Island Yacht Club has really operated without incident for years and years. So again, this is the same type of operation, very, very similar in size. We're going to enclose all three sides. I don't think theirs are. I don't know that I can speak to the one building, but the one that was in the photo, I know that is not enclosed on the other side. And it's a commercial area. It's C1. There's no residential adjacent to this. I mean, I can see some concerns if we were next to residential, but this is a commercially zoned area, and this is not next to anybody's residence. It's not, this is where you would want to see marina development on the public waterway in your CBD in the C1 zone. We're not going to impede the orderly development of the property around it. I know that there's a property on the corner there. I don't know what the status of that is, but at some point that may be reopened or redeveloped. I think this would complement that. The existing marina is there, so we're not interfering with their development. In fact, we think just the opposite. It will help with enhancing the development in the area, and hopefully it complements it. And I think your strategic plans and your comprehensive plan would support that. We've got slides coming up on some of the specific policies, but when we look at the strategic plan, the comprehensive plan for a town center, island town center, this fits right in with that. Here's your adjacent land uses and zoning. Again, essentially surrounded by commercial and no residential really impacted by this. And we're next to an existing yacht club that we would say has served the town well and hasn't had an incident there to our knowledge. We're not putting commercial traffic through neighborhood streets. I mean, you could have an instance, and you see this in other areas where a lot of the property left on the water is you got to go through a residential area to get to it. That's not the case here. We've talked about boat safety, and I want to get that addressed. And I'm going to have Jason Dale and have our folks come up and talk about the proposed dredging and the benefit of that. So that's one of the conditions that we're proposing, is to do the dredge at our expense at 50 feet wide to a 6 feet depth at low tide, which I understand is consistent with the previous permitting. If Jason could come up, and Jason, if you could state your qualifications, and I may have some specific questions for you, but name, qualifications, experience with CAMA permitting, and your background.
Good evening, Mayor Pro-Tem and council members. My name is Jason Dale. I've worked with you guys in some capacity at some point in the future. I have approximately 25 years of history with employment with the North Carolina Division of Environmental Quality, specifically with Division of Coastal Management. I was a CAMA agent for Pender and Oslo counties for roughly 16 years. I started working around Topsail Island as a CAMA representative in 2010, and I grew up in this area. I moved to Wilmington in 1994, so I vacationed here throughout my entire life. I've worked this area extensively on the island, excuse me, 3 or 4 days a week on the island consistently for at least 15 years. So I consider this island home to me, even though I don't live here, due to the amount of time and the personal relationships and the bonds that I've established with not only town staff, but also with community members. I know this is a tight-knit community, and I look at you all as family, so I'm not going to get up here tonight and tell you anything that would cause conflict with that. So you are my community. My intent is to be honest with you in terms of my background, my history, and just let you know what this project is about, and just to let you know that as this is designed, the dry stack component of it, the marina component of it, based on the fact that there's an existing maintenance channel here, it's my opinion this is not going to increase any type of safety or danger to the community. This is very consistent with other areas throughout the neighboring counties in terms of access, in terms of water depths, in terms of numbers. And those areas that I'm referring to have had zero or very few incidents over the past 5, 10, 15 years. So I believe another representative from Zimmer Development Company is going to speak on that at some point in time following me, but it's my understanding that information come direct from Wildlife Resource Commission, so those numbers are what they are. But the dredge component consists of a 50-foot wide access channel that was previously permitted back in 2001 under CAMA permit number 27-00. That established essentially a dredge footprint or corridor from what is located to the southern part of Topsail Island Yacht Club at Greensboro Street, all the way over to the fuel dock, and then out through that main access channel to the Intercoastal Waterway. So the footprint of the marina component around where the docks are going to be located, that is a component of the dredge proposal as well, in addition to the main run of the channel, again, which will be dredged at 50 foot wide. As it exists now, the channel at high tide is roughly 90 to 120 feet in width, as it extends from the marina basin out to the waterway. So the narrowest point of the project, the most confining space, is just before you enter, or just as you enter the main channel from the waterway. So that's the, if you will call it a pinch point in any way, that's the pinch point. It's not anywhere beyond that point leading back into the marina basin.
Pinch point's where again now?
Just before that first dock as you come out of the waterway into the channel. And again, now that distance is roughly 70 feet from marsh grass to what would be a restricting factor on the south side, which is one of those docking facilities. So you've got 50 to 75 foot of clearance at any point in any tide to clear those obstructions and to get into that channel. 6 feet, that's pretty standard depth. Opening this up to the 50 foot, you know, this is a maintenance event, but in reality, it's not necessary because this channel has not been dredged for 15, 20 years. I mean, it's maintained a suitable depth for access. I mean, there's points in the marina basin or in the access channel that are 7 to 9 feet at low tide. So the combination of a low wave energy, you've got a no wake zone you really don't have a deposition source for fill coming into those channels. It's relatively self-sustaining. The maintenance event is, again, just to address safety concerns and demonstrate that the applicant is doing its best effort to make this open and create a safe environment for everyone that's navigating. Patrons to this facility, the general public, patrons to the fuel dock, other businesses. So this is kind of above and beyond what really is would be expected from a permit review standpoint in a review capacity. So this is, in my mind, this is creating a safer environment for, again, not only the general public, but also users of these two facilities that are back in the back of this basin. How do I advance this?
The arrow.
This one? So again, this is just a general footprint. So there is a lag with this.
Yeah, a little bit. While you're on that slide,
Jason, do you mind going back? Just
This one?
the list of all the permitting agencies.
This one precedes that.
Gotcha.
So
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to make note that footprint is defined. And so by virtue of there being a previous CAMA permit that's been issued for this, even though we haven't applied for a permit, again, special use meeting kind of precedes that. But generally speaking, because the precedent has already been set, this has already been identified as a previously existing channel, permitting of this is probably going to go through without any type of issue.
Is this going to be a major or minor permit?
It would be a major permit due to the volume of material coming out of it.
You know where I live and what we worked on for
Yes.
our dredging project, and time element is pretty far out, isn't it?
Ideally, you're looking.
That's a while.
Yeah, ideally, you're looking about 90 days. It could take as much as 150 days. So three, 6 months, somewhere in that time frame.
Tell me again how wide it is now.
The channel is 50 foot as it was last dredged. And we're talking about the bottom. So the 50.
I don't understand how making it deeper makes it more navigable, other than you can get a bigger boat in there.
Well, it's not, but it's maintaining that depth so that boats can pass by. So as you cut that bottom, you're going to have taper to it. So generally, the allowance has been that the state and the Corps of Engineers will generally allow a half a foot to 1 foot of overcut depth-wise, and then 5 to 10% on the lateral limits of a dredge cut to account for the sloughing, depending on how the dredge cut's going to be conducted. So if it's a box cut versus a hydraulic cut, it depends on the nature of how the channel is dredged. In this particular incident, it's probably going to be what they call bucket to barge. So an operator would go in on a barge, excavate the material. It would look like just craters on the moon. And then over time, as that area stabilizes, it'll flatten itself out. And typically speaking, on average, I've confirmed this with another coastal engineer, but generally speaking, you're creating a 3-to-1 slope on the sides of that channel. So as the channel is cut and you get loss of material off the sides, it essentially broadens the top part of that channel. Whereas otherwise you may have shoaling or sediment fill along the edges. So it's allowing that material to fall out into the bottom.
Would it make it wider? Theoretically, or no?
Because
surface, on the surface, when you're driving your boat in.
I mean, it is what it is. You've got constraints in there. You've got the marsh grass on one side, and you've got piers and docks on the other side. So it's effectively not going to make it any wider, but it will make it safer and deeper for vessels to come through. So if there happened to be a situation where you had two boats passing closer to the bank, there's potential that there would be no conflict with that because that area is now deeper. So this would be the same footprint in terms of any proposed dredging within that same channel, that same boat basin. So we talked about getting through the special use permit tonight and what that entails. That's kind of the precursor to what would actually be reviewed through that CAMA major permit process. So the dredging alone doesn't trigger the need for that CAMA major. It's the collectiveness of the development as a whole. So the upland development, the dock work, the dredging component. So all that is going to be collectively looked at under one blanket permit, referred to as a CAMA major permit. And through that process, this is a list of all the local, state, and federal agencies that would get involved and would have a hand in reviewing any type of information that's submitted. So an application will be prepared. It will be submitted through the Division of Coastal Management. They're the umbrella agency for CAMA major permits. And it would then go through circulation to all these other state and federal agencies. Concerning safety, number 4, Corps of Engineers. The Wilmington Regulatory Branch receives copies of all CAMA major permits out of this area. And through the Corps of Engineers, they've got 3 or 4 other agencies that they notify and they solicit comments from as part of that review process. 5, 6, 7 and 7 being those agencies. So those are the 4 regulatory agencies: Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, EPA, and the U.S. Coast Guard. So if there was any concern about safety or navigation at a national level, on a federal level, it would be picked up through those 4 agencies' reviews. On the state level, it would be picked up by the North Carolina Division of Coastal Management. In addition to those 4 federal agencies, we'll also have to obtain approval from Division of Water Resources, Division of Energy, Minerals, and Land Resources. So a sedimentation erosion control plan will be required. A state stormwater permit will be required. This goes through Department of Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Division of Marine Fisheries. So a very extensive list of state agencies that will review this. And not only will they review it, but they put this is a high level of scrutiny on these projects. So these are not taken lightly. So my point is, if there are safety concerns regarding this project, it will certainly get picked up by these 14 other local, state, and federal agencies that are reviewing at the time of submission.
One of the things that you said earlier, I'm sorry to interrupt, was 90 days. Now, we just had our 2 canals dredged, and we went through all these agencies, and it took us 2.5 years.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Much different circumstances, I'm sure, but I mean, I'm just saying, when you go to deal with each agency is going to take probably more than 90 days, right? I mean, so it's not really going to be 90. It'd be 90 days if it was clear cut and it was no big deal, but I'm just, I'm just want to clarify that.
What are some reasons that the permit would be denied?
If it created an interference with navigation, if it involved a loss of habitat, critical habitat for any type of marine life. So this area is designated as what's called a primary nursery area. And so generally throughout the statewide, the state doesn't allow for any new dredging within primary nursery areas. So the fact that this channel has an established dredge footprint and has a previous CAMA permit more or less solidifies this footprint moving forward. And so those permits are issued on a 5-year basis. So if the applicant is successful in getting a CAMA permit to dredge it, to put in the docks, those are like one-time, one-and-done deals. So once the upland development's done, once the docking component's done, yeah, they can always come back and modify those, but the dredge component is something that they can renew every 5 years. And so they can renew that in perpetuity for as long as they need to maintain that dredge footprint. So,
sorry.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
One of the things that I wrote down was, and I didn't get her last name, but this gentleman over here referred to Nancy from Wildlife.
Yes, sir.
Her statement was not big enough for this project. How do you respond to that? You know, I mean, that's just her opinion, right? But I mean,
and again, I'm not familiar with her comment. I'm not familiar with the basis of making that statement.
Right.
I can't attest to that, but
one of our big concerns is safety.
Yeah.
Okay, boat traffic coming in and out, people trying to get out of the water or trying to get to land during a thunderstorm, heavy rain, or what have, or just trying to get home. You know, and that's one of our biggest concerns is safety.
I understand.
And you know, not making it any wider doesn't seem to make the problem any better. You know, if it's 50 feet wide and you have boat users that know to navigate their boat is one thing, but somebody that's a first-time boat person might not know exactly the rules of the water. And I'm speaking, I'm here 15 years, it was my first boat, and I still be careful when I'm going out. You know, I don't take anything for granted because I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing.
Yeah, and the adage of one bad apple ruins the whole bunch, I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. And you can't predict someone's reaction to a situation. I mean, that's going to occur on the highway, on the water. That's applicable everywhere in life. This situation is no different than a roadway. And we're talking about peak summer months where there is the potential for a safety concern.
Sure.
I'm not saying there's going to be one. I don't think there's going to be one. But when you look at 5 months out of the year as being the hot time that you're going to have the majority of boating in this area, and then you have 7 months of downtime, it doesn't resonate with me, and it's not my belief that a 70-foot wide, 90-foot wide, 100-foot wide channel cannot accommodate multiple boats at one time. If you, just for example, and if I'm telling you something you already know, just please forgive me. A boat's width is roughly a third of its length. And so if you take a 34-foot boat and you stack them side by side coming into this channel, yeah, if it's 34 feet, you're going to have roughly a 10-foot wide beam. And you've got 120 foot of clearance. How many boats can you safely stack side by side coming in and out of this channel? Or 70 feet, I'll say that.
I'm confused. Is it 50 foot wide or is it 120 foot wide?
It varies.
At a navigable depth.
Well, at the most narrow point, I think is probably what we would need to take into consideration.
And that's roughly about 70 feet right now.
That's the pinch point, basically?
Yes, sir.
70 feet of navigable width, not
Correct.
just, okay.
Well, it's around 50 feet. 70 feet, 70 feet from the grass bank to grass bank.
And you can't really ride in the grass bank.
Correct.
Unless you're on
So,
a kayak.
so
or-
let's say 50 feet, just to be conservative.
5 of them boats in there.
Let's say, no, we're not cramming 5 boats in 50 feet.
Get 4 in there.
No, we don't. Even though it's a no-wake zone, we don't want to do that. But let's say you take 2 and you're running these, even at a 10-foot wide beam with a 35-foot boat, there's more than enough room for 2 boats to be passing at the same time in this area, while one's behind and one's ahead. That's at your pinch point. At the wider points, it certainly is not an issue. You mentioned, I heard earlier Hunter say something about safety during thunderstorms, and in an event like that, you've got people that are coming in. You've not got people that are leaving the marina to go somewhere else. Those people will be returning to the dock. So you're going to have traffic coming one way, mostly from the waterway back to the dry stack. So you're not that reserves an extra width for any type of boat to pass. I mean, 2 boats could be coming in simultaneously, heading in the same direction. 2 or 3 boats, or 4 boats. So I know this channel. I'm a licensed captain as well. I've had my guy's license for I don't know how many years, but it's been a lot of years. And I navigate these waters all the time. I mean, I've fished this area since 1994. I know every bit of stump sound, topsail sound like the back of my hand. I know the tides here. I know the tide differences. I can tell you anything you want to know about this area. And it's my belief that anytime I've ever come in and out of that canal, I've never once seen a situation that caused me grave concern in either getting fuel, going to get ice cream, going to get drinks, going to get ice, whatever, dropping people off at a dock. I've never seen any type of incident, and I've operated on July 4th weekend running charter trips here on this island. And I've never seen a situation that I felt uncomfortable as a boater, nor have I seen any situation where the actions that other boaters were taking were causing concern to me. So again, it's my opinion, safety is not a concern to me based on the width of the channel, the depth of the channel, and combined with the fact that there's a maintenance dredge permit that's issued for this channel. So we know that it's not going to continue to shoal in any further than it already has. And again, this is over the course of 15, 17 years. So it's taken that long for a little bit of a shoal to occur at the mouth of this channel. And now we're trying to rectify that, to reopen it, to completely eliminate any concern about safety or navigation. I heard Mr. Taylor say something earlier in his testimony regarding the number of boats that he was counting to and from the fuel dock, to and from the marina, and to and from Marina Joe's. And I believe he mentioned that he observed one day 25 boats for fuel, 50 boats for the marina, and 15 for Marina Joe's, which is roughly 90 boats a day. And if you span that over a course of 10 hours, which is typically a normal boating day, that's 9 boats an hour coming in and out of that channel. And so the proposal to add 50 more to that, if we mirror what Topsail Island Yacht Club is doing now with our traffic in and out of the dry stack, that puts us at 13 boats per hour, or excuse me, 130 boats a day, or 13 boats an hour. So you're looking at an increase of 9 boats per hour versus 13 boats an hour in and out of that channel on any given day during the summer months.
Do you have any idea how long it takes to take a boat out of the water, put it on a stack, and then go to get the next boat?
I was suspicious that someone was going to answer that question.
Well, I'm just thinking, if you're talking about 90 boats for the day, I mean, how, if I'm sitting there and I'm online to get my boat taken out of the water,
Yeah. And
it's 9:30 at night, my
Yeah.
wife's not going to be happy.
And if they're operating at roughly 15 dry stacks, and we've got potentially 35 or more, then we've already got double the capacity for folks to come in, store their boat up, get off, and be on their way. So I've heard it reported anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes.
Really?
I don't know.
Run the forklift down, pick the boat up.
Well, you've got to think, this is going to be a tandem, so there'll be 2 forklifts operating concurrently with one another.
Forgive me if I'm completely off on it, but don't they do other stuff other than just pick your boat up out of the water and stick it on the stack? Isn't it washed off? Isn't it drained from water? Or no, they don't do any of that? They just...
I guess that depends on your membership level.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a friend in Florida, and what they do is they take his boat out of the water, they wash it down. He doesn't have to do that. They wash it down, and then they put it away.
Yeah,
he must be paying big dollars.
I can't stipulate to that, but I'm sure someone. If that's a question, I might have to defer that to someone else, because I don't
just
know.
would like to know how much time it would take per.
Yeah, and like I said,
seems like pretty fast.
I've been told somewhere between 3 to 5 minutes. Do you have any questions for me?
There's no speaking to the width. So coming into the channel, we've got more commercial restaurants with dockage and a lot more people traveling in there. And I think it was mentioned earlier, there's a newer restaurant that's maybe putting in some sort of permit or application for additional docks. And it's easy to say, like, you've got plenty of room when you're driving like this, but when you go to dock, I don't know how many people are good enough in a busy area. Usually you're waiting for somebody to come off one of those docks. So you're turning around at least once, if not twice. So you're taking that 10 foot on either side and you're turning a 30-foot boat sideways with traffic coming in and out. So it's not always just that easy of a 10 foot in, 10 foot out side by side. There's
I know, there's
a lot of
jockeying going
too.
on.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
And I've sat on those docks and I've watched many close calls and
Yes.
I've watched incidents happen with people trying to get in and out. So that's, and that's firsthand for me. I've physically seen it, so.
Yeah, not doubting that at all. This again just gives a kind of a representation of where the channel is going to be located. That smaller image to the right would be just 2 boats passing. Again, showing anywhere from 20 to 30, 40, 50 foot separation in between vessels. So more than enough clearance at idle speed. And again, it's one thing a lot of people need to think of is that these boats are generally running 5-6 miles an hour at tops typically in a no wake zone. So if it was not a no wake zone, I would have a lot of concern about safety. But the fact that it is a no wake zone, and that's something we had discussed too, is, you know, if the town doesn't have any no wake zone signs that are established in the channel now, then maybe that would be something the applicant would be receptive to, you know, working with the town to accommodate, maybe get some no wake signs put up, just so the public is aware that, you know, need to keep speed to a minimum.
Mr. Mayor Pro-Tem, I know there may be other questions. I did want to ask Jason, just, I think you stated this, but how long were you with DENR or DEQ?
Working for North Carolina Division of Coastal Management, roughly 23 years.
And sorry. How many CAMA permit applications have you reviewed?
Thousands.
How many CAMA permits have you issued?
Thousands.
Okay.
How many of you denied?
The beauty of that was I was not the one to deny permits. Quite a few. Yeah.
So, Mr. Dale, how many boats can you have floating at one time in that basin area?
I haven't done any metrics on that. The basin is pretty large as it is now, though. Again, you know, I think at the widest point I measured 180 feet. So if you, again, in a crisis situation, I'm sure there's going to be more congestion in there, but on a standard day, even in the summer months, I honestly don't know how many you could fit in there safely.
Well, the applicant has 37 spots to park a boat. I think the condominiums there are, 10 or 12 spots. I think Marina Joe's is 8 spots. So, and I don't know what's happening at some of the JMs or whatever. So I'm assuming it's probably close to 100 boats that can be physically docked in that basin, right?
Yeah, reasonably.
That was, I just wanted to confirm my own thinking.
Yeah, that sounds right. Probably close to it.
I have some questions.
Sir.
Sir, is there a seawall proposed for this project?
Nothing I'm aware of.
The proposed project is going to extend the piers for the boat slips, specifically where the boats are dropped beyond the established pier headline of what's currently there, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And did you perform any analysis of traffic volume in the channel?
No, sir.
Do you have any understanding of what is an appropriate width in this channel for traffic?
Say that one more time.
Did you do an analysis or develop an understanding of what's an appropriate width in the channel?
Vessel width?
Appropriate width for vessel traffic, given the number of boat slips that are being proposed for this project?
Outside of this diagram here, which shows sufficient width, nothing beyond that, no, sir.
Do any study of the channel geometry?
We do have a representative from TI Coastal here tonight, Mr. Jamie Pratt, that may be able to speak on that. He's a coastal geologist, so I'd have to defer to him on that.
And was there any study done of the impact on the nursery area or any other environmental issue performed by the applicant?
We haven't reached that point yet, no, sir.
What if there is a crucial area there? Because you mentioned, what was the word?
The nursery?
Nursery?
Yes, sir.
Would that be cause for it to be denied to dredge?
No, sir. I've not seen anything through this preliminary preparation of this that would cause me any concern about denial from CAMA.
You mentioned there are going to be 2 forklifts running?
That's my understanding, yes.
But your civil engineer previously testified that there's no turnaround for those forklifts. So how are you running 2 in the same space? Where there's one small area where they're not going to be allowed to turn around.
I stipulated that there may not be a turnaround at the loading facility. They would be able to back up, and there was a sufficient turning radius behind the parking spaces for those forklifts to make a 180-degree turn.
All right, that's all I have.
Other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience?
I want to raise an objection. I'm sure he is excellent at permitting, but I object on the basis that he's an appropriate witness to testify as to vehicular traffic in the channel, just for the record.
You have a basis?
On the basis that not a coastal engineer, not someone who has done any analysis or study of the channel prior to make his opinions. I'm just stating my objection for the record.
Any questions from the audience? I got you next.
Hi, I'm John Patrizi, and I heard all your credentials. You're a captain. You've fished this area and all that. When's the last time you went down that channel in your boat?
Saturday.
Saturday. Cool. When you go down there right now, the way it's structured, you think that the pinch point is up by the trailers? You don't think it's by JM's?
I think it's just to the left of JM's where the dock's sticking out in the water.
And you're an experienced...
Like just to step up there and point at the diagram for us.
Because we have no idea what you're doing.
Yep. Right in there.
Okay, thank you.
Where it's
Yep,
got the
and that is the case. So you're an experienced boater. You've had hundreds of years of captaincy and all this fun stuff. But as a boat owner and a slip owner in there, I see people doing crazy stuff, dumb stuff. You've got jet ski people in there. You got people coming out of JM's after they've had a whole bunch. Do you think that higher volume of traffic leads to more accidents? Giving all the context that I just gave you.
I think it's relevant to, I think it's on an individual basis, case by case.
I'll just give you a hypothetical. So if I put more cars on the road, is there going to be more accidents?
It depends on how safe the drivers are.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to avoid answering your question.
I agree. You're good on that.
The question here is, if I put more boats in that channel than we have now, is it going to be safer or less safe?
I can't say that.
Sorry. I'm not going to get an answer out of this guy.
I think he answered your question now. I think the question was so vague.
The question was, if I add more volume, is there going to be a potential for more?
I just don't think that's an answerable question, but that's not for me to say. Michael, you had a...
I'm sorry. Right ahead.
I'm Mike Herring. I'm a boat slip owner at the yacht club. Just one question. I understood that there's going to be a dredging for deepening the canal, but what I think most owners in here will tell you is that our problem is the width of the canal. And I've had situations where I've literally been pushed up into the bank over there right before you discharge out into the Intracoastal Waterway. Can you explain or tell me, from my understanding, if you getting a permit to dredge a canal to go deeper is not that terribly complicated, but if you are widening the canal, it's a whole different process, making it, and it's much more challenging to get that permit. And that's really what we're asking here is, are you going to be able to widen that canal with a widening permit versus a dredging permit for depth?
To my knowledge, there's not been any proposal to expand the width of that channel. Again, going back on the basis that this is a nursery area, the state has specific rules set aside for dredging within those nursery areas, and it strictly prohibits new dredging in nurseries.
So the answer is the dredging will not widen the canal, it will just deepen it, correct?
Again, I think there will be a minimum amount of widening at the top of the cut, but at the bottom of the cut, it's still going to remain at that approximately 50-foot width.
Okay, thank you. I wanted you to clarify that.
Any other questions from the audience? Do you have any follow-up, sir? Oh, yes, ma'am. Come right in.
My name is Ashley Crook, and I have a boat slip at the yacht club.
And speaking about navigation, can you tell me again how much width you're putting between those boats that are passing in the waterway?
That depiction shows 20 feet based on a 50-foot wide channel bottom. And again, we know the upper part of that water column is going to be wider than that. So if two boats were passing at a 50, let's say we had grass bank to grass bank, and 50 foot was as far as you could go either way. Has 10 foot of separation between the bank on either, or roughly 7 foot of separation on the bank on either side, the boats themselves, and then at least the boat's length or boat's width in between those two.
So how many feet would you say that is on average?
Well, in that depiction, we're showing a 10-foot wide boat and a 50-foot wide channel with 5 feet on either side of the boat to the edge of the channel and 20 foot of separation in between both boats.
What is the length of the boat?
In that case, if we're doing a metric of a third of the length, those two would be 30-foot, 32-foot boats.
Okay. So you're assuming they're just two, but what if they're not? What if it's low tide versus high tide, and they don't have that much distance between them, or you have an inexperienced boater? How would that impact it?
Well, the channel bottom is not going to change, and the only place where it's going to be most restrictive. May I step away from the microphone?
Sure.
So once you cross this threshold where you've got that little wider pinch point, you've got sufficient area for multiple boats to come in here, and you've got sufficient width back here, big turning radius here for the boat base, excuse me if you can't see, big turning radius here, sufficient navigation here. So this would be the only point of concern. And again, we're talking about opening this back up to 50 feet, which is going to cause any type of shoaling in this area to slough off into that channel bottom. So essentially, this 50-foot width gets slightly wider in this area because of the over dredging on the lateral limits of the dredge cut. And Mr. Pratt he could probably expand on that better than I can. He's a coastal geologist and PE.
So how do you define sufficient width?
In terms of
navigation?
I think a boat's width is sufficient width. And we've
Not if there are two people.
Well, this diagram that's shown to the right, even if you put a third boat in there, you'd have 5 foot of separation on either side in between all three boats.
Okay, well, what
so
about?
we're talking, yeah, I know it's tight. It is tight. But
Assuming you're a captain. What
true,
if you're not a captain?
But again, my analogy for this would be just like it is on the roadway. If you've got inexperienced drivers, you've got seasoned drivers that have been driving 50 years.
You have to factor that in, and you have to factor in the volume, like that gentleman said right over there, right?
You look at when you're driving down the road and you're driving 80 miles an hour on the interstate, and you've got 4 feet of separation between you and the vehicle beside you. 80 miles an hour. We're talking about 5 to 6 miles an hour tops in this channel as a no-wake zone.
Well, you have self-driving cars now and things like that, and cars that have sophistication that keep you between the lines. You don't have that in boating. You have other factors like the wind and currents and stuff like that.
I understand.
So one other question I have is back there. Okay, so you're saying it's how big of a boat? Like a 30-foot boat?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
You said those are like a 30-foot boat you're going by?
In the diagram depiction, those are roughly 30. I don't know the length of them per se, but the width is shown at 10 feet.
So as a captain, what is the general radius you need to navigate a boat and turn a circle if you're waiting on a dock or waiting for someone to leave, or you need to go into the fuel dock?
I don't know that there's a standard radius for that type of maneuverability.
Based on your experience as a captain, how much of a radius do you think you need to safely navigate that as an experienced captain?
Probably a boat length and a half.
So that's what, 45 feet?
For 35-foot boat, yeah.
Okay, so that little area back there, how wide is that area that you said back by the marina and where your proposed project
I
is?
believe it's 160, 175.
But how much is navigable that's going to be dredged?
Well, at high tide, you can navigate almost all the way to the bank.
That's not accurate because I navigate that all the time and it is not that deep. You will run aground, going around that hairpin turn over there.
Yeah, again, there are a lot of factors involved, so
So another factor I want to ask you about is what about the jet ski rental place that's right next door to the fuel dock? How many tourists do you think use that jet ski rental place every weekend?
I see a lot of those jet skis on the water.
I know, but how many on average, when they go out as a group, have you witnessed how many go out right
Yeah.
there? How many are there on average?
I don't know, I've seen 6 or 8 together along in the waterway, together at the same time.
I've seen at least double that. Well, my next question is, how experienced do you think those average jet skiers are? Do you think they're tourists or do you think they're locals?
I can't stipulate to that. I don't know.
And it's right in that same area where the fuel dock is in this proposed area. So if you have a 35 to 45, just say a 30-foot boat that needs a 45-degree radius to navigate and to get to the fuel dock, or they're having to wait in the channel because there's the dock's full, how's that going to impact the jet skiers and the people that are trying to navigate the channel? It's not going to be 2 boats, right?
I'm not sure.
That's perfect, because that just answered my question. You're not sure because you haven't done all the studies.
Well, I'm just thinking if 35 foot is going to be the maximum size boat. I mean, on average, these are probably going to be low to mid 20 boats at this dry stack.
But you're not going to have 2 at a time, right? Is that correct? I mean, how many boats are you going to be launching a day? I mean, based on the applicant's own admissions, and I have an index for the record that references the whole packet that was submitted. It mentions in here that there are going to be 40 launches a day plus retrievals. So how's that going to impact that little area right there if it's only like 70 feet wide but only 50 feet navigable, and you have inexperienced jet skiers and you have people using the fuel dock and you have people at the restaurants and you have people at the yacht club? How's that going to impact us?
Well, one, it's wider than 75 feet in that basin.
From a safety perspective, how's that going to impact us?
It's going to depend on the whatever qualifications or however competent that boat driver is.
And we don't know that because most of them are tourists. What's the average resident on the island, did you say? How many do we have, like, year-round on average?
2,000.
So those are people that probably have more experience with boats. A lot of them are tourists, I mean, correct?
I mean, I think there's a
So a
fair
lot of
number
them
of
probably
tourists
aren't
that
as
probably rent
experienced.
boats.
And then what if somebody accidentally hits one of those jet skiers or something in the waterway and we have to call like emergency services? Where are they going to come up and how are they going to safely get to that person efficiently when we have all that boat traffic?
Well, that's why we have emergency management personnel and ways for folks to get to areas for rescue. I mean, that's...
Is it going to be easy to get to them though with all that boat traffic and all the traffic in the traffic circle?
You're
navigable?
asking questions I don't have the answer to, unfortunately.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Justin Palast, I own a slip at the yacht club, and I apologize, I haven't used my voice in about 4.5 hours. At the beginning, you mentioned the size of the channel is consistent with other areas, but I can't think of anywhere else where there's 2 dry stacks, multiple restaurants, and residential dockage. Can you provide some of those examples that you mentioned, like actual locations that we can research and compare and contrast?
So the 2 areas that come to mind to me are Bradley Creek, Mott Channel, Sloop Point Dry Storage, Lewis Landing. That area in particular has got a much smaller ingress and egress, and you've got a 120 space public boat ramp at that facility. You've got a marina at that facility, and you've got a dry storage haul out at that location. And you literally have 120 public parking spaces. You have the marina itself, and then you have the dry stack, which puts in nothing smaller typically than 40-foot boats, 38, 40-foot boats at Lewis Landing, at the end of Lewis Road.
That's Sloop Point Marina?
Sloop Point Marina, yes, sir.
How many boats they got in their stacks?
It's off a side channel. I mean, you can't get to the waterway without going through a navigation channel to get in and out of the waterway to that facility. You can't, there's 2 shoals on either side. It's restricted to 1 point of ingress and 1 point of egress there. I'm not sure the answer to that. I can find out for you.
No, that's cool. I'm just curious. It's kind of an isolated area, though. I don't know how comparable that is.
330.
It's not a crossway at the waterway where you got restaurants going this way. It's not a place where people.
You got people coming and going there.
Well, I agree, but the mouth of this is like a culmination of everybody coming here. They're going to turn to go to Sears Landing. They're going to come to go to here. They're putting it at the ramp. They're putting it where there. You got to go. You know you're going there to either get in or get out.
Yeah, but my point is that you've got a much narrower corridor getting in and out of that place, and you're right. You've got people coming and going all the time, and it's from daylight from sun up to sundown. There, you've got people, and I'd venture to say the channel is probably not much wider than the platform that you're sitting on. I mean, it's probably only 30 foot wide.
Do we have any data on how many boat accidents we actually have already currently without?
Boat accidents?
Or I don't know what you want to call an accident. That's a good question too.
I believe they did run some numbers, and those will be presented, I believe, tonight.
Mr. Dale, that drawing up there does not account for any slips that are floating inside the channel, like at JM's, does it?
I can't see below that yellow shading, but I'm not certain it does.
Okay. So when you're calculating 50 feet in width, you're calculating areas that would be inclusive of those slips or not?
No, technically, so any type of structure that's permitted through CAMA cannot extend into a channel portion of a water body. So
understood, but the floating docks actually do extend out into it, don't they?
That's a violation if that's the case. So
earlier at the beginning of your testimony, you gave the statement that you believe this project is safe. But then earlier, or then most recently, when the boat slip owner was asking you questions about safety, you said you couldn't say it whether it was safe or not based upon the fact you don't know the driver. Isn't that true with all of your answers here tonight, that you can't say whether it's safe or not because you don't know the drivers?
Well, I mean, again, I'm using the analogy of highway uses versus water usage, and there's a million different scenarios you can run with this. The fact there's a maintained dredge channel there, the fact that you've got adequate water to support high traffic boat use, and you've got potentially 38 wet slips that any one of these dry stack owners can pull into at any point in time, leads me to believe that it's a safe environment. Again, coupled with the fact that it's a no-wake zone. So, I mean, we're literally talking about vessels steaming at no more than 5 to 6 miles per hour.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions from the audience? Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Dale. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you. I think just to continue a couple of the questions that were asked to Mr. Dale, we've got Mr. Pratt here, and I'd like to introduce him. And he has a, correct me, please, please help me with the terminology of what you've prepared. But start, please, with your credentials, licensing, experience, and then I'll copy this to Mr. Dale, and then hand it to Mr. DeSelms, and we'd like to have it as an exhibit.
My name is Jamie Pratt. I'm with TI Coastal Services. I recognize several faces up here and say good evening. Thank you guys for being here. A little bit of background. I came to North Carolina in 2000, attended UNCW, fell in love with the area, and have been here essentially since then, other than leaving for 2 years to get a master's in coastal geology. Pursued a professional geology degree or licensure, and found a job with a coastal engineering firm down here and fell in love with coastal engineering. Have been doing that for the past 20 years of my life. Last year sat for my professional engineering licensure and passed that, so I'm now a professional engineer with 20 years of experience in coastal engineering work. My company has done pay surveys for coastal dredging, beach monitoring, channel dredging projects all over the East Coast, from Boston Harbor down to South Padre Island, Texas. We are currently working on 3 separate projects for the Corps of Engineers in the Philly District, the Savannah District, and the I guess it would be Norfolk District in the Outer Banks, for pay surveys for dredge companies, working on everything from small individual slip surveys all the way up to multi-million cubic yard dredge projects. We were contacted by the client in March to conduct a conditional survey of the entrance channel to kind of just look at what the existing conditions were, what water depths we had, look at the navigability of the channel, the ability for boats to pass each other. And the exhibit you have is the report that we did. It was reviewed by our professional land surveyor on staff, who verified it as being a correct survey. The water depths that you see on pages 3 and 4 are in mean low water. That is the depth of the water at low tide as defined by NOAA VDATUM, which looks at the traditional water elevations. For the most current epic that is published is from 1983 to 2001. The next epic from 2002 to 2020 is rolling out now, and we'll adjust our variations of water depths corrections based on the data once provided. Just to expand a little bit on what Mr. Dale was stating about the dredge channel width of 50 feet, that is a low tide width of the base of the channel. So bottom flat part of a channel, when you dig a channel, it's generally flat at the bottom, and then there's side slopes that come up to allow for material, as he said, to slough in a little bit on the sides. The 50-foot width is at low tide, the bottom flat part of the channel, and then you have extra allocation of channel width on those side slopes going up. Looking at in my own research, looking at the beams of commercially available boats. Freeman Boat Works makes a 28-foot catamaran, 9 feet 10 inches is the width of that boat. You go up to the 35-foot boat, which would be, I think, too large for the dry stacks that are being proposed. It's a 11.5-foot beam. Onslow Bay 27, 9.5-foot beam. Parker 257, 9.5-foot beam. Contender 25-foot, 8.5-foot. And the Sea Hunt Gamefish 25 is just over 9 feet. So a 10-foot width or beam of the boat is a safe number to assume for the maximum size vessel that would be in this area. Looking at proposed channel widths, we have an existing permit that was done before, and that is going to be the best avenue to move forward with a proposed dredge project. It's an established channel alignment, it's established depth. It alleviates a lot of permitting headaches. As Jason said, with the P&A, you cannot do any new dredge work. The fact that it's established, you want to go with those previous widths. Looking at also the PAINC and ASCE recommended channel widths for navigation channels, it's 5 times the boat beam would be a recommended width by the American Society of Coastal Engineers and in a worldwide group, PAINC. So giving a 10-foot beam of the boat, a 50-foot wide channel would be more than sufficient for safe navigation for those 2 vessels to pass based on engineering design. The reason I brought up the side slopes is the draft of most of these vessels is not 6 feet. It's going to be closer to 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet at a bare minimum. So if you go up on a side slope that is a 3 horizontal to 1 vertical slope, so if you only need 3 feet of draft and you have an extra 3 feet down below you to get to elevation 6, your channel width increases by an additional 18 feet. Do you follow? Or 9 feet, I'm sorry, 9 feet. So 18 feet total, 9 feet per side. So your channel width is actually becoming 68 feet wide versus 50 feet wide at the bottom because of the additional side slopes. And this is at low tide widths. High tide, given the NOAA datum in this area of 1.39 feet difference between low tide and high tide, that becomes even larger because you have more water at high tide. This would be the bare minimum maintained channel width of this entrance channel based on the dredge template that we're proposing. Naturally, right now, based on our survey, your channel widths are much wider than what this maintenance template would be. The pinch point we talked about around the first dock at the very edge, I measured based off of our survey using the 6-foot mean low water contour to the edge of the dock is 40 feet wide. That's tight when you talk about bringing a boat in around that, and 40 feet wide seems big enough. It is big enough for two boats to pass each other, but when you incorporate having a dock next to that and the perception of space around you, it feels extremely tight. So we have to look at the channel alignment and make sure that it's off that dock far enough to allow for two boats to feel safe passing each other. There is a huge variation in experience in boaters. Some people are very competent, some people are beginners, and generally you would hope that a beginner would slow down and pass more cautiously going past somebody, and they would be safe around a corner. So I think that's kind of wraps up what I had to say. Just basically add some reinforcement to the existing channel depths, existing channel widths, what the dredge permit would be, and if you have any questions, happy to answer those.
Question from the board?
I have a question, but it doesn't pertain to what you said. I just noticed something on this aerial photo. Where the two dry stacks are now, I see the concrete area where they put the boats in the water and take them out. For the two new dry stacks that are being proposed, what area are they going to use? Are they going to share the spot to put boats in the water and out with the present two stacks that are there?
No, I don't believe that's the case. This is an existing aerial of what is there now. It does not show any proposed.
I'm just wondering where the other area is going to be, if it's not, because I see that looks like the clubhouse and a pool, and I don't see any area where you could navigate a
I think that was addressed in the previous design drawings that were shown.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is going to be proposed.
Okay.
Right here at the channel.
Yeah, so they'd have to get rid of a few docks.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I have a few questions. If
Sorry.
Question from the board? Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Did I understand your testimony correctly that the current width is wider? The current width in the channel right now is wider than what the dredge will do? Is that what I understood you to say?
The dredge will address areas that are less than 50 feet wide currently at mean low water. Yes.
But and I understood your testimony about the width at the top versus width at the bottom. But is it your testimony that the current width at the top is wider than what will result, is wider right now than what will result if the dredge is doing the 50 feet at the bottom?
In certain areas, yes. The natural channel is deeper than what the proposed dredge width would be. The purpose of the dredge channel is to ensure that the minimum width of the channel is at least 50 feet at the base with the side slopes.
And you described it several times as a maintained channel width, but this is just a one-time dredge that's going to be done by the applicant, correct?
The maintenance dredging event based on the previous permit 27-00 that was initially issued in 2000. It hasn't had to be redone in 20 years, but this would essentially be a maintenance event on that permit.
But that permit's expired, right?
It is currently expired, yes, but you would
But
renew the
they would treat it as a maintenance application, or it would be a new application, wouldn't it?
Defer to Mr. Dale for
Yeah,
that question.
that'd be one for him. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the members of the audience? Come right up.
My questions are kind of along the lines of his. Is this going to be a maintenance dredge or a one-time dredge?
This would be a maintenance event from the initial permit.
So we don't have a permit yet.
There is a permit that expired. It was initially issued in the early 2000s. Generally, they're good for one dredge event or 5-year period, and Jason can correct me if I'm incorrect, if I'm wrong in that. Once that one dredge event is done or the time expires, then the permit is expired and you need to renew it to go through. what I mean by a maintenance event is that we are not proposing any changes to the previously permitted channel width and depth. That channel has maintained itself generally, except for one pinch point, for the last 20 years. So we expect good longevity out of a future dredge project.
You would apply for a permit and hope that you get it, and then if you get it, then you're gonna dredge it again, correct? And it'll be a one-time dredge, or are you gonna maintain it?
Be a one-time dredge for this purpose.
And how long has it been since we dredged?
About 20 years.
And the channel's not navigable enough right now to be able to add more boats and do this proposed project without dredging. And I heard the gentleman say over here, he wants to be able to continue the use of this for 40 years. So what does that mean for us in 20 years when it runs out again with the safety and the navigation of that channel?
I object to the form of the question.
How could I phrase it differently? What would happen after the 20 years if it does what it does now?
I think it would be something that would need to be monitored and addressed as an ongoing, from time to time, to see how it performs.
Ongoing is the key word. And who's going to do it next time?
There's not any necessary reason that it would need to be done next time. It maybe doesn't shoal in with boat traffic, and it maybe was one shoaling event that occurred 20 years ago, right after it was initially done, but there's no proof of that. We have one survey that I know of that we just did in March that shows the current conditions.
Have you ever looked at the aerial footage around some of the inlets and some of the waterways on how it changes so drastically from year to year
Around
due
inlets,
to tides
yes.
and hurricanes and everything else?
I-
Do you think with your experience that would have any impact whatsoever on these little walls or whatever on the edges? Do you think that would possibly create any change whatsoever in
Those are
20 years?
two entirely different morphodynamic systems, inlets and beaches and nearshore channels like Banks Channel, or I'm going to use Topsail Beach for an example because it's the closest area. Areas that are close to the inlet are extremely dynamic and have a huge influx of sediment in and out of the channel system. As you get further away from those inlet points, the amount of sediment that is entrained within the water column diminishes very quickly. So sediment stays suspended in the water column based on the velocity of the water. As soon as that water velocity lowers, the sediment falls out of suspension. So as you get further away from the inlets where the current velocity is lower, then you have less and less sediment, coastal sediment that is entrained in the water column and less available for deposition. The area that this channel is in has no real influx of sediment into it, which is, I think, evident by the fact that it has not shoaled beyond, what the original dredge permit was, except for one small area of an encroaching shoal over the last 20 years.
I know what you mean by that, but I'm also thinking about that area that has that sharp turn where people have to go around and cut pretty wide to be able to go back to Marina Joe's and the people that own townhomes, and then it's just going to get complicated by all the extra boats. Again, the jet skiers, that's I'm sure going to change if it's changed in 20 years and we have to dredge it again. I guess my question goes back to, if this is a one-time dredge, who's going to do it again next time to keep it safe?
I can't answer that question.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I might be wrong, but I think Jason mentioned something about a major permit. I think if you get a major permit, don't you have the ability to dredge over X number more years? You don't have to just dredge once. But if there was an event within the first couple of years, don't you still have the ability to dredge under that major permit? Isn't that how it goes, Jason? I don't know what it is, whether it's 5 years or 8 years or...
5 years, but it's usually one event under the major permit, right?
Yes, sir. It's 5 years, and you can dredge at any frequency throughout that 5-year period with proper notification.
Yeah.
I would like to point out, too, that because this is an existing channel, this area is subject to, if anyone wanted to come in, whether it be the town, individual property owner that's nearby, that's affected by that particular pinch point there, anyone that uses that area could come in now and apply for what's called a CAMA general permit to spot dredge that, as long as the amount of material did not exceed the original channel width and was less than 1,000 cubic yards in volume. So that could be done today, or, I mean, in the near future. But a general permit is possible to obtain by anyone that's affected upstream of that location relatively easily.
And
So it
how much
doesn't-
does it cost to do that?
I don't know the numbers of.
I would imagine it'd be expensive. And we don't have to do that right now. So I guess my question goes back to who's going to pay for that and who's going to do it next time? Because there's going to be more traffic, it's going to be stirring up sediment in the bottom. It's bound to, over the years with all the new boat traffic, it's bound to cause it to need to be dredged again. I mean, statistically, it already needs to be dredged, according to you, to be able to do this project. So it'll need to be done again, and this is only a one-time proposal. So I guess I want to know who's going to do it next time.
I just want to clarify it, and I'll let the experts answer the question, but just so we're clear, if I wasn't clear earlier, we're dredging the channel, me and my client, dredging it. No one's saying we have to. This is a completely voluntary condition that we've agreed to, and we're paying for all of it. And I don't think anybody's, I don't mean this in a critical way, but I don't think anybody's done anything about it for 15, 20 years is what I understand. So, again, I just want to be clear, my client is paying to have this done, the dredge.
So can you just, what's the volume of dredging? I looked at your depth diagram, and I'm thinking I'm curious how much volume there is. Mr. Dale just talked about 1,000 cubic yards being a general permit. You're going beyond that, right?
This would be depending on conditions at the time of, so we would do another survey before the dredge event occurred to get accurate volumes, but I think this is definitely within the realm of within that 1,000-yard range.
Okay.
Do you have any follow-up?
I guess not. The only question I would have is, so they're voluntarily paying for it, but is it because it's a safety issue?
I'll let the folks answer that can speak to that. I'm not qualified to speak to boating safety. All I know is that the issue was identified in the community meetings, and my clients, to be proactive, trying to be good neighbors, trying to do what's right, has said, and the town hasn't, I don't think the town asked us to do it. I don't think that was it. It was just completely, you know what? We're going to do what we can do to help take care of an issue that you've identified. And that's just, and I hope that theme carries over when I said earlier where you talk about, you know, developers doing things, and I'll let the Zimmer Development representatives speak for themselves, but they're not going to get up here and brag about things. But you could ask folks in the room that maybe even against this. I mean, if the Zimmers say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. And they do really, really high-quality developments. And, you know, sometimes the projects that are presented before you, you don't get to pick who's doing it. That's not really how it works. People will come before you. But I really think if you've got a great development team, I would guess, for lack of a better way to describe it. But when they say they're going to do it, I really think they're going to do a really good job with it. And I hope that factors in somehow. I know that's not an ordinance criteria, but they do really high-end development, really high-quality development. And you can ask Alex Dale. I mean, I don't mind. He's here opposing me. Ask Dan Martin. He was here. He's an attorney. If they have something contrary to what I just said, please get up here and say it, because that's. And I'll just say that.
I won't ask any more questions right now. I'll just, if I can, just make one statement. I don't disagree with you that they do quality work. I know they do quality work. I was born and raised in Wilmington. I'm familiar with their work, but this goes back to a safety issue and responsibility and to the community and doing the due diligence and having the studies to be able to make these decisions before, you know, we can move forward with a project like this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have another witness?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yes, sir.
I could use a 5-minute.
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Coffee. Sound hot. Let's get this show back on the road, my friend. Where's my man? Hey, come on up here. Hey, come on up here and get in the seat. Come on up here. Let's get be prepared.
Let's do it.
Is it electrified or?
Yeah, I know. It's getting ready to be.
It's gonna zap you if you take too long.
We can buzz you.
All right, who's on the hot seat? Where's my coastal engineer? Mr. Pratt.
I mean, I can throw you a peanut if you want.
Mr. Pratt.
Is it still a question for him?
Mr. Pratt.
He's handling
Let's
business
get back
now.
to it.
A couple questions, but I'm not sure they're necessarily directed to you. It might be Jason, but.
We'll figure it out.
Yep. That yellow picture there, the channel, thank you so much. So if I look at the picture, it looks like the channel goes right up to the floating docks. Is that fair to say?
I think it's a representation of what the general channel alignment is. I don't think that is the exact coordinates of what the permitted dredge channel is. I think it's just supposed to be a visual representation of the general alignment of it.
Well, it's kind of important because we're talking feet here, right? Of
Right.
difference and questions.
So he'll have a bit better reference. If you want to show it to him.
Yeah, sure.
There you go, Hunt.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you.
I did that slide and I just drew a box of where roughly the channel is. If that's the answer you're looking for, that's what it is.
And you did it very well. I like that. Okay.
And the channel that I show on that is a rough fit that I did based on the center of the deep water. So it's a 50-foot wide channel based on the center of that.
So the two black outlines on the two sides are what would be the outside of the channel?
Yeah, that would be the outside toes, and then it would be a 3-on-1 side slope up.
And the reason for that question, there are two things that I've experienced. One is at JM's, when they dock their boats, they actually can double stack those boats.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Right? So you've cut quite a bit of the channel out, which is a big concern. And the second piece is we're on an island and there's typically lots of wind, and that wind has a big effect on a lot of the boats, especially when you're at, less than 5 miles an hour. You have very little control of that steering, right?
It's a balancing act between speed of vessel and control.
And what's even worse, as my experience, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but jet skis have little to no navigability, when they're they're just, with the wind is blowing, they're all over the place. So my only point is, what we talk about is general averages, and there are a lot of times when it's not at all an average. It's pretty bad. I think I'm a pretty experienced boater, and I've gotten myself into positions where I don't trust everybody around me because I've taken lots of classes. I don't trust them, like drivers.
I think that's the most important part of it.
And it's a problem. No matter how you deal with it, those are going to come. It's still going to happen. And when they double stack and you have the wind, it's really hard to pass one in each direction. I mean, you got to be really good to do that. So just my personal
Thank you, sir.
anecdote. Is that yours? Oh, I think that's.
Any other questions for Mr. Pratt? Come on.
So and I know someone said they created a slide, but, so I see your little dredge line, and I've seen the original renderings of the dockage, and I'm trying to do the math to understand there's gonna be 38 wet slips, and there was a lot of talk about.
Can you
all
move a
this-
little closer to the microphone?
And there was a lot of talk about all the space in the basin, but what I haven't seen is it's a scale diagram of how far those docks come out, what the fuel dock looks like when it gets flipped perpendicular, and how much of that basin is lost to the actual footprint of the dockage for your proposed dry stacks. And then how that would impact, to scale, how you would navigate all the way back if it continued further on to like Topsail Yacht Club or the restaurants.
Mr. Dale might probably can answer that better.
So let's see if I can skip back a slide here.
Keep going, there's a slide there. Keep going, keep going. Right there.
Yeah. So current layout on the left, proposed layout on the right. We had, again, this is all preliminary, so this is best case scenario in terms of permitting. So how this process gets started because of the location of this facility. The way the process gets started with a multitude of agencies that review this is I start with the one that's most likely going to have potential conflict with the project. So in this case, it was a Division Marine Fisheries Shellfish Sanitation section. So there's, and the intent to notify them first is to ensure that, one, we can get the amount of docks that we need, and two, that it doesn't expand to shellfish closure. Because this area is mostly closed to shellfishing because of the volume of the marina component of it. So when you start to combine and add multiple facilities on top of one another, whether or not they're individually considered a marina, some of the state agencies and federal agencies look at these collectively as a potential marina with heads and cabins, pump outs, that sort of thing. So that was the first agency that I started with. So I approached that agency, presented this design that you see to the right to them, received news that this was not going to create a conflict. This is not going to create an additional shellfish closure. So this is best case scenario for us. That's not to say that it's not going to be reduced by other factors, but it's not until we can go through that permit process that those factors become raised to us or become more apparent to where we have to make alterations to it. As it's designed now, it's designed to meet CAMA's requirements. So it's outside of the channel. The reason you see the two longer slips in the center of this, that's going to be, if I can approach once more, this is going to be the drop zone here. So these docks are going to shift somewhat to open up this area as the drop zone. So this is where the two forklifts will operate. These two finger piers will get elongated, and then the fuel dock will conversely run perpendicular to the shoreline. So the intent is to keep the fuel dock because the applicant realizes that it's a big commodity to the island, and so we want to keep that. And as it's designed now, I believe this finger pier was 60 or 70 feet in length. So it provided dockage for up to 3 25 to 30 foot boats on the outside and same on the inside. So you potentially, at any given time, 3 boats could utilize the outside of that
To get fuel?
To get fuel. I wish I had it on a larger overview so you could see how the layout is.
Right, so I understand all those diagrams, but you don't have a diagram that depicts how much of that basin you lose to that footprint to scale.
So I just did the measurement and I misspoke earlier. So from roughly this point on the tip of the fuel dock now to this point on this grass island that opposes it is roughly 325 feet. So initially, I believe I said 168 feet or 180 feet. I was taking the measurement across here. But from this point to that point is roughly 325 feet. So CAMA does have specific rules in terms of how far out you can go out into the water body. You can go out up to a quarter of the width of the channel, no more than a third. So if we run the numbers on those and it's 60 feet, that's 70 feet, that's well within the parameters of what CAMA will allow. So granted, we don't have a representation on the survey that shows the new design. But again, we're not here tonight seeking a permit from CAMA. So we brought you a conceptual design so you can see the current layout as opposed to the existing layout. To give you an idea of just, the 4 docks that are proposed on the inside are maybe 10 feet longer than the existing docks. And then as you go closer towards the forklift loading zone, again, just because of how we wanted to open that up to allow for docks coming in during inclement weather or when traffic periods were high, we elongated those to make room for those boats inside that drop zone. But I'm sorry, that doesn't have dimensions on it. But again, all that will come out through the review process. I also want to make note too that as part of CAMA, if and when we get to the point where we're coming in applying for a CAMA major permit for this, all the adjacent property owners will be notified of this. So there'll be a full set of plans. They'll be accurately drawn to scale. It will have every component of the development plan illustrated on that, from stormwater to the civil plans, the building plans, the architectural plans, the dredge plans, the dock plans. It will be an all-inclusive, all-comprehensive plan that gets distributed to all of the adjacent property owners. So the town will get notice. Jeremy will receive notice of that as a planner here. I didn't even talk about the development being consistent with the local land use plans. We've tried to develop this plan to be consistent with that as well. So, as you know, because we're in what the state considers to be urban waterfront area, we've designed the project to meet those local land use requirements as well. So I know that wasn't discussed earlier. I wanted to bring that back up. So thank you for the opportunity there.
Yes, sir. Come on.
On the extension of the docks, when we were redeveloping the other side of the property, there was measurements taken from that marsh island.
We can't.
If you'll get to your microphone so it's recorded.
When we were taking measurements from the marsh island over, they were measured all the way over to the Hardy's property, all the way back. And the 1/3, 1/4 rule.
Right.
So that was off the channel. And the statement was made that because of the basin and the way it was arranged for getting into those docks, that we could not reconfigure those docks. And it was very similar to what you've got up there. Has rules changed on that from 2010 to now as far as? And if you have the extension on those, the first ones are 40-foot finger piers. So if you're saying 10 feet on each one of those, I guess you'd leave the same ones there. If you had the 10-foot extension, so that's a 50-foot finger pier.
They would all be replaced.
Replaced with new stuff?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be a whole dock renovation?
It should be a complete replacement.
Okay, so, and we would have to, you probably would have to take some of that end of the face dock off at our side, because it's
going to have to be.
It's on the property line now,
Correct.
so
Yes,
it's going to be like
exactly.
15 feet back.
Yeah,
So-
and we accounted for a 15-foot setback off the riparian line just in preparation. Yes.
So what you're saying is that with this, you have spots for 38 boats? Is that including the fuel dock finger pier?
Yes.
Okay, so you would use that in event of, you need to have that many boats tied up?
So it would be
Coming back from whatever, all the boats that are coming back, they would be able to hold 38 boats on that entire dock structure?
Correct.
Okay. Or, I'm only concerned because there was a special use modification to get more boats for the Freedom Boat Club, and they made little circles, and we didn't object to it because it didn't seem doable, and it wasn't. The 40-foot finger pier, if you have two 18-foot boats, that's going to take up that one side.
Correct.
The average boat is 22 to 24 feet in dry stacks usually. So you're going to have a better measurement part of it so that you make sure that you can get the 38. And what you're saying, I think, is that when you present this to CAMA, it could be whittled down.
Exactly. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The best case, this is the best case scenario. So there may be some adjustments, some fine tuning, maybe a reduction in a few of those finger piers to address those issues.
Right, okay.
But conceptually, for the special use permit tonight, knowing that this was the max that we could have, that's why it's shown this way, and that's why it was presented tonight.
Anything, Mr. Dale? Thank you. Mr. Nichols?
Yes, sir, and we would respectfully ask that Mr. Pratt's exhibit be submitted into the record. I believe a copy was handed to you all.
I believe that's M, if I'm counting correctly.
And before we move to the, we're going to move to the criteria about impacts on property values. At the break, and my clients have been listening to all the comments, and they have listened to the comments at the community meetings, and we've seen a number of the emails and things like that. With regard to the fuel dock, we would like to add it, we would like to propose another condition. It's not really what we want to do, but there's only so much we can do to address the concerns. It's a public waterway, and there's other folks that have property on it. And as I said before, it's owned by the state for the benefit of everybody. We, again, I say this reluctantly, but we would offer as a condition that we would propose closing the fuel dock to the public. And it would significantly reduce some trips in the waterway. It's not what we want to do. If you want to make as a condition of approval that we keep it open, that would be great. We'll keep it open. But as we sit here today, we're trying to address the concerns. And so we're proposing as a condition to close it to the public. I don't think that's what's best. We don't necessarily think that's what's best. But, you know, what else can we do? We've agreed to dredge the channel. And we've certainly offered to meet with them, and we're certainly still willing to offer to meet with them to address some of the issues. But so I would say that's a proposed condition. We'll close the fuel dock to the public. If you want to keep it open as a condition, we fully agree to it. But we don't know what else to do to try to address some of these issues that we think we've addressed. Okay, and we're glad to discuss that. But I'll move on to the next criteria, which is the. Just move on. Okay, before I do that, there was a question about sort of boating accidents and that sort of thing. Spencer Peterson with Zimmer Development will come up. Spencer spoke with Ms. Stewart. Well, Spencer, you introduce yourself, please, and your conversation. And
hi, good evening. I'm Spencer Peterson with Zimmer Development Company. I guess I'll introduce Exhibit N.
Spencer, can you give me a copy for Alex? Let me give him a copy. You have an extra?
We'll share a
Okay,
copy.
well, we can make
You
sure
can
Alex
share.
gets one. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All good.
I apologize, it's so small. I just printed off the email, but I can read it. But basically, I reached out to NC Wildlife Law Enforcement Division, and I talked to Emily Stewart, and then I sent her an email asking, could you please provide any available boating incident records or reports for the Topsail Sound Deep Creek No Wake Zone area shown on the map below for the past 5 years? And then she responded back, said, I went through all the boat accidents in Pender County from now until 2021, and there are no documented accidents in the wake zone area you highlighted. If you have any further questions, please reach back out at any time. So then I called her and I asked what that criteria was for reporting the accidents, and she told me that if the incident...
Objection, hearsay.
It's actually NC Statute 75A 11B. That's the criteria she told me. If the occurrence results in the death, injury, or disappearance of a person, damage to a vessel or other property of $2,000 or more, or if there's complete loss of a vessel. And then so that 5 years from 2021 to July 2026, and then the no wake zone. I talked to the no wake zone coordinator and looked at the minutes, and that was approved in July 25th, 2024. So there were no incidences before the no wake zone was there, and then there were no incidences after it was there.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Dale?
Sir, in the key word there, documented.
I'm just reporting on the email. I think you reported there were incidences.
So the key word in what you were told is about documented incidences. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. NC Wildlife is the agency that reports all documented incidences.
Did NC Wildlife tell you that they determined that this channel...
I'm just here to speak on this email.
Okay, well, I have some questions for you since you presented that email. Do you understand that NC Wildlife determined that channel was a hazard 10 years ago?
Again, I'm just here to report on the documented instances.
You didn't ask about
I know.
condition of that?
No, I called the no wake zone coordinator, the same one you guys mentioned, and she's retired. And I asked if there were instances, and they told me to call Emily Stewart. So that's what I did. And I was asking, did you guys reach out? Did anyone from the yacht club get a list of
I'm
instances?
here to ask the question, sir. So let me ask you this.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, we've
I was
talked to
getting ready
wildlife.
say, but,
Sure.
I mean, I feel like you're avoiding the question, but let's keep it civil. So,
I mean,
know
I
it's
really
getting
just-
late.
I'm
It's
just
getting
here to
late, but
report
let's-
on
I understand,
instances.
but then just say, I can't answer that question.
Yes, sir.
If you don't know the answer, I'm not asking you to guess.
Yes, sir.
So did you ask the person you spoke with at Wildlife about what it considered this channel to be from a terms of congestion or a hazard at any point in time before or after the no wake zone was created?
No, sir. I was just asking on reported instances.
Did you review the no wake zone matrix that NC Wildlife put together explaining that this channel was a hazard as of 2016?
No, sir. I was just asking about instances.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Nichols, I apologize to cut you off, but I felt like we were getting out of control there.
I apologize. I didn't mean to speak out.
Are there any other reporting agencies, or does it all have to be transferred over to NC Wildlife?
My understanding is NC Wildlife is the main agency for reporting.
Okay, so if the Surf City Fire Department showed up because there was something at the fuel dock, as an example, but would they then report that to NC Wildlife
Yes,
as
sir.
an
That's
incident?
that's my understanding.
Any other questions from the board?
When they say undocumented or documented, right?
Yes, sir. Documented.
So what about accidents that were undocumented? You know, like I run into XYZ's boat, and there's really no severe damage, but there's an accident. But we don't report it to anybody because nobody was hurt, nobody was damaged, the boat wasn't sinking. It's just,
That would not
We
be.
don't have
that
that,
would
right?
not be documented.
We
So
don't
that's.
have
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm
that-
just saying, it's not like there's no accidents, it's just.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Okay. It's like, if you have a fender bender on the street, and it's no big deal.
Yes, sir.
You just go your separate ways.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Dell? Next witness?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll have Cal Morgan come up, please. Cal's our appraiser, and he'll speak to criteria G in your ordinance. Cal, if you could first introduce yourself and your credentials, experience, background.
Good evening. I'll try to be concise. We've been here a while. My name is Cal Morgan. I'm a certified general MAI appraiser. I'm licensed in North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and Connecticut, of all places. My company is J.C. Morgan Company. Since 2010, our firm has appraised and consulted on hundreds of properties throughout North Carolina. I was recently engaged by the applicant to perform research and analysis that would enable me to conclude an opinion as to item G of the town's special use permit application. Item G states that the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or in the alternative, the use is a public necessity. My experience is in real estate valuation, so I focus my efforts there. For the dry slips, I reviewed several marinas, including Sloop Point Marina, Atlantic Marine, Bradley Creek Marina, and Creekside Marina. All indicated strong long-term demand with added rental supply likely having no negative effect on value. For example, Sloop Point Marina added 107 dry slips during the spring of 2026, and rather than lowering rates to compete for tenants, they raised their monthly rents by 10% that year. Creekside Marina, which has about 400 dry slips, and Bradley Creek Marina, which has about 315 dry slips, both reported multi-year wait lists for rentals and indicated that adding a large number of additional dry slips to the rental market would have limited to no impact on the value of the existing slips. At Topsail Island Yacht Club, dry slip rental rates reflect cap rates in the 4 to 5%, which suggests slip owners purchase them mainly for personal use or long-term appreciation rather than an income investment yield. This is a further indicator of an undersupplied local market. The proposed development will only offer slips for rent, not for sale. Therefore, the development will increase the number of slip renters in the immediate area, undoubtedly increasing the number of potential buyers. The only place those buyers can buy a dry slip is next door. So increased demand and level supply will tend to put upward pressure on values. Regarding the commercial space, the retail, several projects were reviewed, including Surf City Gateway Plaza, the Arboretum at Surf City, and Surf City Crossing, name a few. Like the proposed project, these were newer developments of good quality. In each case, new quality commercial space was added to the supply. Lease rates and land values in the immediate area continued to increase after the projects were developed, and the cap rates in the areas continued downward over that same period. A similar pattern was observed at Oyster Creek Landing in Hampstead, a comparable new retail and office development that currently commands some of the highest lease rates in the submarket. Surrounding lease rates were not negatively effective, and nearby land values appeared to have benefited. So in summary, based on the market data, it's my professional opinion that the proposed project will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, satisfying the requirement of item G of the special use permit application. In fact, given the quality of the development, its location, the project is more likely to have a positive impact on the surrounding values than a negative one. Thank you. Any questions, of course?
I'd like to, real quick, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to qualify your credentials too. Mr. Morgan, are you currently on the North Carolina State Appraisal Board?
Yes, sir. I'm vice chairman on the North Carolina Appraisal Board, serving my third term, so going into my 7th year.
And you were you on the North Carolina State Property Tax Commission?
From 2013 to 2017, when taxpayers appealed their taxes at the county level, they would take it to the state level at the Property Tax Commission, and I served as a commissioner there for 4 years.
And you've been an expert witness in federal bankruptcy court before?
That's correct.
In North Carolina Superior Court?
Yes, sir.
As an appraiser?
Yes, yes.
And do you work for the city of Wilmington?
So I'm the on-call appraiser for the city of Wilmington. So we do appraisal work for the city of Wilmington, the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Cape Fear Public Utility Authorities, property owners, developers.
Do you have a report?
So I basically summarized a letter, and I have copies of it here for the board. I'm sorry.
So as a qualified appraiser that does appraisal reviews, what would you hazard to guess this property, the dry stack portion of the property, might be appraised at, so we can get a handle on, if approved and built out, what our tax revenues might be?
So unfortunately, I didn't do that. I didn't do an appraisal of the property or the property as is or upon completion. So unfortunately, I can't answer that question, sir.
Do you know what the appraised value is currently of the dry stacks that are next door?
I do not.
Thank you.
I know the assessed value, I don't know. I know they sell for about.
I apologize. I did misspeak, and I should know better. The assessed value.
I do not. I know I have data indicating what the slips sell for, but not the assessed value, no, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan, how many appraisal projects have you done for Zimmer Development Company?
Directly for them, maybe 0. I don't never say never, never say always. So less than a handful. My firm has probably done some for the banks, for the lending institution.
Or projects that Zimmer Development Company is working on?
Probably. Okay. It is not many.
The marinas you compared are all single isolated marinas in those locations, not marinas that have multiple marinas back to back to them, do they?
Ask that again, please, sir.
Yeah, so the marinas you compared in your comparative analysis for your appraisal are all marinas that are set apart from any other nearby marina. Is that right?
So finding side-by-side marinas is pretty difficult. There's not many of them. Bradley Creek Marina and Creekside Marina in Bradley Creek are side-by-side and kind of represent a good example of this. There, like I said, there's not many examples of it.
Are those all wet slips, or are they a dry stack as well?
Most of them are dry. Creekside is about 400 dry, and Bradley Creek is about 315 dry. Bradley Creek also has some wet ones. I don't know the number.
And those two marinas are right in the heart of Wilmington, aren't they?
They are closer to Wilmington, yes.
Demand would be very different in the heart of Wilmington than it might be in Surf City, wouldn't it?
Supply and demand, I mean, there's more people in Wilmington, but there's also more boat slips. There's less dry slips in Surf City, but there are less people. So I can't answer that question.
Your analysis is purely based on the fact that all these slips that your client will construct will be for rent and not for sale. Isn't that correct?
So it's been communicated to me that the project will be a for rent product. Yes, sir.
And if that was to change after it was constructed, the analysis would look different, wouldn't it?
It possibly it could.
That's all I have.
Nichols? Anybody else from the board?
We've got Mr.
Question back here.
Mr. Morgan has his report. We'd like to submit it if we could.
Oh, I got a question from the audience.
You mentioned the new.
Microphone.
Sorry about that. You mentioned the new dry stack would have a positive effect on the existing one, or a negligible effect on the values?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
When you were talking about the value of the yacht club versus the effect of the new dry stack, you said, and I don't remember the exact words, but you said that it would have a negligible effect on the values of the slips.
The slips at topsoil.
Yeah.
So the proposed project consists of 200 slips that are going to be for rent.
Correct.
So that is 200 renters who undoubtedly, some of them will want to own a slip.
Right.
So that'll put extra demand on the existing slips. The only slips you can buy are in the Topsail Island Yacht Club. In addition, the project will have retail, it will have restaurants, it'll be somewhat of a destination.
Right.
And personally speaking, if I'm a slip owner, I would like to dock my boat, walk to a restaurant, walk to retail. I think all those are positive attributes for those slips, and I think they would tend to have a upward influence on value more so than a downward influence on value.
Okay, well, I would disagree with that, because just the specter of this project, based on people talking to me about buying slips and also renting slips and traffic and all the other associated things, I have 7 slips, 6 slips that I had listed. One of them is on market for 491 days. It is a 35-foot slip, T-top, which is, I don't know that anybody else has that size boat slip available, for $129,000. So when I look at Wrightsville Beach and I look at some of the prices there, a 28-foot slip T-top at Atlantic Yacht Club was listed last summer or summer before for $300,000. So there's a big disparity between that. If people who were looking for boat slips were looking to buy slips, why aren't they buying our slips? Because that's the most expensive one we've got. We got listed for $79,000. We got it listed for $91,000. We got slips that are, to me, higher value than other slips, because we have a clubhouse, we have a pool, and we have a parking lot. We have a situation where it's easier to get in and out of. So I guess my question is, how is the specter of this already causing concern among our people, and also people who have been saying they want to buy a slip?
Sure. Excuse me. So my answer would be, earlier they had the rendering of the project.
Sure.
It's a great looking project.
I don't disagree.
I think it's the highest quality. I think it's of wonderful quality and will do a lot for the downtown area of Surf City, just my opinion. I think the things I mentioned, the added number of renters in that immediate area who undoubtedly will want to own some units, and the amenities of being able to walk around, are positive things for I keep wanting to say your property, but for the adjacent property. But to address your item specifically, the project hasn't been built yet. There appears to be a lot of unknowns about the project.
Yes.
So once the project's on the ground, I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on the value of the slips.
Okay, yeah, I would disagree because actually, when you mentioned renters only, we had a big day Saturday of launches and retrievals. Of the 43 boats we put in, 15 of them were owner operated, and 28 were renters. So that's a 65% renter use. And if you go for the whole year until July 31st, we had renters were 54.5% of the usage at our facility. So if you have 200 rental slips next door, that's going to put a whole lot more boats in the water and a whole lot more people using the facility more accurate or more.
So the renters,
often, yeah.
I'm sorry,
More
the renters do not drive the value of dry slips. If I own a dry slip and I rent it out for X amount of dollars a year.
Sure.
After I take out the association dues and taxes, some of them there's taxes on them, there's not much money left. If you divide that into the cost of the slip, you can make more money in a CD at the bank than you can on a slip. It's just people don't buy them for the income yield. They buy them for their personal use, and they buy them for long-term appreciation,
Correct.
in my experience.
Yeah.
So how it might or might not impact rents has minimal impact on the value and the prices these things will receive in the market.
I don't know if I said it correctly. I'm saying that the actual tying that statistic into boats in the water can cause the value to decrease because of decreased enjoyment and safety feeling of being in that channel with 200 renters versus having people that have bought slips. But even then, you're still got 200 more opportunities for people to get in the water at 50 or 60 boats on big, busy days.
So I'm not sure what was the question?
It was pretty abstract. It was basically the value to me would not be long-term investment or am I going to rent it out? How much money can I get out of it for this year? It's going to be that many renters in that section is going to put more boats by about 10%, maybe 15%.
That's going to happen whether they're renters or owners. It's 200 more boats is 200 more boats.
Right.
So,
but it would diminish the enjoyment of going out in the channel.
that's maybe, and that's an opinion.
Right.
But if you look at Creekside and you look at Bradley Creek, they have together 900 boats, and they both share the same channel, Bradley Creek, and sometimes it gets really crowded in there.
It does. It's longer,
Those
it's wider,
values-
and it's only residential. There's no businesses, there's no bars, there's no restaurants.
And those values have continued to go up.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, so,
And it's in Wilmington. That's what we fight all the time. Is that when I say, I've got a bigger slip that's easier access, and I can't sell it for 125, and they're getting 300 grand. That's where the money is down there.
but it's all relative.
Yeah.
I mean, appraisers, we always get criticized on the comps we pick and the examples we pick. So we can't make up comps. We can't go make up sales or examples or paired sales analysis. We have to use what's out there. And I tried to find the best examples and the best cases that could help me form an opinion that I can support
Right.
on whether this project, which I think is a Class A project,
I have no doubts.
is only a good thing for values, not just boat slip values, but for the values of the other commercial properties in the area.
I would disagree. Thank you.
So you don't think that a building that backs right up to our pool and forklifts 20 to 30 feet away with debris and noise will have a negative impact on our value?
I do not.
Why?
For all the reasons I just stated.
I mean, if I'm sitting in the pool staring at a 50-foot-high building and wall, and there's a forklift within 20 to 30 feet, you don't think that's going to be not appealing to people?
I think it might be not appealing. I think the noise might be a bother, but I don't think it'll have an impact on the value. For the sole reason that the demand will go up and the supply will stay the same. It's economics 101.
Can I ask a question? A couple quick questions. As an appraiser, are your findings absolute?
Everything I do is I offer opinions.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. So even if you wanted to appraise a particular value of a property, you have to come out with a clause that says this is just an opinion. It can be plus or minus a lot. Right? There is no absolute
Not a
value.
clause. The definition of an appraisal is an opinion of value
That's
by,
right.
by a certified appraiser.
That's right. So all of this is based off of opinions, right? And you have a lot
100%,
more
yes, sir.
experience than most people. You also said you choose your comps, right? You have a choice of what you choose to use as your comps,
Yes, sir.
right? So that could be, I'm a real estate agent. You got a whole lot of things you could choose from. You choose them selectively, hopefully well, but you have a choice. That's an opinion that you're choosing.
Very subjective. Yes, sir.
That's right. That's right. You use the term supply and demand. Economics 101 is what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Which comes first, the supply or the demand when you're trying to evaluate a value of a piece of property or a subdivision?
What comes first, the supply or the demand, when you're evaluating a
So
subdivision?
let's say you're going to develop a brand new subdivision. Is the price start low or does the price start high?
I can't answer that. I mean,
Yes, you do. It's supply and demand, right? You
Ask a
just
question.
said.
I ain't trying to be ugly, man, but it's 12 o'clock at night. Are we working on whether or not he's an appraiser or whether it's hurting the values? What I'm getting at is just trying to, let's
Working
get
on
to the question.
So the value is as we just talked about, is an opinion, right? And supply and demand, the way that works, as he brought it up, the demand typically goes first. The higher the demand, the higher the price. Our prices have not gone up at the yacht club, so the demand is not forcing that price up. He's making the assumption or the implication that the demand is there and the supply will stay still. Well, it's not. You're going to increase the supply by 200 units from what it is today. Whatever the prices are today, they're at equilibrium to what the supply and demand requires. You're adding 200 new units to that supply chain, right, which will have an effect on the price. So if you were to do a brand new subdivision, when you have a lot of supply, those houses start low, and as the supply shrinks, the prices go up. That's the way real estate works. Would you agree?
Sometimes.
Most of the
Sometimes
time?
prices go down.
But there are bigger effects, inflation, there's a lot of other things that happen. But generally speaking, would you say that would be the case?
If you look back over 20 years, the trend of real estate is upwards. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, you hand it to Brett. Yeah.
Can I get a copy, please?
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know it's late, but I would like to point out that when you're talking about diminution in property values, it's not because of competition. That's not what zoning is designed to do. I know the board knows that, but I want to make clear that the government doesn't get to pick winners and give people competitive advantages in the market by zoning decisions. So if there's more increased inventory, that's not a basis under the criteria to say, hey, wait a minute, you're diminishing my property value. No, that's competition. That's competition in the marketplace, and it makes everyone better. It gives the consumer a choice. It makes people improve to be competitive. So this idea that we're putting more slips out there and that's going to diminish their value, I would say that has absolutely nothing to do with the criteria that's before you. So let me speed this up. This is covered quite well in the staff report. There's a number of policies that are mentioned that we respectfully contend are supported by this, both in your comprehensive plan and your strategic plan. Channel maintenance, we've circled that one. Dry stack marinas, there's support in the comp plan policies for that. You're talking about a mixture of use. You're adding neighborhood scale commercial goods and services exactly where your comp plan says they should be. Your high quality development, walkable. We talked about the multi-use path that we're going to partner with the town on. That's a huge benefit to all that. I think there's so many things that this is in line with your comprehensive plan that I'm not even going to list them all. But they're in the report, and we would respectfully contend that clearly that criteria is met. It's about in the direct middle of your central business district. Again, it's promoting walkability. It's providing options for sales and services. And this is available to the public. I mean, I think the yacht club next door is great, but if you're not a member of the yacht club, what is that, is that a public benefit? We're talking about adding a restaurant and retail and offices and things that we heard from the community meeting that the public wanted to see there. So I'm not being critical of the yacht club whatsoever, but I'm saying we heard that retail was what you wanted, and then of course we're bringing retail in and we're getting criticized about the traffic. So it's almost a difficult situation to go through. We want to make the project successful. We think that the dry stack, which is before you this evening, will help make it successful. But we also wanted to add the neighborhood scale commercial and the restaurant and things that the residents would enjoy walking to, and hopefully it would be a catalyst to get some more activity there. It's certainly going to generate a lot of tax base. There's so many positives to it that meet your goals of your central business district. Desired uses. This is in your comp plan. Commercial retail, especially local owned small businesses and restaurants. Office institutional, mixed use. Water-based commercial and recreation. We meet all those. And this is your island town center place type. Benefits to the town. It's late. I've said these. I won't repeat myself here, but I would say boat storage is needed. It's going to give residents additional access to the public water. The only one I would change there is, again, with the public fuel dock, as an accommodation to try to address the concerns. We'll make a condition that's private. But if you all, as a condition of approval, say keep it public, great. We would love that as a condition of approval. But we don't know what else to do to address some of these. We feel like we've addressed the safety concerns. And we hope that you see before you what I think is a very high quality project that meets your comprehensive plan, meets your town, your ordinances. We respectfully contend that we met all the criteria. Are we going to make everybody happy? No, we can't. We wish we could, but it's not going to happen. But we think there's a lot of positives here, and we hope that y'all see it that way too. I know Mr. Dale's going to put on his case. I'd like the opportunity to make a final statement. So I'll leave it at that. I think we've got everything. I think that's everything. Thank you for your time very much this evening, and we're happy to try to answer questions. Thank you very much. I know, and to keep things efficient, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board, I don't want to sit here and be objecting to everything, and this is not a courtroom, it's a council room, and we respect the process. It's a quasi-judicial process, but I did want to submit for the record an objection under the statute, and that's under 160D 1402 J3, and I'll paraphrase here that we're going to object to the opinion testimony of lay witnesses as to any of the following, and there's three things the statute identifies. And the statute speaks about what is competent evidence. And specifically, we object to the following as being competent evidence, and this is under the statute. The use testimony from a lay witness that the use of a particular The use of property in a particular way affects the value of other property. The increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development poses a danger to the public safety, and matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under the rules of evidence. I'll hand that up.
Sir, Mayor Pro Tem. Sir. My recommendation on that, so he doesn't have to object each time someone testifies, is that it just be a standing objection that he's making, and so that the parties don't have to testify. I would say what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So I assume Mr. Dale is making the same objection as it relates to witnesses that were not experts that testified earlier, right?
Yes, sir. I have made that objection and renew it.
All right, thank you.
Only one?
It's just one of them. It's just an objection for the record.
You get to look at it. You'll get to keep it.
Him. Let him keep it.
You ready for me, Mr.
Yes, sir, I apologize. Yes, sir.
Good evening or good morning. I'm not sure where we are at this point.
Still night. Still night.
Again, Alex Dale, I represent Topsail Island Yacht Club, and we do have some witnesses to provide to you. The first item, I would first ask Chris in the back to go ahead and pull up the Surf City Shared Navigation Channel Review document. He's got two back there from me. We'll see if this is the right one, but if you wouldn't mind pulling that one up for me, I would appreciate it. What's that? Okay. While he's doing that, I'm going to pass out our engineer's report. So what you have in front of you is, first of all, an affidavit from Jonathan Guy. He's a professional engineer, and Exhibit A is his bio, and what I'm going to talk about is Exhibit B, which is the document that's got his engineer's stamp at the top of it. So just to orient everyone on what that is, that's the one that has Kimley Horn, which is his engineering company, at the top. This is a response to the traffic study and the traffic impact analysis that was prepared by DRMP, and the...
Sorry, not to interrupt and object, is Mr. Guy here?
He is not, but another engineer from Kimley Horn is here.
Okay, very well.
The items that are addressed here in his report, first of all, the proposed sites, land uses fall, they're identified in there, fall below the threshold requiring a traffic impact analysis for DOT for 3,000 trips per day, but there should have been consultation with NCDOT, and specifically consultation with the district engineer. Additionally, the trip generation performed using the ITE code, this came up in the applicant's traffic engineer's report that identified that they use code 821. Actually, in fact, if you look at what they said in there, they used the incorrect code. If you look at what they titled it as, they used a shopping center code and not actually, they used 822, not 821. And the problem with that is 821 does not allow for the pass-by reductions in traffic that were reflected there. So that problem is one of the problems. The other piece is the capacity analysis guidelines and the ITA rate versus equation tool. Again, don't allow for those pass-by reductions in land uses for 821. Additionally, they use averages for square footage, not the actual numbers, and the peak average daily traffic. I addressed this with the applicant's testimony. The seasonal adjustment that was used of 10% is not consistent with the peak average daily traffic that is required for Highway 210. which should have been between 1.70 and 2.96. And because of that, the seasonal adjustment is far, far off. Additionally, the TIA assumes a 15%, only 15% of the traffic to and from the development will come from the 210 connection of the island to the mainland. And while that might be appropriate for retail and restaurant, it's certainly not appropriate for dry stacks, which seems to be part of the confusion here. There's a lot of blending by the applicant of what their retail is going to do versus what the dry stack is going to do. And this hearing is about the dry stacks and the marina. That's what we're here for, not these other purposes. Additionally, there's topics in here about the volume to capacity ratio, which I addressed in the testimony. So a lot of that is already covered here. You do have an affidavit from Mr. Guy. Your own ordinance provides that anything admissible in court is admissible in this hearing. So the fact that that affidavit is provided is more than enough for this to be received and considered. And in addition, your ordinance also provides for anything on which this body reasonably can consider is appropriate to be considered as well. So that's the first item I want to address. And to identify, so I guess we marked that one as P, Exhibit P, and then Exhibit Q will be the IT generation manual, which reflects how the label in the applicant's traffic impact analysis is using the wrong standard. And if I could pass these out.
Trees did we kill?
If you would turn to the yellow page, if you look at the applicant's traffic impact analysis, they have chosen shopping plaza instead of the strip retail plaza, which would have been the appropriate one to use. And so, again, these codes are presented just to reflect what's in that engineer's report to explain how the title, if you look at the title, what they said was used, and the actual code that's used, it was inconsistent and therefore not reliable. So that's the first item I want to address. And then now I'd like to have an engineer come forward. Margaret Boschik with Kimley Horn will come forward at this point, and I guess what I will do is sit over there and maybe ask you a few questions and then let you go.
All right, should I introduce myself?
If you would, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Margaret Boschik. I am a professional coastal engineer and marina designer with Kimley Horn. I have over 20 years experience and have designed marinas worldwide. I also am a contributor to the upcoming revision of the Manual of Practice 50, which I'm going to refer to a few times. This is the planning and design guideline for small craft harbors. The one in publication right now is 2012, which I also contributed to. So this is just an update, but it gives us good guidelines for marina placement, for design, for channel widths, for spacing, for backing distances, for different vessel sizes. I'm also an instructor for the Clean and Resilient Marina program, which focuses on resiliency and safety.
All right, thank you. And you are, as you just explained, you're an engineer with Kimley Horn.
Correct.
And Jonathan Guy is one of your colleagues, is he not?
Correct.
And did he perform the analysis of the applicant's traffic impact analysis that was provided to the council?
That is correct. I spoke with him today about it.
And is that a true and accurate copy of his report that was provided?
It is.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but I must object. When Mr. Dale said there was an engineer from Kimley Horn, I thought he meant a transportation engineer.
I don't think that's my burden. It's just got to be admissible in court, and it's admissible.
Well, then I object to Mr. Guy's affidavit. He's not here to answer questions. Mr. Stevenson's here to answer questions from Mr. Dale and the council. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, and if they don't have their traffic engineer here, you can't just hand up an affidavit and say that's on the same level.
Hold on, there's been many a report handed up by the applicant that gets put into the town packet. That's an entirely unfair comparison. And so the standard in the town's ordinance, I can provide you with the provision, says that it has to be admissible in court, or even beyond that, can just be reliable for this council to rely on. And so this is more than enough for you to be able to consider that analysis.
It's not admissible in court if it's hearsay. He's offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
I hear what you're saying. Man, we're 6 hours in. I'm not a judge. That'll come up on appeal if it needs to be. Let's carry on.
All right, Ms. Bushik, you have the presentation, and I believe you have the clicker. If you could just click, and I'll let you give your presentation.
I was asked to take a look at the location, more specifically the channel. And whenever I'm looking at a channel and its congestion rate, I start by looking at the individual properties. So just kind of starting at the top, we have 9 docks and 9 boats. And the general size of those boats is between 20 and 25 LOA. There's also, LOA is length overall. It is the length of the boat. And then we have jet skis also at that property. Further south, 602 and 518, there is a side tie. This is transient vessels coming in to visit the restaurant in that area. Because it is a 250-foot side tie, that equates to about 8 boats that can tie up at the same time with a 30 LOA, and I chose that as an average size based on the other vessels in this location. 512 Roland is the Surf City Crab Market. There is a commercial fleet that parks there, about 7 boats. The largest that I saw in aerial photos was about 45 feet. It sits at the end as a side tie. The 45 feet only comes in as a germane aspect because it has to turn and exit the channel, so it needs a bit more space. They also have some jet ski rentals just north of the commercial fleet. A number of jet ski rentals that immediately jump off into the channel. 418 Coconut Grove Restaurant, that has some future side tie dock possibilities, so that would be additional vessels that are also transient in nature. And I'll get into the difference between why I'm saying transient versus home port on the next slide. And then we have 412, which is your 25 slips. Now it is 25 slips because it is permitted for 20-foot vessels. So actually, it can fit much larger within those slips, but that is what was permitted back in 2023. The proposed is 200 dry boat slips between 25 to 35. I wasn't sure about that, but that's kind of confirmed from the conversation today. And then there is also a fuel dock at that location. So next door to that is the Topsail Island Yacht Club. I'm off by my count just a little bit. 192 dry boat slips between 28 to 35 with 10 loading slips in front. Blue Water Townhomes has about 21 slips, also between 25 to 35. That was the measurement in that area. And it is also my understanding that there is a future side tie proposed for Marina Joe's Restaurant, which is additional transients. So this all adds up to a current vessel fleet with the dry stack of 262. So that does mean about 62 in the water at any given time. That does not include jet skis or any kayaks or personal crafts. And the proposed would push that number up to 437 with additional possible jet skis and kayaks with additional uses being planned for within this channel. Now, looking at the fleet that services this area, it's a lot of center console, some pontoon boats, which are wider, and then we have our sport fishing boats and our couple commercial fleet. So the reason I wanted to bring up transient versus home port is when it's your home port, you tend to leave in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Transient is less predictable. They might be coming into the restaurant, they might be going out in the evening for an evening stroll, and that's what creates two-way traffic. So what I've highlighted here is in red, this is the home port slips. These are where the vessels are typically kept, which includes those loading docks in front of the dry stack storage and the current existing marina at 412. Yellow is your transient, that's your come and go, which includes your fuel dock. A lot of people with that destination of that fuel dock tucked into that corner. And of course the restaurants as well, which brings people all the way to the end of the channel up to Marina Joe's. Now, green is your rentals. These are your less experienced and more likely to cause near miss pilots. They are your jet skiers, the kayaks who can't move around very quickly, and some vessel renters who might not be as experienced as someone who's owned a boat for 20 plus years. So those green areas, which are just those two in the small areas, that's the jet ski, but I didn't know where to highlight the inexperienced vessel renters, but those can be imagined to be in various locations as well. So safe passing for two-way traffic. Now, I looked at this like it was a marina and not just a channel. And for marina entrances, you want a minimum of 75-foot width. Now, the reason for that is you have cross breezes, you have currents, you have passing traffic, and you want something wide that narrows down to the inner corridors of a marina. We don't have 75 feet here. That is probably not realistic. So what then I looked at was in the interior corridors. Now, from this manual, the guidelines suggest that you have a minimum of 4 times the beam width for safe passage, and that's in that image there, which comes directly out of that book. 6 times the beam is the recommended, and the reason for this is winds, cross currents, any time of obstructions, a little bit of congestion. So those are your most typical vessels. You have 25, 30, 35, 40. I've highlighted the 30, which out of, again, that manual, 11.5 is your average beam width. Now, this is not a specific boat I heard some boats talked about. This is a holistic view of boats in that range that have different sizes. 11.5 is what we design to in marina design. Now, multiplying that out by the 4 and the 6, your passing width minimum is 46 feet, and your passing width recommended, if I can speak, it's almost midnight, is 69 feet. So if I were designing this as a marina, I would tell you you need 69 feet for your entrance channel and for your channel to get through. And that would be a clear channel with extra space on the sides. Now, I would also say this channel width has to be navigable at mean low water. We don't live in a world where the water doesn't go below mean low water, which is our regulatory water line. So when I'm looking at channel depths, I'm looking at mean low water. So what I did, and I do appreciate you guys getting a survey, thank you, because I only had the LiDAR to go off of. This is a NOAA LiDAR from 2019, 2020, and it's showing a maximum depth in that channel of -7 mean low water. And I should mention the translation between mean low water and mean low water is only 0.16 feet. Very, very small. So for all intents and purposes, they are the same. But I did use the LiDAR here and highlighted that length of the constricted channel, which is about 1,300 feet, which also matches what the applicant has said they would dredge back to the 50-foot width. So looking at that channel, we'll start at that top table. We have the minimum recommended depth below mean low water. Now this is looking at a center console power boat. We're not getting any sailboats in there. I think we all know that. So if we look at 20 foot, 30 foot, 35, and again 45, and we take that 30 as our recommended, we have plus 2 foot clear. Now in the manual, it does say 3 foot clear, but that's usually because of rock and obstructions. When I'm working on the East Coast, you have a lot of silt, sand, and soft stuff. So 2 foot clear is where I like to be. And that also prevents your squat from hitting the ground when you're moving along at any given speed. So that 2 foot clear gives us 2 feet below the estimated draft, which again, for a 30-foot boat on a mast level is 3.5 feet. So we want to get at least 5.5 feet below mean low water. That is your clear navigation opening. That's what you want to get through. Now, if we look at the channel's actual usable width, I took the LiDAR and measured, which that's the picture on the right there for your smallest width at -6 mean low water, because I did round up to that -6. The channel neck at -6 is only 40 feet. Now, this is from the LiDAR. From the survey that they just gave me, that looks a little bit larger, much larger actually, more closer to the 50. But we also have from 5 foot depth it's only still around 48 to 50 feet. So this is constricted at the neck, which I'm just calling the area which exits into the intercoastal waterway. For the restaurant side tie area, we have to take into account a vessel at that side tie because it's not the dock, it's the outside of the vessel that we have to avoid. The distance there is about 55 feet for a channel width. And then from Surf City Crab Market, that's also about 55 feet of width. So it does account for that additional restriction of docks and vessels moored within that channel. And these are the contours individually pulled out of that LiDAR just to show that channel drifting down and narrowing as we get to those lower depths. And again, we want to keep to that -6 depth mean low water as your navigable corridor for your two-way passing traffic. Whoop. There we go. So if we talk about the channel widening, and I apologize, I made that center line pink, which is not showing up very well on this picture, but we can see that that -6 depth contour actually follows about 50 feet. And from what I was just seeing in the survey and the transects, that's about right. And where they're proposing to dredge is actually very minor, just toward the neck. And as was mentioned, that's probably under 400 cubic yards, so very minimal dredging. So the dredging offer of the applicant really won't be felt by your navigating day to day. If you're hitting those side corridors now, you're going to be hitting them in the future. What really needs to happen is we need to widen the channel. And that's going to allow more freedom to move through with any kind of velocity, and also less congestion around the impacts of people coming in off of the docks that exit directly into the channel, which I'll show that in another slide. But once again, that Safeway two-way traffic for a 30-foot boat is between 46 to 69 feet. We have a 50-foot channel, so we're marginally safe, but rather restricted, which means these vessels are going to go slow. If they aren't going slow, there's more likely of an incident of incursion within that channel space. And also, I've mentioned that the documents refer to the channel as maintained, which I heard from you all that there was a permit back in 2020. It hasn't exactly been maintained. We will need another permit for any type of future dredging. To make it larger, would cut into those marshlands to the north. That permit application, I'm sure my CAMA person can let me know, that is very difficult to do. I have been trying to do that in Emerald Isle, and lots of restriction there. So widening it is likely not an easy option. I don't know where I'm pointing. Okay, so let's get into peak hour traffic estimates. And this is only looking at the vessels that are coming out of the dry stack storage, the current marina, and the townhomes. I did not take into account any of the transient vessels that would be going through here. So this is assuming that home port scenario where people get up in the morning and they want to go out and they want to enjoy the waterfront. And I believe Hunt mentioned earlier that that usually happens in the 10 o'clock window. And a nice thing about dry stack storage is you can call ahead and have your vessel in the water in one of those loading slips. So that actually doesn't slow down the process of everyone leaving. They just arrive, they get themselves situated, and they enter the channel and go. So I don't have vessel counts. I wasn't sitting down at the marina, but I like to look at things from low to a high scenario of movement. So if we imagine that a low scenario being a weekday morning or a late afternoon on the shoulder season, on your summer, fall season, that 15% of those boats want to take off. And if they want to take off, 40% of them are leaving within that peak hour. That translates to 14 boats. By the same thought process, in a moderate scenario, we have 25% of the occupants there want to leave. 50% is over 1 hour, that's 30 boats. And that's more representative of a weekday morning or late afternoon in the summer or a weekend on one of the shoulder seasons. And now a high, that's your holiday weekends. That's your weekends in the summer, Mornings, late afternoons, coming and going. In the summer, 40% of your residents want to take off and they want to go. And they want to do that in a very narrow window. This is, again, a high scenario. This is 57 boats taking off. So I do want to point out that evening return is more critical on these facilities because arrivals are less controlled at dry stack storage. People just come back when they want. They're not restricted by the operations at the dry stack storage facilities. Weather events, it was mentioned a bunch. This bunches operations. Everyone wants to get back. Not only are they restricted from getting into the channel because the channel is very constricted and narrow, but once they get in, they have nowhere to dock because they're going to bunch up within that channel, which also then has people idling within that basin, also a possibility of incursion. So now we add on those additional boats, those 200 boats. So our proposed boats goes up to 413 approximately. Same analysis. Our approximate departures and returns pushes up to 25 boats, 52 and 99 respectively, which is a delta of an additional 11 boats, additional 22 boats, or in the high scenario, an additional 42 boats, all happening within that peak timing. Now, is that possible? And I'll jump to the end because there's a lot of words on here. The possibility is yes, people can get in and out. If you are following with a separation, and I won't go through all the math, but I had us going at a very slow rate because this is a very narrow channel, and you have two-way traffic and jet skis, so I'm down at 2 miles per hour, even though a typical no-wake zone is between 4 and 6. So this is slowing operations through that channel, which means if you were to take off from the new dry stack facility, it takes you about 8 minutes to make your way through that channel. Now, during that time, during that 8 minutes, you're going to run into jet skis. You're going to run into opposite traffic. You're going to run into perpendicular traffic coming off of the docks and the transient facilities, and all of that is going to slow you down as you're moving through. So if everyone was patient, if everyone was nice, if everyone was coordinating just so, we could get through about 53 vessels an hour. Now, as I said, on the high season, if it was a high scenario with these additional boats, we're looking at a desired effect of 99 boats going through the channel, but we can only actually fit through 53 with that following separation, which is the recommended. We want to keep boats a little bit of a distance in case someone has to stop. It's not like a highway. You can't just stop. You got to throw on some back propeller and get yourself to stop more quickly. So same direction capacity is unlikely to control, so congestion and safety will be governed primarily by the opposing traffic and slip-related maneuvers and mixed vessels. As I mentioned, we have a commercial vessel, a rather large vessel, and that's going to need to make some larger maneuvers. So that's really what's going to slow you down. And I want to mention that this effect has a compounding effect during that peak return, because again, it's not as coordinated as releasing vessels from a dry stack storage. I don't think I skipped one. Okay, so talking about that space congestion, I just talked about two-way traffic, but I also want to talk about traffic moving into that constricted channel, and that would be from these locations here. We have the backing vessels on that left side of the screen. We have the rounding vessels coming off of the side tie because they actually have to turn around and create a maneuver. And if you're wondering about that turning circle, it's 1.5 to 2 LOA, and that's the guideline within Manual 50. We have the jet skis, which I didn't highlight because they would just be a big old squirrel running all over the channel and just making their way through and being obnoxious. And then there's the backing vessels from your smaller vessels and your larger commercial vessels at the fish market. We then also have, and I do want to highlight this because this kind of came up the other day, we have coconut, Cove, looking to add in some transient dockage. Now, I don't know exactly how big it is, but if I follow the contour of their property, it actually moves right into that fuel dock area, which also, if you can just see that contour, actually doesn't allow people to move all the way in easily at low water. At higher water, they would be able to get through. So I don't know how many spaces that's being retrofit for, but that would be limited in its, let me just say that's a pinch point, and I would never design that in a marina. So a typical backing distance of a vessel just pulling out of a slip is 1.5 to 1.75. Now, for less experienced pilots, I always put them at 1.75. That's what I look for in a lot of my marinas, particularly if there's a lot of winds or currents. But 1.5 is the standard for more urban areas where you're trying to fit in more boats. So I thought I'd throw that onto here. I'm surprised I'm the only one who overlaid in my very rudimentary AutoCAD ways the drawing onto an aerial photo. And if you look really closely, you can see the length of those slips, which suggests to me that these vessels are doubling up on either side of the slip because they are much longer than 30 to 35 feet. In fact, those center ones are on the order of 75. Now, if I take the end of those fingers and offset them 45 feet, or I think it's 58 feet, that would be your 1.5 to 1.75 backing, you can see how much area those vessels are going to utilize. Now, if there's a lot of launches, they're coming out, they're moving through there, they're going into a slip, they're tying up, the operator is going back to the dry stack storage to grab another vessel. That's constant movement within that zone. And the other thing I want to point out, look at the fuel dock. You can't be parking boats on the interior of that fuel dock because that is within the working zone of the dry stack storage proposed slip areas. Also, the last finger, and this is just me being a marina designer, way too close to that interior dock, whether it's going to be a future fuel dock or not, to get vessels in and out safely. There's no turning room, there's no backing room. So that is one thing, should this move forward, those fingers should be thought about, and I'm happy to help you with it. And I think this might be my last slide. This is talking about the effect on the existing, actually it's second to last slide. I know I have a summary slide. This is the effect on the existing dry stack storage. Again, you can see that contour, that top contour that I hugged with that green line. That would be the -5 contour, not even the -6. And I offset that by 50 feet, again saying, okay, this is a narrow channel. I would love to give you 75, but it's going to push all the way into the work zone of the new proposed dry stack storage. But you can see that there is some areas that completely overlap. And we did read in the application for the permit to change the slips from, I think it was 13 loading slips to 25 loading slips back in 2023, that there had been some near miss incidences recorded on that northernmost slip. So that is directly in this location of where we now have a lot of operations, particularly with 2 forklifts trying to move vessels around. We see a lot of operations within that yellow band, and that green corridor to allow the users to the north of it goes right through there. So this means there's going to have to be a lot of coordination and slowing down and idling and waiting as those operations are going on, particularly in the high season. So that to me suggests a lot of congestion. So I think this is my final slide. Yep, so my summary. So the channel width is a bit of a problem. A usable width at controlling depths appears to be marginally safe for two-way vessels, especially for the 30 to 35. Anything bigger is going to have a much harder time getting through. Peak hour traffic, the added capacity, it increases the peak hour vessel movements, but it's the same direction flow. It's not an issue, the same direction flow. It's really the opposing traffic, the return surges, particularly during like thunderstorm events, and then the mixed users with the kayakers and the jet skis. That's causing your biggest issues. during peak hours. And then your shared use space problem, it's not just a travel lane. It functions as a backing space, the staging space, the rental recreation space. There's a lot going on within this constricted channel. And I'm not going to say it's not a problem now. But what I am saying is that the applicant really doesn't demonstrate that a shared access channel has significant width, depth, or operational capacity to safely absorb the additional 200 dry stack storage without affecting the existing users. I think the existing users have gotten used to what they're dealing with, which is already sounds pretty constrained, and now adding additional 200 boats, that really hasn't been solved by the applicant adding a little dredging to an already constricted channel.
Thank you for a very comprehensive and precise summary.
You're welcome.
That was, and the math is great.
Oh, I used to teach.
Mr. Nichols? Yes, sir, thank you. When you were out in the channel, your testimony is
I've
that
never been to the channel.
You've never been to the channel?
No.
Okay.
I'm a marina designer.
Okay, but with this presentation you're giving, you've never actually been out there?
I don't think I need to if I have aerials of the site and details of the site.
To answer my question, you've never been out there?
That is correct. I have never been out there.
You did your information based on LiDAR,
Correct.
but the channel survey would be more accurate than that.
I agree. I did not have access to the channel survey.
You're talking about the return trips. How many wet slips does the Topsail Island Yacht Club have?
There are 15 loading slips.
Okay, and how many dry slips?
Dry slips, it was 193 with the 195 with the 3 on the ground.
So they've got 193 dry, 15 or so wet slips, and you understand my client's proposing to have double that?
Yes.
Okay.
235 loading slips, if I remember.
Right, not double the dry slips, just, a handful of more dry slips up to 200, but quite a bit more wet slips.
Correct, yes.
And that would significantly help with arrivals.
With arrivals,
Yeah.
yes. It causes more congestion in the morning because more boats can take off at the same time if they are pre-loaded and ready for the individuals who are coming. As you say, through the apps, you can order it up.
From what I understand, you're saying that the bigger concern is the arrivals.
That is getting through the channel.
Okay.
Now we have 400 vessels trying to get through the channel. And you're right, the loading, particularly if there's 2 forklifts and you have 35 spaces, actually, you're on the same rate as the Topsail Yacht Club because you have 1 forklift, yes?
We have 2,
Oh.
only 1 in operation.
Okay, so right now it's at the same rate, but normally you're faster.
But in a situation with inclement weather, a storm, would you agree that the priority is to get the people out of the water, not necessarily the boat?
Yes.
Okay, so you could pull the boat up, and when the weather improves, the lightning clears up, then you could address getting the boat out of the water.
Yes.
But the additional wet slips would add significantly to the safety of the operation.
Significantly, you have 35. You have 200 vessels that you could put into the water.
Well, let me quantify this. The dry slips are roughly the same. Maybe we're off 5 or 6,
Yes.
but we have more than double the wet slips.
Yes. Storage capacity, yes.
You're saying you don't think that's a significant difference?
A significant difference to safety, if you have more than 35 people on the water, you're not protecting everybody. You can get 35 people off, but as you say, you're not going to run operations until the storm has passed.
Well, aren't we getting twice as many people out of the water than the Topsail Yacht Club?
Yes.
Okay. And then the trips to the fuel dock, you've heard tonight that my client reluctantly, we don't want to do this, but in light of the concerns we're hearing from your client, we're proposing that the fuel dock not be open to the public. Now, that would reduce significantly the number of what you would call transient boaters coming down the channel.
Again, significant is a relative term because now you have the restaurants also pulling in transient traffic.
Well, how many of the boats in your, well, you didn't do any counts.
I didn't do any vessel counts, no.
Didn't do any counts. But if you're, do you have an opinion on how many boats are coming down the channel to get fuel and then turn around and go back out?
I would have to do a fuel analysis to see the distances between fueling options, which is what I would do like in a marina market analysis.
What's the next closest fuel dock?
I do not know.
You don't know, okay. So you'd have to do a fuel analysis to figure that out. But if we,
To make an approximate guess, it would be easiest just to go down and talk to the fuel operators.
but closing the fuel dock would reduce the number of transient boaters,
Yes.
okay? That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Dale, any follow-up? Your next witness?
Call Hunter Taylor back. You stay if you will. All right. Just to keep us in the normal form, I'll let you say what you want to say, and then maybe I'll ask him some questions.
I think I've said most everything. I had a thing that I wanted to read, but it's basically all been brought out. There was I had some statistics and basically the matrix for the no wake zone, some of the statements in there. I don't know if you guys have a copy of that.
I can present that too. Well, let me ask you some questions then if you don't want to do I know you had some Coast Guard statistics too that you want to talk about.
That's in that. I got those statistics.
All right. I want to go, let's go right into that topic. So in 2016, did the town apply for a no wake zone channel?
Yes.
Excuse me, a no wake zone in the channel. I'm going to hand you what I believe. Well, I've lost count of what my letters are, but I'm just going to hand you an exhibit that I'll pass out to the board. Mr. Taylor, can I hand you this letter?
Do we know what the letter is? R as in Robert.
So this is Exhibit R. What is Exhibit R?
It's a Star News article on the proposed no wake zone on the channel back in September of 2016.
Are you quoted in this article?
I am.
And is the town manager also quoted in the article?
He is. Not the current one, but the one at that time.
Correct. And what does the prior town manager, Mr. Bergman, describe about the channel?
It's a section of the waterway that's narrow and there's a whole lot of traffic in the summer in particular. That was a quote from him.
And then you also see Betsy Haywood's name mentioned in that article?
Yes.
What word does she use to describe the channel? Or what words does she use to describe the channel? Does she describe it as hazardous?
Where is she?
At the bottom of the first page, Betsy Haywood.
Okay. There are multiple hazards to boater safety that exist within the channel, including narrow size, presence of fueling docks, commercial fish house, storage marina, and public vessel access for commercial and residential boaters.
And isn't Ms. Haywood with North Carolina Wildlife Commission?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So 10 years ago, the town manager was describing the channel as full of traffic. Has the traffic decreased since 2016?
No.
In fact, has it increased since 2016?
Yes.
And does the article also talk about you seeing firsthand the traffic in the channel?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit S. What is Exhibit S?
It's a no-wake zoning matrix.
And have you reviewed that matrix prior to tonight?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could describe for the town council what the no-wake zone matrix is?
But actually, I had contacted Betsy Haywood to find out the criteria that they used, how they determined the no-wake zone originally. And she sent me this, which was I guess, a checklist of things that the wildlife resources officers use to give opinions on what's going on in the channel.
You see the area on the first page about halfway down that says brief description of area? What does that indicate the town is reporting to North Carolina Wildlife?
First page?
Yes, sir. About halfway down it says brief description of area.
The town reports this is a narrow channel containing fueling docks, a commercial fish house, public vessel access for commercial and residential boaters, high traffic area that the town believes is a public safety hazard at unregulated speeds.
And then, if you would turn to second page, under the header public safety hazard, what does it describe as the public safety hazard here?
The area is a narrow channel that travels by an area of mobile homes with docks, a seafood market with docked commercial vessels, a public fuel dock, a storage marina, a vessel rental business at the end of the canal. All of these things combined create congestion in a small area, and the area around the fuel dock is a specific concern.
So the way this document is put together, the North Carolina Wildlife Commission, does it receive information from the town?
I would assume so. I don't know for sure, but they instigated it.
The document, if you turn to the fourth page, is signed by a wildlife officer, isn't it?
Yes.
So after this was prepared, did the did Wildlife Commission move forward with seeking public comment and adopting a rule dealing with a no-wake zone in this area, in this channel?
I believe so.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 10. Sorry, 10. I said Exhibit T.
Can I get a copy of these?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
3 exhibits.
All you had to do was ask.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to be courteous. What's your name, man? I promise.
Happy to get you any copies of the exhibits you want. No one's trying to hide them from you.
What you need?
Here.
Come here. Come here.
So we've got it. We've got them right here.
It's just a state of mind.
All right, Mr. Taylor, if you could turn to the second page. You see at the top of the second column, 15A NCAC. Is that the no-wake zone creation in this North Carolina Register?
Yeah.
Yes. And then if you could turn to the next page, you'll see that. Do you see that?
Number 5.
Number 5, yeah.
Going back to the second page, if you look there at the top of the second column, there's a first paragraph, and it says, do you see the sentence that's the last sentence of that paragraph. Could you read that for the council?
The amendments are necessary to mitigate hazards to boater safety as a result of the busy areas with commercial business and commercial and residential vessel traffic.
Mr. Taylor, did you hear some of the testimony that's been talked about in terms of how an app might be used to reduce traffic flow in the channel? Did you hear some of that?
Yes.
Would an app fix a traffic problem in the channel, in your understanding of how it would work?
My understanding is of an app that limits the launch windows for boats, and depending on how many you would gear up to launch for an hour or another specific time, then you have people text in or call in, and then they get a time slot assigned to them. If they call in at 8 o'clock, they might be going out at 1 o'clock. So it just depends on how that works as far as launching the boats. You can, as far as I know, I haven't used this app, but you can limit or increase boat launches per hour, based on how people are using their boats.
Would that only deal with departures from the marina and not necessarily returns to the marina?
It would be the same number of boats, but the timing would be different.
So you could still have an incident when there was a storm where you can't control the boats through an app that are returning back to your...
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to control when people come back. I mean, we have a different system where we launch as people text in, but yes, it's a constant guessing game, when people are going to come back.
As someone who's managed a yacht club for 25 years, do you consider a dry stack facility to be a walkable type of facility?
Walkable? Not really, no.
It's not something people walk to in the normal course, is it?
No. Yeah, I mean, and as far as walking, and when we built the system we have, we visited a lot of other dry stacks up and down the coast from here to Georgia. And I did ask the question. We had a lot of questions for people who have already been there 10, 20 years. And the one question we asked at the end was, what would you change about your facility if you had like a blank slate? And the one thing was they would prefer not to have people walking across their forklift path. And so we modified our plan to push the lift area all the way down to the property line because we had that luxury. And it worked out a lot better because we don't have to worry about people walking across the forklift path. So walkability with two 75,000-pound forklifts is not a good thing.
And you've seen the site plan that's been proposed by the applicant here?
Yes.
And you've seen that there's 9 parking spaces within the area where the forklift will run?
Yes.
In your experience, is that a safety concern?
I would not want to operate a forklift there. Depending on the boat sizes, yeah.
And again, you've seen where the forklift will run, and I believe you were here for the earlier testimony where the civil engineer indicated that it will be some form of a pervious material underneath the dry stacks in this project. Were you here for that earlier testimony? Okay. Do you have concerns about dust being a problem with this operation and the fact they're using a pervious material underneath the dry stacks?
If it can be compressed and moved over time, it can create dust, and in worst cases, it can cause forklifts to be stuck, depending on the surface, what kind of surface it is.
And given that you've seen grass clippings fly into the pool just from cutting grass on that property, do you have concern about dust and debris getting into the pool?
Sure, yes.
Again, with somebody who operates a forklift, is there a gas odor that comes with that forklift?
Yeah, it's diesel fuel, yeah.
And is that something that odor would be experienced by those who use the pool at the yacht club?
If the wind's blowing that way, yes.
Would it also be experienced by those who may be on the decks of the yacht club clubhouse?
Possibly, yeah.
What about noise? Would the noise of the forklift be heard by yacht club members at the pool?
When they're launching boats, I would say yes. On the run out to the lift area.
And just because we don't have the pictures in front of us, the forklift operation proposed by the applicant is much closer to the pool and the clubhouse of the yacht club than the forklift operation that the yacht club uses. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot more distance between your forklift operation versus what the applicant's forklift operation would look like.
Yes.
Earlier, you were asking some questions of the appraiser, and I want to make sure we get that evidence in as your testimony. And so I believe you testified that you have seen listings extended out just by the prospect of the applicant's project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that again so we make sure we have it as your testimony as opposed to just a question?
Well, we normally have no trouble selling T-top slips, first and second level slips. Our prices were rising after the first meeting in, was it December or whatever? Yeah, it was I think it was a December meeting for the first proposal, this project. After that, and then the April meeting, there tended to be a lot less purchases, and rentals have slowed down a little bit for us. I'm sure there's other factors, but it just seems like most people would be saying, I don't know what's going to go on with that. Like I said, our slips are very competitively priced based on anything south of us, including Sloop Point when they were selling slips, which they don't anymore. So yeah, I would say it definitely has slowed down. I've got slips that are on the market, 154 days, 173 days, and we normally, it's 2 to 3 weeks.
And do you think that will get worse if the project's actually completed?
Speculation.
I would say most likely. My fear would be that the opposite would happen. We'd have people that own slips would want to sell them, to leave.
I understand the town received a report from a fire consultant that was part of Exhibit H. Are you familiar with a report that Garrett Reese sent to the town?
I did not get to read it, but Mr. Reese is a slip owner, and he also had mentioned that to me at a conversation at the yacht club.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's I'm going to mark as Exhibit U.
Is that from Mr. Reese?
It is.
Is he here?
No, but it was an email attached to Exhibit H. It was sent to the town.
I mean, just for the attorney's sake, that was just the ex parte communication that they've received. That's not evidence that's going to be considered by the board. The emails that they received, I mean, none of those folks were here.
Buying them for notice purposes.
Notice purposes. None of those people were under oath or anything of that nature, so that's not evidence that they'll be considering.
Okay, all right. Well, that email was in that pack, so I wanted to make sure it was complete since it didn't look like the attachment had been in there. I understand. Okay. Are you aware, or have you been informed about Coconut Cove submitting an application for slips at his property?
Yeah, only that they had applied for a dock of some type that would be capable of up to 6 boats.
And just so it's clear on the record, in addition to be the manager, you also are a forklift operator for the yacht club?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. How old are your forklifts?
One's 2001, one's 2003.
Okay, so the newer forklifts are going to be quieter.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I haven't seen a new forklift lately.
Okay. You're a forklift operator, does that require is that a licensed?
The safety course you take, and then it's mainly for those size lifts, it's mostly on-the-job training or training at the facility. And I went through that at a place in Brunswick, Georgia.
Okay. It sounded like one of your forklifts is down?
No?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Okay, so you have 2 forklifts, and they're both roughly, how old again?
2001, 2003.
Okay.
I think what you heard, I said we only use one at a time.
Okay. Do you have any studies, did you conduct any studies to support your opinions on valuation that you've given?
Just being there since 2013, licensed real estate, taking over the sales and rentals of slips, my experience in how they have gone up and now have started to stall out and go down.
So you've not conducted any studies?
No.
So you don't, I was going to ask you about the methodology of your studies, but you haven't done any?
I haven't done a study, no, sir.
I would renew my objection to this witness being able to testify to that component of the criteria. Just for the record, he is not an appraiser. He's conducted no studies.
Noted.
On your swimming pool, that's not the primary use of the Topsail Yacht Club.
Objection to the form.
Is the pool the primary use of the Topsail Island Yacht Club?
Objection.
For a certain segment of our owners and members, yes, it is.
They don't own a slip?
They own a slip or they rent a slip. They can use the facilities, and what they use mostly is the pool. So there's a large crowd in the pool.
And your pool was built on the very edge of the property?
Correct.
Next to a vacant C1 zoned lot?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew something would be built on that, on the subject property at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay. But you would agree that doesn't give you veto power on someone using their property pursuant to the ordinance?
Objection.
I would say if it affects the noise and the dust and anything else that would come from the facility, yeah, it would affect their use of the pool.
And if there was a fence or extra landscaping or that sort of thing, could we accommodate some of your concerns with that?
Objection. Speculation. Calls for speculation.
Well, he's the manager of the facility. You're saying a fence couldn't help address it, or extra landscaping couldn't help address it?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Look, I don't have a law degree. I'm not a judge. I'll note the objection, but we're going to carry on. I'm cool if he answers this, what I'm saying.
I don't understand why you can't answer the question. I thought he was the manager of the yacht club.
I am. I don't know if a fence or landscaping will take care of it.
And we have offered to meet with your board.
I'm not on the board.
Okay, but you're aware of that?
I haven't been notified that y'all want to have a meeting. All the community meetings, there was a community meeting that we weren't notified of also.
Well, we notified you of our community meeting.
I've heard there was one at the trailer bar that we didn't get invited to.
But when we had our community meeting in February, I believe you were there.
I was there, yes.
Okay, and you got notice?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Dale?
Yes,
Any
sir.
follow-up from the board? You have another witness?
Yes, sir. Hunt, you're up. And if you would, please just introduce yourself and then,
Mr. Nichols, if you want to just hang there,
Yeah,
man, I think it'd be
I've
okay
offered
unless
to.
y'all
Give
don't.
Alex some space.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
makes it easier for me to give you exhibits.
Green line.
If,
I'll have a seat. Thank you.
if you would, please introduce yourself and give your remarks, and then I may have some questions for you.
Sure. My name's Hunt Reeve-Schneider. I'm here in the capacity of president of the board, Topsail Island Yacht Club. So I represent, or attempt to represent, all 150 plus owners of the yacht club. Some of you know me personally. I'm a huge advocate of the town of Surf City. As soon as I got here, my first focus was to find a way to give back to this town in any way I could. Some of you know that I was on a board for a while. I've done anything and everything I can to try and help give back to this town and to the town that I love. I personally wish that this project was something that was going to create a lot of significant value for the town. I don't, unfortunately. It's not a personal thing, but I don't think it's going to do what I think the town of Surf City really wants and needs. I have over 20 years of municipal experience being on every kind of board you could want to be on, from Parks and Rec to Community Development Corporation to bond election committees to school board, finance committees. I've done just about everything I can do in a town. I have a lot of experience in all those areas. And I'm just passionate about the town. That's it.
You own a boat. Do you own a boat at Topsail Yacht Club?
I do.
And do you use that boat?
As often as I can, yeah.
And so you have taken the channel that we've been talking about out to from the yacht club to the Intercoastal Waterway?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the only channel by which the Intercoastal Waterway can be reached from the yacht club?
With my boat, yeah. Yeah.
I guess that's true. I guess it's very shallow water that something very shallow could do, but no boat of any size would be able to go through any other area. Is that right?
Right.
Have you experienced congestion in the channel?
I have.
Okay. How would you describe that congestion?
Of course, it depends on the circumstances, but I would say on an average day, it's comfortable, assuming everything is going well, weather's fine, and I don't see a lot of traffic, to the worst case scenario is I got myself caught in a bunch of jet skis, all exiting and coming back at the same time, and it became nearly immovable, impassable. And at that same time, there was double stacks going on at JM's. So it was very, very difficult to get the boat in and out safely.
Has that occurred more than once, or?
Twice to me, yeah.
Okay. And have you heard of similar experiences from others in the yacht club?
I have anecdotally. So since I've been on the board, we talk with a lot of our members, and certainly with Hunter, who has far more experience than I do, but yes, anecdotally. Mm.
And did the Topsail Island Yacht Club commission an engineer to evaluate the traffic impact analysis that had been provided by the applicant?
Yes, we did.
And did you receive a copy of that analysis?
I did.
And is it the copy that was provided to the town council?
It is.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Are you also a real estate broker?
I am.
Okay. And do you have experience in that role evaluating the value of property and how it may appear on the market based on current market conditions?
That's our one of our primary roles. Yep.
Have you given any consideration or study to how the applicant's project will impact the value of slips at Topsail Island Yacht Club?
I personally have not done that kind of study. I used all my experience and my basic understanding of, the supply and demand that was brought up earlier to evaluate what I believe is going to be the future values.
And what was your conclusion after considering those factors?
That it would negatively impact all the owners. Yeah, regardless of whether it's renting or owning, it is a supply issue. And we have quite a few renters, as Hunter's already talked about. So those are going to be immediately impacted. But if you have an option to rent versus buy, while they were using the exact same argument on the flip side, the reverse is also true. You can't have one without the other. So for those who might want to buy, they might go rent, right, which will just deplete the prices.
As an owner and as president of the yacht club, do you share the concerns about odor, noise, and dust that Mr. Taylor discussed?
I do. When I get to use the pool, which isn't as often as I would like, it is very quiet, very peaceful, and that's majority of the time that we're there. That's what people are going for. It just you really don't hear much of anything. So this will be a dramatic change to the users.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Nichols?
Yes, sir. Your concern is with additional dry stack units in the market?
Yes.
And your concern is that the competition you're concerned with the competition
I'm concerned with pricing.
because there'll be competing slips.
If we go back to the earlier discussion about supply and demand, just like with any real estate, when you flood the market with additional supply of anything and there isn't enough demand, the prices have to be reduced in order to move that inventory, right? That's the natural order of supply and demand. So until you get to an equilibrium, the price will be low at such a point where you can start moving those, and as that depletes, the prices will rise. That's the law of supply and demand. That happens with houses, it happens with gas, happens across all industries.
And you said you're the president,
Yes.
and you're here opposing a potential competitor of your facility
Yes.
on the public record.
Mm-hmm.
More questions?
Mr. Dale? Before you go any further, how many witnesses do you have?
I just have two more, I believe.
Because here's where we're at.
Yep.
And I mentioned this to the board, but I'm getting ready to float it. It's less than 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock hits, we're going to table this for another day.
Okay. All right.
Are you saying you're going to shut this down so we all sat here and waited until?
I sat here too, though, and it'll go to a vote. They don't have to vote for it. What I'm saying is I'm going to make that motion.
I will say to you,
Thinking about it, board.
yeah, we're very close to the end. Now call Dan Martin to the stand.
The weather forecast for September 16, 2025, last year, was great. I decided I'd go out on that boat that I have at the Topsail Island Yacht Club, and about 10 o'clock in the morning, I used the app. The boat was in the water. My wife and a puppy and I got on that boat. We started out the channel. As I got to about Surf City Crab, I noticed 3 boats coming in from the waterway. I looked behind me astern, and there was a boat that was coming out probably from the fuel docks. That's about 5 boats now, counting me sitting there. I got past about Surf City. I could see the boats up at the as they come in, kind of jockeying in position so they could kind of get single file, so I could get past, or they could all get in without running to those piers. We got to about Surf City Crab, or just beyond that. The boat astern of me is pretty close. The other three are coming in, and the jet ski place launched about 8 jet skis. Bam, right on my port side. It was a mess. They can't operate. They can't operate the jet skis. They can't operate when they're basically no speed to them. They can't turn very well. I'm slow. I can't respond quickly. I'm fending off, literally with my foot, jet skis. And I got 3 boats coming and 1 boat behind me. I've been in boating 60 years. I've run boats from 13 feet in length to 65 feet in length. And I've run them from from Little Creek up in Virginia down to Florida. I've had some experience in boating. I've never had an experience like that, though. And I don't want to have another one of those. And I'm concerned, really concerned, that this is a Thursday. This is in September. That's not a peak boating season around here. It was for me. But it's going to affect me when we have a great number of boats coming back in as we would with an additional 200 renters. And as you heard Mr. Taylor say there are more renters that use their boats than owners. I just don't see in the world how this council can satisfy, particularly condition, I think it's 3F of the required findings that you must find affirmatively to approve a project, a dry stack, another dry stack storage in there, 200 more boats. The safety issue is really of concern to me. Thank you.
Let me ask you a few questions real quick.
That's all I have to say.
So first of all, you are a boat slip owner in the yacht club.
I am.
Okay. And you just described an experience coming out of Topsail Island Yacht Club and moving to the Intercoastal Waterway.
Correct.
And you've heard the testimony about noise and odor and other things like that from other yacht club slip owners. Do you share in those concerns as well?
I don't use the pool. That doesn't concern me as much for me, but that's selfish. The rest of the yacht club people really like that pool, and I'd be bothered probably if I were to use it.
And so you've experienced congestion in the example you shared. Have you seen other examples of congestion in that channel?
Yeah, I've been there more than once.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have.
I'll just renew my previous objection. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
We'll call Scott Turek.
My name is Scott Turek. I have a residence at 1218 South Shore Drive that I've had for 35 years. Also have property at the Yacht Club, which is adjacent to the property for the special use permit. I spent 23 years on the town council of a small town in eastern North Carolina, 6 years as mayor. I focused on rewriting zoning and land use ordinances with the help of the Institute of Government. I spent 5 years with the North Carolina League of Municipalities on the Committee for Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources, 1 year as chair. I am very sympathetic to the rights of property owners and also to the impact on the environment. I think there's 3 things. I don't think anybody objects to the development of this property. I don't think the town council objects to the tax base that'll come to the town from the development of that property. And I really don't think anybody rejects development with or partnering with the Zimmer Group on developing that property because of the quality of their work. The common thread I've found tonight is density. Everything we're having to deal with right now is density. the traffic problems we got on the roads, it's about density. There's certain times when there's just too much traffic for what it can bear. The same thing's gonna happen here. If we have too much density, the environment's not gonna be able to handle it. Do we wanna take on another infrastructure problem of potentially having to mitigate, taking away acres of marshland to make this project work? Again, I don't think anybody objects to working with the Zimmer Group. I think it's about the density of the project that we have to worry about. So I think you have to, we've opened all the boxes that were checked on the proposal. Proposals to make it approvable, but is it really applicable to this situation? I think that's what we've got to look at.
Mr. Turk, you're a slip owner at Topsail and Yacht Club, is that correct? Okay. And you serve on the board of directors of the association? Okay. Have you observed congestion in the channel?
I have almost every time we use the boat.
You view it as a safety concern?
I am concerned for my safety and for my family.
That's all the questions I have.
No question.
Thank you for your time, for your service.
Those are all my witnesses.
Mr. Nichols, did you say you wanted to say something to follow up? You go ahead.
It's late.
No, I know. Come on.
I just wanted to make sure I was, doing my job.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, come on. We're here now. Let's go ahead and get it all in. I know.
I think the applicant's evidence is closed.
It could be.
This not.
I do think the next thing would be to open it up to anybody in the public who wanted to speak, if you wanted to go that far.
No, we're going to ride this donkey all the way.
Okay.
Does Mr. Zimmer want to, should Mr. Zimmer be able to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know, because he mentioned he thought the applicant's evidence was closed, but I'm good with
I
it.
think at this point, we were going to open it up for anybody in the public, and he certainly...
That was what I had next year. Yes, sir, thank you.
Real quick. So tonight you've heard from a CAM expert, a traffic engineer, a coastal engineer, a licensed appraiser, and a civil engineer from our side. From his side, you've heard from all the boat slip owners. You haven't heard from a traffic engineer because he wasn't even here. And if you look at his report, read it close, it doesn't say that any of the things that he pointed out would materially alter the conclusion in that report. So to your point, he had his own traffic engineer scrutinize it, trying to find every little technical thing he could, didn't change anything in the report from what it actually meant, which meant it was very little traffic. The coastal engineer, never been here, no boat counts, didn't take the time to do a survey, did the LiDAR, which, who knows how old that was or how accurate. And then she even said that the width is sufficient. So, they had no appraiser. They've had no experts up here at all. You've heard from myriads of experts from our side. And this whole case is based on expert testimony. So I implore you to think about that before you make your decision. We have given expert after expert after expert. They have offered none. And the ones that they have offered did a week's worth of work. We've been working on this for 6 months. And we are ready to build this project. It will be a good project. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Anyone else with the public?
Having me speak. I drove here from Charlotte. This is a big deal to me. My name is Ashley Crook. I own a dry slip, K23 at the Topsail Island Yacht Club on New River Drive, adjacent to this proposed project. Every factual statement I make tonight comes from the applicant's own submission, the town staff report, or my firsthand observations as an adjoining property owner and regular user of the channel. I support responsible commercial investment, and I take no position at this time on the proposed commercial buildings. My concern is the request to modify the special use permit to allow the 200 additional dry stack storage units. In your findings of fact worksheet, these are in no particular order, but finding F requires that the proposed use not endanger the public health, safety, and general welfare. I know we've touched on a lot of these items tonight, talking about the safety. The applicant's own condition 1 in their packet states that after dredging, the channel will remain 50 feet wide and 6 feet deep, consistent with the previously approved permit. The dredging restores depth, but it does not widen the channel or create additional room for vessels to safely pass, as we've gone over. This is also a one-time dredging project that remains subject to federal, state, and local permits that we have not yet been issued. And some of these, as we went over with the expert witness, said that the one of the widening the channel is like very, very hard to get. So we're going on the assumption that all these are going to be approved, based on our decision tonight on whether these are all going to be approved. According to the staff report, the site currently accommodates 25 vessels, and the modification would add 200 dry stack storage units. The applicant estimates approximately 20% weekend use, resulting in roughly 40 launches per day in addition to boat retrievals all along the same narrow channel. This channel is already shared by private boat owners, people using the field docks, vessels from neighboring Topsail Island Yacht Club, fishing boats, and transient boat traffic, and the adjacent jet ski rental place. As someone who sees this waterway regularly or uses it regularly, I've personally witnessed boats run aground near the channel entrance, near misses between vessels, traveling opposite directions, and conflict involving personal watercraft, as we've heard tonight. The applicant provided no navigation study, no channel capacity analysis, and really no boating safety assessment, demonstrating that the existing channel can safely accommodate all these dry stack units. Without that evidence, finding F cannot be supported. Finding B requires that the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. And the town's own staff report states that the traffic impact analysis is preliminary, with a complete traffic impact analysis required only if this modification is approved. Yet tonight you're being asked to make this finding before that complete analysis exists. The applicant's own study acknowledges delays on North Carolina 50-210 roundabout. The NCDOT has also recognized this congestion by installing a temporary signal to meter traffic while collecting additional data, and a permanent $16.1 million roadway improvement project is planned for this corridor because it cannot accommodate future demand without major improvement. This area is not used only by vehicles, but families, bicyclists, golf carts, and pedestrians regularly use the nearby crosswalks to reach restaurants, businesses, and the waterfront. He mentioned, their attorney mentioned about how it's going to create walkability. That's not creating walkability. Before concluding that this project will not create a traffic hazard, the council should have the complete traffic analysis needed to fully evaluate impacts on motorists, emergency access, and pedestrian safety. We're supposed to have expert witnesses here, but a lot of their expert witnesses did not provide accurate evidence or use the required charts by the DOT. They didn't provide the proper ratios. So some of the evidence they provided, even though they brought experts here, they're not using the proper data. It says it should not be offensive by noise, odor, dust, smoke, gas for the pool area adjacent. Well, I love the pool area as a member there, and my family uses the pool area, and that will create dust and odor, having those forklifts and that pervious base they're talking about using. And also, I believe it would create an impact on the value if there's units are going to be obstructing views and everything else, and the value of the members that use in the club. Also, finding G requires evidence that the adjoining property values not be substantiated or injured. So that was the point I was wanting to make about that. The applicant provides no appraisal, no real market analysis. Now, they did have an expert here to testify tonight, but he did not give us an appraisal. He doesn't know the value of our units. He even said that, I believe, during his testimony. And he doesn't know, for instance, what my slip, K23, is valued at. So how can he give us an accurate assessment or appraisal of this property if he doesn't even know what the slip's values are and hasn't properly appraised them? So council members, the issue before you is not whether this project might succeed or whether commercial development is appropriate. The issue is whether the applicant has provided enough competent, material and substantial evidence for you to legally make each of the required findings of fact for this special use permit modification. We can't say, based on the experts they've had, that all this information you've been presented tonight is totally competent. We've found flaws all through the night in the testimony that's been presented. Based on the applicant's own submissions, there's insufficient evidence to support findings, at least findings F, B, and G, and the ordinance requires those findings to be made before an approval, not after additional studies are completed or future permits are obtained. The burden of proof rests with the applicant, and based on the record before you, the burden has not been met. They've even used words tonight like suspicion with the utilities, and further research would be needed when we were talking about that. They used the word, I think, about the landscaping looking better. That's subjective. That's not factual. That's not factual that it's going to help our property values or the enjoyment or use of our club. They were guessing boat lengths. They used the word assume about traffic study, not real data. You can't assume anything. So for those records, I respectfully ask you to deny special use permit modification, or at a minimum, continue this matter until the applicant provides a complete traffic impact analysis, a navigation and channel safety study, and competent evidence regarding impacts on adjacent property values. Thank you for your time and your careful consideration. Do you have any questions for me?
This is more comments, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Hey folks, John Patrizi, 119 Coastal K. I'm a slip owner at Topsail Island Yacht Club. I want to first say that I agree with the boat traffic congestion issues in the channel. I have a boat. I'm in that channel. I know what it's like, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like with 200 more boats. I agree with the car traffic congestion issues that are going to be produced by this facility as well. And I also agree that there's going to be a loss of value for the current boat slip owners at Topsail Island Yacht Club. I would like to implore the town council to reject this special use permit. As we all know, there have been multiple meetings on this matter, and at every one, the overwhelming voice of the citizenry of Surf City has been opposed to this project. The town council of Surf City has a responsibility to the citizenry of Surf City, not to developers, real estate agents, or persons affiliated with Surf City government that want this project. Only us, the voters. Over the years, many decisions have been made by this body that have deeply affected our quality of life here. And I think the guy that came up and spoke at the very beginning had really good points about that. We are faced with constant traffic, loss of natural landscapes, trash, and pollution. I would ask you, don't make another decision to further degrade a quality of life here, namely this SUP, or special use proposal, for another boat stack. What the town needs are open spaces, shopping, restaurants, and entertainment venues. For the folks that live here first, for visitors second. Out-of-town boat owners are not on that list, nor are out-of-town developers. I don't want to restrict persons' incomes, but when those incomes, investments, and profits affect the citizens, the role of the local government is to govern in a way that benefits directly or indirectly the citizens and the taxpayers of the town. Again, I implore you to hear the voices of the citizens and the voters and reject this special use permit. It's not good for Surf City at all. Thank you.
I'm still Justin. I'm still a Surf City resident. I'm still a yacht club owner. But tonight I'm here as a father, a boat owner, and someone who uses the channel with my family throughout the entire year. Every time we leave the dock, every time we come home, we rely on that waterway to be safe. And that's why this issue matters to me so much. I'm also a retired Marine, and during my more than 20 years of service, one of the most important lessons that I learned was that good leaders don't wait for preventable accidents to happen before acting. They identify unnecessary risks beforehand and they make decisions to protect people. That's why I'm here tonight. I also want to say that something that may surprise you. I'm not opposed to development. I believe that responsible growth with appropriate supporting infrastructure, capacity, and public safety is good for Surf City. Part of the investment proposed for this property could very well make a positive impact on our town. But this vote is not simply about attractive buildings or economic development. It's about whether the applicant has demonstrated that adding 200 new dry stack slips to an already congested waterway will not endanger public health and safety. I don't believe they have. Anyone who regularly uses this channel, especially during the summer, knows what it's like. There are recreational boaters, fishing boats, charter captains, jet ski rentals, paddleboarders, kayakers, families with children, and visitors to the restaurant who navigate these waters daily. There's one entrance and one exit, one confined channel. The applicant suggests that a one-time dredging project improves safety. I appreciate the effort, but dredging makes the channel deeper, as we've already discussed, not wider. It does not create additional room for boats to maneuver, it does not reduce congestion, and it does not reduce the number of vessels that are using the waterway. Good risk management isn't reacting after the first serious accident. It's recognizing whether we're introducing a preventable hazard and deciding not to create it. My concern isn't based on speculation, it's based on experience. I use this channel day in and day out, week after week with my family, sometimes twice a day. It's based on seeing how little room already exists for air on a busy summer day. It's based on my personal encounters in that channel with safety on a regular basis. So tonight, I respectfully ask that you focus on one question. Has the applicant demonstrated that this project will not endanger public safety? Respectfully, I do not believe the burden has been met. For the safety of families who use the waterway today and those who will use it for years to come, I respectfully ask that you deny the special use permit. Let me end by saying this isn't a vote about whether Surf City should grow. It's a vote about whether this particular channel can safely absorb hundreds of additional boat movements. Those are not the same question. Thank you for your time, your service to town, and your consideration.
Anyone else care to speak?
I wanted to get Mr. Price to clarify part 3 about the utilities. He promised that earlier, but sorry.
Peggy Arsenault, I'm at 288 Atkinson Point Road.
Peggy, do you own a boat slip?
I do not own a boat slip, but I go through that channel almost every weekend, and it's terrible.
I ain't trying to mess you up, Miss Peggy. Does Miss Peggy have standing?
She doesn't have standing, but this is the public comment.
Outstanding. Carry on, Miss Peggy. Thank you
Okay,
for waiting.
that's why I said I'd get up here and stand. I'm not a boat slip owner. I have nothing to gain or lose by whatever they do over there, other than it's congested and it's scary. A lot of times, this past weekend, with the wind that was blowing, there were boats that were getting blown into the grass over there because they couldn't get turned around to get over to the gas pumps. And I mean, I don't drive the boat, but my husband does, and it's scary. I just don't think we need more boats in that area, period. Put the restaurants and everything else, not the boats.
Anyone else before we bring Mr. Price up? Come on.
I'll be quick, I promise. Albert Almeida, 105 Loomis Court. I don't have an interest, I don't have a boat, I don't have time for a boat. But I do like good restaurants, good food. So if they can bring in another restaurant, I'm not gonna ask you to be pro or against it. That's your decision. But what we probably all do agree is that that area looks blighted. There's a vacant building that's been there for years. You got that. It just doesn't look right for Surf City. So it would be nice to have something come into that corner. And that looked like it was a really nice design. Point number 2, and my final point, is one slide had pretty much the whole frontage as the MUP. Many other slides kept mentioning only 10 feet. So I don't know if that's a typo or if it's really only 10 feet.
I think it's 10 feet wide.
10 feet wide or in length?
10 feet wide.
10 feet wide.
And then
So then the entire frontage. And thank you for answering my questions. I'm done.
What were you going to ask David? Basically,
I just wanted to-
utilities are in place.
They're not waitlisted, they are already assigned, allocated. And are there separate meters between the dry stacks and the business end of it?
Capacity is allocated. Services, only some of them are ran. There are quite a bit of services there. That is a large lot. Quite a bit of our what we call paper capacity or unallocated.
Okay.
Bad word. There's a lot of capacity tied up with that lot right now that is not being used that we are allotted to it. I think my original calculation, I'm tired, I might be wrong, somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 different businesses, structures can go there the way it's currently allocated.
Both for sewer and water, so that, it's not a waitlisted
It's
project.
not a wait list. Nope.
And it'll be multiple meters and,
But per ordinance, every business has to have its own meter.
so the dry stacks will be considered a business?
Yeah, dry stacks be one business. Every retail store within that retail building will have its own meter.
Fine, thanks, David.
Anyone else from the public? Mr. Nicholas, you're,
Less than 1 minute.
well, I'm getting ready to have you make your closing arguments.
Well, I wasn't going to make much.
Oh, speak, come on,
I'll be
come on.
quick. I know
I'm
it's late.
confused. I know,
I-
I'm getting confused myself.
Yes, sir. We wanted to thank the town council for your time and patience this evening. I did not have much more to add, and I think we've all probably said things multiple times, so I won't repeat myself again, but I would like to note a point that I was making earlier in the meeting, and this is straight from the school government on what a special use permit is, and I'll read from it, just a sentence here. When a land use is permitted as a special use, the governing board has already made a legislative decision to allow the special use, provided the applicant shows the standards for that approval set by the ordinance will be met. We would respectfully contend that we have met by substantial, competent, material evidence the criteria stated. I won't go back and summarize that, it's late. We have significantly reduced the proposal that was before you in 2024 and 2024 and 2025, going from the roughly 324 slips all the way down to 200. We've done our best to accommodate the comments on more retail, office, restaurant space. I want to emphasize again, the conditions stated in your packet are all agreeable to my client. That's the multi-use path, the dredging, the condition on building everything. You know, we're not just going to build the dry stack, we're going to do all that. And on the fuel dock, again, we certainly hope that you approve this tonight. We would contend that the evidence would weigh toward approval. But if the town wants the fuel dock open to the public, we are glad to have that as a condition. But to address the concerns that we've heard, we would state as a condition that we're just going to close the fuel dock. Again, we don't want to do that, but we're just trying to address what we can. So in light of that, we certainly hope that you approve it, and we would love to have that as a condition of approval. And thank you again for your time. I probably left something out, but it's late, and thank you.
Chris, if you could put the other one up. I'm going to go fast. I'm going to fly through this. Yes, sir. Just to speed us along. It'll go faster that way. Thank you all for your time. It's been a long night. Appreciate you sticking with everyone here tonight. And on behalf of all the slip owners at Topsail Island Yacht Club, again, appreciate your attention to this issue. It's very important to my client and these members. Real quickly, as you've heard, they have to meet every one of these criteria. Every one of them. If one of them's wrong, the modification should be denied. If one of them's not here, the modification request should be denied. I'm going to skip over some things in the interest of time. All right, finding A, the special use conforms to the character of the neighborhood. That's the first one. They do not meet that standard. Policy 1A1 of the town provides that the town will, one of the criteria is that it will enhance the quiet, small town character and quality of life enjoyed by residents of Surf City. This proposal does not meet that criteria. Policy 1J1, large commercial projects are discouraged. Policy 420, and this one I want to hit specifically. Projects that would directly or indirectly block or impair existing navigational channels shall be prohibited. Not optional, shall be prohibited. This includes, but is not limited to, projects that deposit spoils below mean high water, extend piers beyond the established pier headline, or any projects determined to be detrimental to navigation. I asked Jason Dale specifically, are they extending piers beyond the established pier headline? He answered yes. And you heard that in the pictures. So that is a prohibited activity. They are not meeting the character of the neighborhood, the location type, and height of buildings and structures. They are not consistent with that because they're failing in that criteria. Again, the Island Town Center concept is supposed to avoid industrial manufacturing. Look, if you add, and again, they'll say, "Oh, well, you've got 2 stacks there already." Well, the point is, you're adding a total of 4. It does change the look of the entrance into Surf City. It does create a big box or industrial look as you roll into the town, and that is not consistent. Finding B. So we say they don't meet finding A. Finding B. The proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion. I'm going to first hit vehicular traffic. Their traffic study is simply unreliable. The problems with it, clearly no consultation with NCDOT, would never pass through NCDOT. They use the wrong ITE code. It underestimates traffic. It allows pass-by reduction when it's not allowed. They cut corners to round numbers. The peak flow adjustment is way too low with what the standards are for that. Seasonal growth and seasonal adjustment is vastly understated. The growth of the town is vastly understated. And that's both, understated historically and understated with projections. So the traffic study is simply not reliable. And if you were to approve this, you would be dealing with roundabout problems doubling under the current NCDOT standards. So their project will cause undue traffic congestion and create a traffic hazard on the roadways. So that finding is not met for that reason. But the next slide is in the waterway. The proposed use also will cause undue traffic congestion and create a traffic hazard within the roadway. This town called that channel congested 10 years ago. This town called it a hazard 10 years ago when you applied to make it a no-wake zone. Fish and Wildlife agreed. The state also called it a hazard 10 years ago. You have heard from our expert. It is offensive to me that Mr. Tucker would get up here and say that she's not an expert, that the Kimberly Horn Coastal Engineer is not an expert. She has come up and given you testimony that they have a space congestion problem that's turning and moving in the channel. There's a traffic flow problem. There's too much flow for safety. That there's a channel width problem. It's too narrow at certain choke points. The coastal engineer we provided this picture at the end of her presentation where you can see that the radius by which the boats have to get out of their proposed slips is going to interfere exactly with where the Yacht Club, Marina Joe's, Blue Water Townhomes boats are going, and where I also understand the town is looking to put in a kayak and paddleboard launch area to the north of Marina Joe's. So their proposed entrances and exits from their wet slips is going to directly choke and congest the area where these other boaters go. They have not met finding 4 on the water either. Finding C, there's a case called Coastal Pine Solar versus Pender County, where in that instance, Coastal Pine Solar, as Pender County resident of this area, I have followed that case where they said, simply stating, well, Duke Energy is going to give me these things. Not adequate. Court of Appeals said not good enough. All you've heard here is it's going to be there. It's going to be provided. We've seen nothing in the form of a stormwater plan. We all know North New River floods. You have a sign there talking about it flooding. There's been nothing provided on electricity presented by the applicant. And simply put, we don't know if there's adequate water to cover sprinklers that would be needed for fire protection and those types of things in that area. Finding D, the proposed use shall not be noxious or offensive by reason of vibration, noise, odor, dust, smoke, or gas. You have heard testimony on this. That forklift is running right by the pool, and their response to that is, well, you built the pool next to the border. Well, that's not the test. They have the burden to come forward and show it's not going to cause noise, odor, dust, smoke, or gas. They didn't do that. That's their burden, not our burden, and the fact that the pool's there already does not change that. It is very clear and obvious that heavy equipment operating daily, 2 forklifts, are going to cause vibration, noise, diesel exhaust, all the things that are troubling there. And so, again, it's right next to the pool, right next to the clubhouse. So they have not met finding D, because it will be offensive by reason of vibration, noise, odor, dust, smoke, and gas. Finding E, orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property. Again, 115 spaces to serve the entire site, 200 slips, commercial, retail. Submit to you that this is causing a problem. You're losing parking on Roland Avenue, and I think the slide speaks for itself on that one. All right, F. Finding F, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. Their answer to this, and again, Mr. Tucker came up here and said, well, they paraded all these experts up to you. Well, it matters what the experts are saying. They're all saying, what their answer was, they put a slide up here for you of 19 different agencies that are going to have to look at things and say, we'll figure that out later. They have a burden to you now, right now, to meet finding F. That's their burden tonight, not wait for some agency to look at it later. They have the burden tonight to prove that, and they didn't do it. Their answer is just, we'll just say it's safe, and others will look at it later. Well, that's trying to ask you not to do your job, and that's not them meeting their burden. Ms. Crooks put it perfectly. There's great public health and safety concerns with this channel and how this will impact people who use that channel, especially those who are experiencing special damage in the Topsail Island Yacht Club. The analogy that was given about it's just like driving down the highway. Well, you got to get a license to drive on the highway. You got to go through class to drive on the highway. You don't have to do that hopping a jet ski. You don't have to do that hopping a boat. It's not a fair analogy. And simply put, this is a danger, what they are proposing. And their burden is to prove it's safe. And I submit to you, they've not done that. They've not provided any form of channel analysis comparable to what Ms. Boschik provided to you as a coastal engineer. Nothing. They've talked to you about the permitting requirements and what will come down the road, but they have not shown you anything that says adding this traffic will be safe. Finding G. The proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property. We have covered that ad nauseum. There will be negative impacts to the sale and rentals of slip at the yacht club. And then finding H, it has to be consistent with the officially adopted plans and policies of the town. I've covered these already. Again, anything that is extending piers beyond the established pier headline shall be prohibited. That's their proposal to you. And your town policies say that is prohibited. And so they have not met the standards. They have not presented any evidence to say that this will meet with the capacity of the environment. They are blending the benefits of retail and commercial with what this is really about, which is the dry stacks. And they can't do that. And their answer to this, if you really look at it, if you look at their answer to this finding, it's all about their retail and commercial spaces, not about the dry stacks. So there is nothing here in this proposal that promotes walkability. And in fact, they are clearly opposed to the prohibition against extending piers beyond the established pier headline. So for all those reasons, I've gone very fast. But in the interest of time in the evening, we submit to you they've not met any of the criteria. But again, all they have to know, if they don't have one, it needs to be denied. And so we would ask you to deny their request.
Nick, would you have a rebuttal?
I could go back through my PowerPoint, but I won't. It's late. I've put my notes down. You all have heard the evidence. This is based on the facts and the evidence. These suggestions that we haven't put on competent material, substantial evidence for the council. I don't even know where that comes from. I can go through my list of experts, each one of them distinguished in their fields. You heard from Cal Morgan, our appraiser. They had no appraiser. Cal sits as the vice chairman of the state appraisal board. He's giving you his professional opinion on a specific criteria. Their folks didn't even do a study, had no methodology. That doesn't meet the criteria of this hearing. We heard from Jason Dale. I don't know who is more qualified than Jason Dale on what he spoke on. The man has reviewed, and I think he said he's reviewed and approved thousands of camera permits. He worked for the Division of Coastal Management, Division of Environmental Quality for, I can't even remember how many years it was. And I know y'all know him through the work with the town. He's a captain. He was out there on Saturday. Their expert, I don't know that their expert's ever been out there. These aren't the same types of evidence to weigh. We have a civil engineer, Jimmy Fentress, excellent civil engineer, testified that we meet all the technical criteria in your code. They didn't have a traffic engineer here. You've got to have your folks here at the hearing to answer questions of the board. Our traffic engineer was here. He took a lot of questions. You got to have your folks here. You can't just submit a document and not show up. So we objected to that. This is a lot about the expert testimony, and I would contend to you that our experts have more than proven the case on all of the points. I would note, too, that there are a lot of things that have to be done after tonight. That's what the development process is. And as I mentioned, if you approve this tonight, and we respectfully contend that you should based on the evidence, that doesn't mean we can go out there tomorrow with a shovel or something and start doing anything. We have to go through and get a number of different permits from the town, the state, possibly even the federal government, and there's a review process to that. But to say we haven't got all of our ducks in a row or we haven't come with all that, that's simply not correct at all. That's not how it works. We don't walk out of this hearing with a building permit. This is to see if we meet the criteria for the special use permit, and then we engage in the process of going through the next steps, including a CAMA permit, an NCDOT driveway permit, your erosion control permit, all the other permits that you need from the town, the state, and potentially the federal government. So with that said, I would respectfully contend that we have clearly met all of our criteria, and your ordinance and the state, both the statute and the case law says that if we've met our burden, then we are entitled to the permit. And that's what the law is. And so, again, we very much appreciate your time, but this is not a legislative hearing. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, and we have met our burden, and we thank you for your consideration. And aside from the ordinance criteria and aside from us meeting our burden, we hope that you view it as a very positive project for the town. And as I said before, Zimmer Development is going to do a great job with this project. And we hope that you see it as a positive. We've tried to present it as a positive. I know there's been comments. We're not going to make everyone happy. but we hope you see a lot of benefit in what we're proposing, and we thank you again for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Board, if you want to take a minute just to look over the, we're getting ready to go down the line, and I'm gonna ask for motions to vote on each individual one, if you want to take a couple minutes just to gather your thoughts. Or if, I guess we could discuss if we wanted to, but I feel like we've discussed it out. Andy, go ahead. I see it in your face, baby. Bring it.
Well, motion second, question or discussion vote, I think is our typical approach.
Each item.
Yes.
So you're going to go for each one?
Each one.
The applicant has to meet all of them, but even if for some reason you didn't find that he met one, we're going to keep on going through each one of them so that they know exactly which ones they did or did not meet. So we have to go through each factor.
Feel like y'all ready? Y'all feel like y'all ready? All right, for the first one, A, proposed special use conforms to the character of the neighborhood, considering location, type, and height of buildings or structures, and the type and extent of the landscaping on the site. Do I have a motion on this? I'll make a motion that it met that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Wait a second. What do you got here? Tell me what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all vote?
You have to all in favor.
All in favor?
I did say that.
Well, we didn't answer.
We didn't answer,
We
I'm
were
sorry.
still waiting for
Motion
the.
four for the
Motion's
first
four that
one.
it meets the standard of A. I go to first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Got one no. B. All right, that one carried. The proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that the applicant did not meet the standard necessary to demonstrate that it does not create additional congestion.
Say that again.
The appellant did not meet the
Did not,
substantial evidence to support that it will not create additional congestion.
Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that one failed.
That was a vote against.
Against.
C, adequate utilities are available for the proposed use. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
D, as in David. The proposed use shall not be noxious or offensive by reason of vibration, noise, odor, dust, or gas. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion against that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm no.
All opposed?
No, aye.
You got two against that one and three for that one. And
Well,
it
three-
being against it,
Right.
Double negative.
so that one failed. E. All right, that failed. E, the establishment of the proposed use shall not impede the orderly development and improvement of surrounding property. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for.
Second.
I'd like to just ask a question or make an observation. That is, we're in the middle of putting together the ITC plan. So this is a real difficult one to answer because we don't know the full content. The other thing is that half this development inures to the benefit of 200 people, not the entire town. That bothers me just a little. It's where it's located in the central business district, in the most central part of the central business district. An entire section of 2 some odd acres completely shut out the waterfront from the community.
Andy, I apologize. If it wasn't 2 o'clock in the morning, man.
Okay,
We got a
that's
first
what
and
I
a
wanted to
second.
say.
You know, I'm with you.
So-
I saw where you were going, and I appreciate that. We had a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
This is 4? Yes, this is 4.
Four.
This is 4. 3, 4. 2 against.
Just for the clerk, 2 of you are against.
I don't believe they met there.
Right, I don't believe it either.
That passed for that one specific one. All right, F. The established maintenance and operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental or endanger the public safety or general welfare. That's F.
Make a motion against.
I got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I got a first and a second against. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? G. Man, the proposed, I've already read G.
You did F. You're on G.
Is it G?
It's G.
Yep, you're on G.
The proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining abutting property or an alternative use of public necessity. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion for it.
I have a motion for. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. 4, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
1 against. All right, we are on H. The proposed use is consistent with the officially adopted plans and policies of the town, including any specific use standard specifications and other requirements of this code and the town's code ordinance. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion for it.
I have a motion for. Do I have a second? Let me try a
I'll
different.
second.
Okay.
I just want to read it back over.
No, I understand. I understand. All right, I have a motion. I have a first and a second.
I just want to make one quick comment. 5.1.0 dry stack marinas, when the term is used, it's appropriately cited. I think that's the deficiency.
Well, we're not discussing. So I'm lost where we are, Brett. Help me out.
All right, so
You got a first and second,
Got a
4.
first and a second, 4.
Yeah, we just
All
need-
in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, you got 2 against. All right, that concludes what we got going here.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, since they did not carry, you did not make a finding that they carried each and every element, I would ask that the board consider making a motion to direct me to draft an order that reflects your decision.
I apologize.
And then at the next meeting, September 1, that formal decision will be for you to vote on,
I'll
to
make
actually
that
approve
motion
that.
if you will prepare that document that we need to clarify our findings tonight.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, 5 minutes and then we're gonna decide what we're gonna do. Unless y'all want to move on.
I think, are the folks for the open hearing for the rezoning still here?
Yes.
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 And I know you've traveled a long way?
Yes.
Where is it?
In the back.
No?
Man, where is he? Which one is he?
Sitting in the bag.
With his suit coat on?
Yeah.
Sir, do you want your stuff heard tonight? No, I'm cool. Do y'all, I mean, it's 2 o'clock for y'all too. Do y'all want to have it? All right, 5 minutes, y'all come back. Yeah. Said no. I said no. No, you watch this.
Welcome back. Item number 2.
I make a motion that we rezone the town hall to government from whatever it is
We
now.
have to open a public hearing. Do I have a motion to open a public hearing?
We make a motion to public.
Let's let,
Oh, shoot.
no.
Okay.
We have to let our
Okay,
town
go
planner
ahead,
present.
speak.
In
I've eaten all the candy.
considering time, this is a proposed correction or a compliance effort to bring the town hall property, which is currently zoned R15, proposed rezoning to G1, is identified as civic and institutional in the land use plan. Staff and the planning board recommend approval. It is supported by the comprehensive land use plan that it brings it in compliance with the future land use map. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you.
Sounds lovely.
Do I have a motion to open a public hearing?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Public comment.
Public comment.
Anybody like to speak on this?
Hearing none. Do I have a motion to close the public comment?
I'll make a motion to close the public comment.
Public hearing is now, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Public hearing is now closed. It is requested that the town council consider approving the rezoning as presented. Do I have a motion to do so?
I will make a motion to do so, Mayor.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 3 is Spring Hill Suites, conditional rezoning, 230 East Florence Way. At this time, I would like to make a recommendation that I be recused from this item.
Make a motion to recuse the mayor.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ready to go?
272.
272.
All right.
Carry on. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, this is a request by Five Star Capital LLC to rezone 2.92 acres at 230 East Florence Way. If you look out this door, it's the property next door. This is a request to rezone from R15 to C3 Extended Commercial Conditional, C3CZ. This request is a conditional rezoning to allow a 118-room, 4-story hotel, roughly approximately 70,000 square feet, with 3 binding conditions: that it is limited to the 118-room hotel, 4 stories in height, sidewalk connection along Florence Way, and reservation of 4 suites for the town of Surf City if we are in a declared state of emergency. Before you on the screen is the location of the property on 230 East Florence Way, smack dab between the Publix or the Arboretum Shopping Center and Town Hall. Again, the property is zoned R15. It is bound to the east-south by properties zoned C3 and used for a mix of commercial uses. It is bound to the west by Town Hall, zoned R15, or now G1, governmental district, and properties to the north are in Pender County's zoning jurisdiction, zoned residential performance. Based on the zoning ordinance and the provided traffic counts, the hotel, due to its 118 rooms, does not meet the town's threshold of 100 a.m. and 100 p.m. peak traffic hours. Therefore, if the conditional zoning is approved, when it comes to site plan, they would not be required to complete a TIA. However, they will have to update the driveway, NCDOT driveway permit at NC 210. Utilities, and this is the one big issue I want to draw attention to, that there is not currently allocation for this property. So if it were to be approved from a rezoning and then they go through a site plan and get an approval, they will be put on the wait list for sewer capacity.
That would be the commercial wait list.
Yes, sir.
You know this?
Yes, they have been made very aware.
Stormwater will be handled through an NCDOQ stormwater and erosion control as well through NCDOQ. Those would be required as part of the approval process prior to issuing a building permit if the rezoning is approved. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on April 23rd. That summary is in attachment D of your packet. Land use plan consistency. The land use plan identifies this property as regional mixed use, and therefore C3 zoning is supported. It is supported by the land use plan policies 5.1B, 5.1G, 5.1.I, 5.1.X. The planning board and staff have recommended approval with these policies in mind, but I would be amiss that there is the option to deny based on policy 4.1.BB, which deals with the sewer, limited sewer capacity allocation. Before you on the screen is the concept plan. This is part of a conditional rezoning that they submit a plan, a concept plan showing the layout. It does demonstrate that they can achieve meeting landscaping, appropriate parking, appropriate location of a stormwater facility. However, if approved, it would be a much more thorough, fully engineered site plan that staff would have to review. With that said, you've heard the recommendation from staff and the planning board. Mr. Tom Toomer and his architect and engineer are in attendance, and they, along with staff, will be happy to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
How many people do we have commercial waitlisted right now? And what's, like, real time, when would this project be able to even start?
Currently, there's nobody on the commercial wait list at all. And even with the conditional rezoning of this, they will not be put on the wait list until they get an approved site plan. Now, I believe site plan is staff level.
No, this would actually go back to
Okay.
council level because it's over 20,000 square feet.
Okay, so the council would have to approve this before they even go on the wait list. There are several other commercial properties jockeying for the number one position, but as it is right now, there is no commercial wait list.
There is no commercial capacity to allocate. However, we plan on putting online by 2029, I think is what I read.
That's correct, the first quarter of 29.
Is that the 400?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How much of that are we setting aside for commercial?
Under current rules, 30%.
What would this project take up of that 30%?
I believe I have it calculated at 9,000 gallons.
That's 120,000 is the allocation.
120,000, and it would use 9.
So about 10%, give or take, right?
Yeah, it's about 10%, yep.
If you were to have a footprint of a commercial space as opposed to hotel space, what would be your expected allocation of water or sewer?
It depends on the use. Retail is very low. It goes by the number of employees. Restaurants,
a little bit higher.
Yeah, a little bit higher. It's with them, they're looking at 65 gallons per bedroom for a room. Per perspective, if you get a restaurant without a bar, it's about 50 gallons per seat. With the bar, it's about 75 gallons per seat.
It's not substantially more in the hotel. I think 65 gallons per room.
That's what it is, yes. That's without a kitchenette in it. With the kitchenette is different.
Okay, so it's a third of what we would use for a regular EDU.
The current rules for bedrooms on a house now is 35. That's changed.
Right, but we use 225 for a house, a single
Or a
family.
3-bedroom house, yes. But each room is counted as an individual.
We still have that traffic congestion issue at 210 and 50 plus, though it's, I would imagine this is primarily going to be tourism driven. People come here not to visit the Statue of Liberty, but to dig holes on the beach. So I'm concerned about the impact it has on traffic. The traffic generated by a 118-room hotel is
I'm
a little
concerned
bit
too.
different than what you might get from a Dollar General.
That's my concern also.
And the other thing that makes me a little hesitant to approve something like this is the fact that if we are going to invest or have investment in development, there needs to be value back to the community for that development, which means retail access, restaurants, things like that where locals get to use it. The value of a hotel is more to the people that don't have a place to live on the island or near the island. So I'm always thinking about what would our residents benefit from. And I'm not getting a warm feeling about the benefit of another hotel at this point in time.
Aren't the people that use a hotel going to use our restaurants and our stores?
Well, that's a benefit to our commercial sector. I'm looking at our residents, John.
But a lot of our businesses are owned by residents.
I understand,
Yeah,
but
so they're
I'm
gonna
talking
benefit.
about,
He's saying the hotel itself isn't a benefit to our current residents, not that the people going to the hotel wouldn't benefit the business.
well, the economics of a hotel makes sense. The occupancy or the accommodations tax, sales taxes, there's no question that economically it makes sense. I'm trying to look at the intrinsic value it has to the community. And please don't take that personally. I stay in hotels all the time, and I know they're important. But as a councilman, I have a responsibility to residents as well. So I have to balance that. Anyone else?
I agree with Andy. I've had some conversations, our residents we have a hotel coming in so even though I know that there's a delay in the sewer and all, I'm not sure we're ready for another one right there.
Mr. Mayor Pro-Tem, we do need to open the public hearing
Sorry.
and have that before we actually.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we're chatting.
All right, if I've got a motion to open a public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open a public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, anyone would like to speak in the public hearing?
Any of the applicant, or did y'all want to, if y'all wanted to speak, now would be your time to speak.
Short straw.
Already forgot what to say. Well, anyway, so I'm Tom Timur. Our firm, Five Star Capital, is a Raleigh-based business developing the Spring Hill Suites Hotel. We are a Marriott licensed franchisee, and this current project is approved by Marriott also. So the Spring Hill Suites, we had a long discussion with Marriott also, what type of hotel to develop in here. So after long discussion, so they suggested with the town, with the coastal town, with the tourist attraction, all that. So Spring Hill Suites would suit more into this market. And so based on your discussion about how this hotel is going to be beneficial to the local, well, first of all, we are probably the second name hotel in this town. And we're also thankful that we are not building in the island across the bridge. That would have been a whole lot of different thing. But thankfully we're on this side. And we already discussed about with the town managers about during emergency, we're gonna help the town city hall to the public. When there's emergency declared, we're gonna allow 4 rooms for the stuff for the town to occupy. And also my background, I'm doing project management over 27 years, and I did a lot of storm work also. In 2018, I was working on entire Topsail Island, Snitz Ferry, Wilmington, entire region with the stoneworks. And the big issue was there. For the people from island or anybody lost their homes, flooded the house, they had nowhere to go. Everybody was looking for hotels. There was no hotels. And contractors. So we worked 6-7 months, and we didn't have place to stay. So we were looking for hotels too. So for those because we're on the shoreline in coastal town, so we're gonna have those storms and events, emergency situations going to happen, of course. And so having a hotel is a big benefit, in my opinion. And gosh, I'm called already. The second most benefit is so we're gonna create some jobs for locals, right? About 40 people will work in this hotel. And tax benefits. So with our projection, we probably gonna generate about $300 to $350 thousand per occupational tax. I believe that's the name of it, right? So that goes directly to town, and plus we're gonna pay, of course, state and federal taxes, and all other profit taxes, and job creation. I told you. The one we were discussing about previously also. The people who's gonna be all those tourists or contractors or visitors to the town. Those people staying in the hotel also help year-round visiting to these local businesses. So with that benefit to the local market, we calculated about anywhere between $800 to $1.2 million to the local market to help the local residents, local businesses with their trade. So those things are the things I can remember, you know. So other than that, we're just hopeful we go through all this process, applying with hoping that we can develop this hotel, and also hoping that septic issue is gonna be solved sooner the better. Of course, Jeremy already told us it can be wait until 2029, but at the same time, we can also requesting, maybe we can do, if we get the building permit to get to that, we can, probably our construction part's going to take until 2029 anyway. So it could be right time when the new sewer capacity comes in, our construction finishes. So that will be much beneficial to our project. So yeah, that's all I want to say. If you have any questions, our designer architect Tom Murphy's here, and also our site engineer is here. So if you have any questions, ask them freely. Thank you.
My name is Tom Murphy. I'm the project architect with Olive Architecture. Something I guess to add to that, overnight in the previous comment, there were a lot of things of saying there's 5,000 residents essentially in the city of living in Surf City. Sorry, it's late. Things are really confused. But you have 30,000 tourists coming into town. One thing that you're missing out on, I guess, is that you have one hotel that's under construction now in the town. You're missing out on essentially taking advantage of the tourists. And by having them stay in town here, you're really not adding to traffic because the 30,000 people are coming anyway. That you may have them take bikes and do more of walking trails and things like that, or walking to the beach. But you'll also have them contributing to the economy, local economies. My business does a lot of hotel work. In fact, we did the other Hampton here as well. But one thing you'll find is that one of the things that hotels do for small towns is that obviously a lot of construction doesn't happen over the summer because of tourism and all the, just the commotion that happens during the busy seasons. A lot of construction and building and things occur on the off-season times. That is a place where contractors are going to come into town, subs and trades. They need a place to stay. That's the supplemental thing for hotels that happens in the off seasons or not the busiest times of year, and it fits that little niche that's missing a lot of times in small towns of where do the trades stay, instead of renting houses and having 10 guys stay in a house somewhere, they can stay in a hotel property. So I think it does contribute to the local community. You'll see it obviously, restaurants and businesses will benefit from those things. But it also, I think, becomes a part of the community as well. It's the lodging, aspect of the town. I know traffic is an issue, obviously, but I don't think that's going to be the big contributing factor. You still have the tourism. The other thing you had mentioned, possibly a dollar store or something like that coming to this site really doesn't lend itself to that for a small town. You'll see most of the things are on the primary axes. That's where the retail is going to go. The restaurants are going to go. You're not going to be in the tertiary properties. This is a couple properties off the main drag. You'd have a hard time getting a retail to take that same spot. So just a few off comments, I guess, in doing that. If you have any questions for me about the architecture, I can add to that. Thank you.
Where's the council gym and pool gonna go then?
Good evening. Good morning. My name's Devin Staley with Blue Ridge Engineering. I can answer any engineering questions, but I know it's too late for that. Just for sake of time, I can give you a real life scenario of why you need a hotel there, because I would have booked it and be staying in it tonight instead of driving to Sneed's Ferry when we get finished here. And if we had got finished at normal time, I would have had time to go eat dinner here in Surf City and do that every time I come down here. I also worked on the Hampton Inn project, so this isn't my first time here to town council and in need of a room in Surf City. And of course, in my previous life, I worked for Lowe's Home Improvement, And I can tell you that they have lots of folks coming through Surf City, regional managers, people coming to visit the store. They need places to stay. The same thing goes for Walmart, Publix. I mean, they have people coming through your town that need places to stay. And, you know, in the summer especially, they're not looking to stay on the island because it's super expensive. So I think it would be great for the town. I know there's one hotel under construction, but I think that it'll support another one. So thank you.
Any other discussion? No, we gotta need a, come on, brother.
I want to keep you guys here till 6 in the morning. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Scratch that. I think this is a positive thing. But like any big project, there's the pros and the cons. And I'll leave that up to you to figure them out and vote on it. Now, you can deny these guys. Coastal North Carolina, as we all know, is on the radar. They can easily go to Holly Ridge or Hempstead, and we're just going to lose out on the tax dollars and the tourism dollars. But I do want to acknowledge, and the individual that acknowledged that, yeah, the traffic's going to be here regardless if they build or not. And he mentioned pedestrian walkway and bicycles. Now, I'm a big supporter. I want that MUP. I want that MUP complete. I'm also a Marriott Bonvoy Platinum member, for the record. So I know that Marriott has a lot of money. And I know that you guys aren't allowed to ask for these conditions. But I just want to give them a little hint, a little tip, that as a member of the public, which I didn't mention earlier, 105 Loomis Court, I would love to see them maybe sponsor a nice section of that MUP through its path. Something to consider. That's all I have.
There's no one else to speak. I have a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right, the public hearing is closed. All right, we need any discussion or a motion to consider approving or conditions or whatever y'all want to talk about with this conditional rezoning.
Well, in lieu of something else going there, and off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else that would go there, I would make a motion to approve as presented.
A motion to approve. Well,
Are we doing discussion?
yeah, Brad, what's your discussion?
My discussion and my motion at the
In your
same time.
motion?
What were the conditions, if any, that have been presented? Or did I miss that?
The conditions the primary use would be limited to hotel, 118 rooms, 4 stories, sidewalk connection along Florence Way from Town Hall, right, to the Echo or Arboretum, public shopping center, and then the reservation of 4 units. The town would pay, but they would be reserved in the state of emergency.
Does the applicant own the property at this time?
Now, I believe they have a contract, but they can talk to that contract to purchase.
Okay.
My concern is when we do these commercial projects that take up a chunk of capacity, especially when we're gonna be waitlisting them at some point, not knowing where we're gonna be at necessarily in 3 years and what the needs might be in that time. Anytime we approve something like this with that much at stake, if they decide not to build it, it just means if somebody else comes in 10 years down the road and that's what they want to do and it's not really something we need there at that point, we're stuck with it. We can't say no. And I don't know that it's something that we need right now. I don't know that it's something that we need in 3 years, and I don't want it to potentially get pushed 10 years down the road when we find out we don't need something like that there and we can't tell them no.
So the approval would go to the next property owner?
Well, if once we approve this, anybody that wants to put that hotel there can put that hotel there. If they make changes to it, then it has to come back before us again. But otherwise, once that's in there, it's in there. It's the same thing that we ran into with Applewood Trace. It's the same thing. I mean, I don't know necessarily with the hotel across the street, but I just feel like
by right in the original plan.
yeah. So when capacity becomes an issue and we're allocating things for a far enough jaunt out, not knowing who all is going to get waitlisted in front of them or not, that just gives me pause right now for, given it's going to take up, what, like you said, about 30% of our next potential commercial capacity. Like we're talking about trying to build out the 17 corridor. We're talking about trying to do all of these other
That's
things.
what
too.
I
think Jeremy explained earlier that, and the Public Works Director, that the allocation doesn't happen until we submit the formal civil plans. So if you approve this tonight, it doesn't grant allocation to this project in 2029 when you have allocation available.
But it does make that spot a hotel no matter what, if somebody, whether it's you or somebody else, comes in and wants to do it down the road.
That has to be this is site plan specific, except for some minor modifications, correct?
Correct. I mean,
So, and yeah, and if somebody else came along, I feel like everybody that was here tonight said they've been doing this for 25 years. So I've been doing this 25 years, and I can tell you, I've never seen another developer come in and pick up the same site plan and go with it. You know, if this turns into a different hotel brand, it's going to be a different footprint with a different parking lot and going to have a different plan.
Well, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a different plan. It could get abandoned for X amount of time, and then if you guys came back 10 years from now, even with the same company, like you just stalled on it, then technically it's approved for that use there. Am I right?
Not only
Or
is
am I
it
not saying
approved,
that
but
right?
it's required to be used that way.
It would, but the ordinance does allow for a 3-year review. So if no progress is made on the conditional rezoning, the administrator can bring that back to the board for a recommendation that you all could essentially null and void the action. And I would suggest, and maybe Brett can chime in, but you know, if that is a concern, you know, you could condition the approval based on a timeline or performance factor, if the applicant would be willing to agree to something like that. But you do have something that's already written in the ordinance that provides for a 3-year review for any conditional rezoning, that if no action is taken on it, then he can bring that assessment back to this board.
Jeremy, they can put shovels in the ground, but can't get an OC until we have the sewer allocation, right?
Right, they technically could so they have a 2-year, grant the conditional zoning, they've got 2-year window. Then the rezoning could be rescinded because of inactivity or inaction. Generally, they'll get this, then go through TRC for a site plan review and approval, and then it'll be back in front of this board, which then there's a 1-year clock ticking before the site plan expires to begin construction. But in my discussions with Mr. Price, they could technically get a permit to build, mainly because water is available. That's going to suit the fire flow and fire protection. But they would essentially put in dry lines for sewer. Let's say it doesn't happen until 2030. You have a building sitting there waiting for the switch to be turned on for sewer. That's the potential.
And or if there's any delay from them.
Right.
Yeah.
What other commercial projects do we have, like trying to get approval that could potentially be waitlisted and ahead of them? I'm just trying to be realistic on a timeline.
Another conditional rezoning on 50. The Medlands conditional rezoning is still it's got conditional approval, but they are working through TIA and working on site plan submittal, and then they would be in the same boat of getting a site plan approved, waiting for allocation.
How much of that would their project take up? The majority?
Well,
so would there be
it's
enough
two
left for
parts,
them to do
right?
this?
This is residential income.
Sorry.
I have not seen the final plans, but if you remember that one, that has a residential component.
There's two residential components, right? It's got the multi-use in front commercial with resident on top, and then the townhomes in the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I have not seen the final plans fully fleshed out yet. That's what they're trying to work on. So I can't do a count.
But that's, so we have, are there any other ones?
Those are the two commercial off the top of my head.
Okay. And that would, and we don't know even at that point if there would be enough left for them.
I would imagine there would be, but like I said, I can't say that definitively without plans that I've reviewed.
Well, the 120,000 gallons per day is strictly commercial, so the townhomes in the back would come out of the residential.
No, they come out of commercial. The whole project is commercial.
It's mixed use, so as long as 30% is commercial, the whole thing is counted as commercial.
That's why we said he had to do all of the
Oh,
commercial
and
first.
then
That was the
99, was it 99 townhomes back there or something like that?
Guess we're speculating.
Yeah. Those run at the 225, so, yeah, start chewing up a lot of
We were-
our
We're
reserve.
burning up all of our potential commercial and we don't have a timeline for what might be available after this next allocation.
That depends on the direction of council.
I see what you did there.
Oh, it's too late.
It is too late, man.
Right.
It's only time.
You made a motion.
Yeah, but then we started talking all around again, so.
We need to see whether there's a second or not.
We got a motion to approve as presented. Do we have a second? We don't have a second. Do we have another motion?
Make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
First and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Got one opposed.
Sticking with me.
Sorry.
Thank y'all for coming. Thank you for being patient.
Wait, are we gonna do,
I was talking to,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No, I was talking to the applicant. Okay, item number 4, and it is 2:34 a.m.
Yeah, baby.
the day after Trudy's birthday.
I know, my birthday's
Item number
over.
4 is system development fees. If David Price would please come up and present.
David, we're good.
Council. This is a continuation of a presentation that I presented at the last work session. To make it really short, we took the planned projects over the next 5 years, the dollar amount associated with them, and split 75% of that cost among the number of homes that we could feed off of that capacity. The resulting number is 106% increase in existing system development fees across all tiers. That is a max that the town could go up to based on that study. That is not what you have to go up to. That is anything between 0 and around $25,200 per home is a decision for this council.
Excuse me, what was that number again?
25K?
25K, 200 is what the for 3/4 inch. Now we got different size meters mixed in, but what it averages out to is 106% increase among every tier going all the way down.
And the last time we did this, 17, right? 2017 was the last time?
2017 was the last time we did.
So we're almost 10 years or 9 years.
Are you finished presenting, David?
I'm sorry?
Are you finished presenting?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Now is the time for discussion. If anyone has any questions, public hearing is open. You look like you have a question, Desiree.
I know you do, buddy. Come on.
Albert Almeida, 105 Loomis Court. I support, and I hope you guys support, an increase, an adjustment as well. As we just saw, and as we all know, coastal North Carolina is on the radar. big business wants to come to this area, especially Surf City, we should try to maximize on that return on that investment. We're not the cheapest, but we're also not the most expensive on these SDF fees. I believe there's one other town in Brunswick County that might be higher than us.
There are other factors in there, but.
Yeah, right. But I think adjusting these fees, like Andy mentioned, last adjustment was 2017. Maybe not increase it to the 25,000. I'll leave that number up to you, but we should adjust that, especially if big business wants to come into Surf City. They should pay, a good fee, because they're going to be making a lot of money here in Surf City, and I'm not opposed to that. But I also would like to you guys to consider adjusting those, increasing those fees to whatever number you find appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
And have a good night.
Close public hearing.
Yeah. You sure, Desiree? You good? Okay, Chris, would you like to say anything? Would you like to comment during the public hearing? Okay.
We've already set the record.
All right.
Alan, you got anything you want to put in there, Alan?
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
A second. Jinx.
It is requested that the town council consider adopting system development fees as presented.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second the motion.
That's right.
First and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Bingo.
Thank you.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Manager's report. Do you have anything to say, Kyle?
Madam Mayor and Council, at a respect to time, I will submit this to via email, and then, of course, to the Madam Clerk for inclusion in the minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. That's
Town
a
attorney.
great idea.
Nothing to report. Any other public
I
comments?
was wondering.
Thank you all for being patient and doing your jobs tonight. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We are
Adjourned.
adjourned.